Hello guys, this is 1952 C minor from team 1952. I am playing this PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3 South Asia from Bangladesh. The journey of PMPL is like a dream. Starting from the PMCO Spring 2021, our team is working very hard to prove the true potentials in the battlefield. By the grace of Almighty Allah, we came up on the second runners-up spot in the PMCO 2021 and got the chance to compete in the PMPL South Asia Season 3. The quality of the tournament is outstanding. The officials with their great professionalism are handling the tournament very well. The competition seems very high and every team in this tournament is capable of outperforming the lobby. In this tournament, our top rivals will be A1, FS, DRS and so on. And I think Zeus is the strongest team in this PMPL. So to the fans of 1952, please subscribe to the PUBG Mobile official channel and don't forget to watch all the PMPL matches. Spam 1952 in the chat and keep supporting your favorite team 1952. For your kind information, PMPL Season 3 will be starting from 23rd March and will be live till 18th April. You will find the matches in PUBG Mobile official esports channel. Good luck to every teams and see you in the battlefield.
Hello, I'm Badr from Team Future Station, one of the representatives of Bangladesh teams. We have been playing since PMPL Season 1 and we also qualified for PMPL Season 2 even though our result wasn't good enough. So this time we are prepared to give our best. The level of the competition in this stage is tough because every one of us is playing and we have a dream of succeeding. Every single team is strong, but I think we can be stronger because we have prepared ourselves to win. আমাদের ফ্যান এবং আমাদের সাপোর্টার্সদের অনুরোধ করব আপনারা সবাই আমাদেরকে সাপোর্ট করে যাবেন এবং PMPL এর প্রত্যেকটা ম্যাচ আপনারা দেখবেন এবং উপভোগ করবেন এন্ড আমরা আমাদের চেষ্টা করব আমরা আমাদের সর্বোচ্চ ভালো পারফরম্যান্সটা দেওয়ার সেই চেষ্টাটা থাকবে।
Сайн байцгаана уу? C9 багийн мөнхөө байна. Манай C9 баг маань 6 гишүүнтэй байгаа. Анха, Roy, Wika, Spooky, Inky, мөнхөө. Манай C9 баг маань 2021 оны 1 сараас хойш тэмцээнд орж эхэлсэн байгаа. Манай багийн хувьд хамгийн сайн баг нь гэвэл PMCO Пакистан бүсийн R3D бол F4 гэдэг баг байгаа. Бид нар энэ багийг дарж авах гэсэн итгэлтэй байгаа. Биднийг дэмжиж ирсэн бүх хүмүүстээ маш их баярлалаа. PUBG Mobile Pro League нэгт орж Монгол улсынхаа нэрийг өндөр түвшинд өгөхөд итгэлтэй байна. Баярлалаа.
Hi, I'm Tanbir Rahman, as known as INES tier. আমি ইনাশিয়া স্পোর্টসকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করছি। এ পর্যন্ত আমাদের জার্নিটা অনেক রোমাঞ্চকর ছিল, এখানে অনেক আপস অ্যান্ড ডাউনস ছিল, বাট ইন দ্য মধ্যে আমরা PMPL এ কোয়ালিফাই করতে পেরেছি। গ্লোবাল স্পোর্টসে PUBG মোবাইলের টুর্নামেন্টগুলো একটা নতুন মাত্রা যোগ করেছে। PMCO আমাদের রিজনে অনেক চ্যালেঞ্জিং ছিল, এখন PMPL এ সাউথ এশিয়া রিজনের বেস্ট টিমগুলো জয়েন করছে, সো কম্পিটিশন হবে আরও টাফ। আমি মনে করি এবারের PMPL এ সবথেকে টাফ কম্পিটিশন দেবে জিউস স্পোর্টস অ্যান্ড DRS স্পোর্টস। ফর দ্য ফ্যান্স অ্যান্ড সাপোর্টার্স, আপনাদের জন্যই এত দূরে আশা করি আপনাদের এই সাপোর্ট আগামীতে অব্যাহত থাকবে। PMPL সিজন 3 শুরু হতে যাচ্ছে 23শে মার্চ থেকে। চোখ রাখতে ভুলবেন না PUBG মোবাইল অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে। ইনার্শিয়া ফরএভার।
The key focus in the plan of 1952 is survival. This team wants to survive.
Exactly. I've been talking about the players like One Shot and Magneto. They bring out that experience and exposure with themselves because they have showcased their name in previous tournaments as well, won the previous tournaments. So they have that kind of morality just going through the competition.
Exactly. They know what they have to do in order to face the veterans of the tournament, but in order to take them on in those gunfights, they have gotten some new guns for them, and one of those new guns is going to be Miner. Miner showcased an amazing performance in the PMCO, helping his team qualify as the third seed from PMCO Bangladesh.
Exactly. Their major part is, if you want to talk about their major part, always stays about the rotations and secondaries gunfight. But given the fact they do gunfight so good, I want to see what their rotations are because they should be even better. Talking about the other teams, their drop locations might be clash depending on if their opponents are changing with their own pace, but things might as well change.
Exactly. Plus, I mean, this time in PMCO Bangladesh, they had to face off against one of the most underdog teams, not underdogs, well, dark horse teams that you could have predicted, XB Blood Legions. And 1952 took them head on multiple times and came out on top. So that is something that was really impressive about this team, and I would like to see how they fare off against the rest of the competition once we actually have the PMPL South Asia Season 3.
Exactly, but there's one thing that I would still want to see. If they choke in one game, do they carry that forward? Or if they win in that one game, do they carry that forward? How does the momentum come up with this team? Because the most important thing in these kind of league tournaments is always momentum.
And when we talk about the team from the future, Future Station Gremlin Storm, well, it is a squad of veterans and especially a team that does not stop fighting. I mean, we have seen it. They take one fight, they move on to another one, then they take the third one, and that's how this team likes to play.
Exactly, that's how this team likes to play, but there's one thing that kind of just, goes bad with them. It's a volatile team, I would say. Yeah. It's kind of a time bomb just staying out there with its volatility. If they go good, they go the whole day. If they go bad the whole day. They gotta, figure that code out. They gotta break that code. And once that happens, if they have one bad game, the next one should be good. Because at this moment, points matter a lot. Talking about the previous performances, Machine, Bad Rave, those players have been incredible with their gameplays. I mean, Machine has been like amazing. Steel Shot has been amazing. But now when we talk about the way they have to just, change their pace of the game, they'll have to somehow just bring out something else on the table, something that's unpredictable for the competition.
Exactly, but if we compare their previous performance, the performance in the previous PMPL to the performance that they will bring to the table right now, I have to say, I mean, the last time the team was a little bit inexperienced. They were fresh on the scene, they were young bloods, and they were really, really aggressive. But this time, I think the aggression is going to be toned down a little bit, and the experience that they have gained throughout the time since from then till now is definitely going to help this team out a lot in this competition. But are they going to be able to survive the challenge?
I mean, survival is the most important key, right? You survive, you get those points, you get those points, you move forward in the ranking system or something like that. Depends on how you're playing, like it's a league or a super weekend, something like that. But these players, obviously, the volatility is the only factor for me personally that I would say they have to just move forward, move past with. If they go past that, the competition is theirs for sure.
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Coliseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We got done with 1 week, move on to the second week. This is week number 2, day 1 of the league plays that's about to get started right about now. And it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Wook up your fun with that. Again, a huge thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm going to be your host, Blotto. Joining me on the NSS today, we have none other than the two duos that you already know by now. It is, of course, I Super Johnny joined in with Ocean Sharma.
Yes, exactly. And week 2 is going to be the week of fixing your mistakes. I'm telling this with the experience. I mean, I've seen the future. Let's just call it like that, because there are going to be some teams that might make it.
Yes.
We just have to see if they have understood what happened last week with them.
Exactly, the mistakes need to be corrected this time, because if you miss 2 weeks in a row, that's about it. That has to be it, sealing your defeat. But I mean, 2 weeks should be enough for you to make it. This is for the 4 teams that missed out on Super Weekend 1. This is their second chance at redemption.
Absolutely, because again, when you talk about the format itself, you're looking at 20 teams in total that, of course, are part of the PMPL South Asia. But in that, only 16 move on to be a part of the Super Weekend Awesomeness. We've already done week 1 Super Weekend. As we move on to week 2, again, these 20 teams will have 2 days of league plays. Combine that together, you're looking at 10 matches in total.
Exactly, I mean 10 matches in total. Each team plays about 8 matches for themselves, and those 8 games you have to make sure that you have enough points that you qualify to the Super Weekend. Otherwise, I mean, if you're not playing the last few games, you never want to leave it to the last minute, because we did see that from a couple of teams wherein before the last 2 games they were inside the top 16, and after that, well, they were out of it.
Exactly.
I mean that just goes on with one continuation as well. You have to do your homework beforehand, right?
Yep.
If you fail down in that, you fail down in the whole game, and that too second day kind of just becomes the major changer.
The most crucial indeed, because again, you only get 2 days of the league plays, and together when you combine all the 20 teams together, what are they working towards? Well, of course, there is this bragging right of being the champion, but alongside that, there's a massive prize pool of $300,000 on the line, from which, of course, you're looking at 150 grand just separately kept for PMPL South Asia Finals.
Exactly, there's a lot on the line. I mean, there's league play attendance fee that you are fighting for. Play all your matches during the league play and you get $2,500. You make it to the Super Weekend, then you have $1,000 for every single chicken dinner. Once you make it to the finals, there's money on the line, there's slots for the regional finals. The stakes could not be higher.
Exactly, because again, I mean, yes, we are looking at 20 teams during the league plays, but only 16 of those move on into the Super Weekend itself. And alongside that, when you combine the entire schedule, the entire journey, only 16 can be a part of the PMPL South Asia Finals itself. So it is, as Ocean and Johnny just mentioned, going to be very crucial for them to start ranking up those points, because that is where the entire story will move on down towards. How many kills are you getting? What sort of placement points are you working towards to be able to, move on along into the top 16?
Exactly. First position always gets you the 15 points. Right now, I mean, this time, if we talk about the league days, 15 points won't get you $1,000 as per se, but obviously that's for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right? But second position gets you 12, third gets you 10. So that just goes on decreasing, as 13 to 16 will get you nothing. But 1 kill, 1 point. We have seen some really big upsets or maybe ups and downs with that 1 kill, 1 point system.
That is true. I mean, we've seen as we moved on from the league plays, week 1 league play into week 1 Super Weekend, there was that 1 point difference that made a team join into the top 16 or be brought down into the 17, 18, 19, 20th position.
Exactly. Specifically teams like DRS, teams like A1 Esports, who were like struggling during the early stages of league play day 1, and then comes league play day 2, the last few games, they start racking up those skills and they start getting those points for themselves, and in the end they qualified. Same can be said for the Pakistani teams as well, because their qualification method was a little bit different to the other teams that were riding on the top 8s of the chart. These teams were heavily focused on getting those skill points, and with that they were securing a lot of points in every single game. That did not matter to them whether they took an early exit, so that is also a thing that you can go for.
Right.
At this point, qualification is the only thing that you need to worry about for the Super Weekend.
Exactly, and Ocean just mentioned, I mean, we're looking at only 10 games in total that will take place right off the bat, but amongst them, all 20 teams are going to be participating, and those teams have been subdivided into 5 groups. So let's have a look and skim through these groups, where indeed this time around INES will be a part of this. They were, well, sadly not able to make it to the first Super Weekend, but this time around this is their point to prove their worth.
This is where they're gonna have their hopes high right now, and obviously their gameplay. They know what the teams are capable of doing. They know that they were sitting outside in the first Super Weekend, right? So this time they have to just learn from how do the teams play in the Super Weekend versus how do they play on league days. What are the differences? How do they just take the circles? How do they take the rotations? And is something wrong with INES's rotations right now? If something wrong is with the gunfight, they gotta just now it's the time that it just gets put to test.
Exactly, and the test is going to be even tougher for them because I mean, if you talk about the group that they're in, I mean, if you are in the group stages, there are like you get to not play other groups at certain points, right?
Right.
But in case of INES, the teams that they are with, those are the same teams that are sitting in the top 5 of the Super Weekend standing. Those teams have shown brilliant performances. But then we move on to Group B, where we have StalwartFlex, Z3us Esports, Future Station, and Skylight Gaming. Future Station, let's talk about them for a minute. Huge expectations from the lineup, huge expectations from the team just because of who they are, who they were in PMPL Season 2. But Week 1 was something that we did not expect to happen for them.
That is true, mate. That is no question about it. And again, I mean, they have the opportunity as of now that they should be able to, of course, utilize that invited opportunity for them to work in their favor and be a part of the Super Weekend awesomeness. Move on along, of course, towards Group C, where you have teams like Team F4, A1 Esports, a team that was, I mean, just perfect when it came down to the aggression, when it came down to the placement points throughout the weekend.
I mean, Group C is kind of a group that always knows how to get their points, right? Talk about A1 Esports, talk about T2K.
Right.
Those teams have shown some of the most incredible gameplays for themselves. XP Blood Legion, I mean, they outshine in the games like League Play, and obviously PMCO, we have seen them doing incredible in F4 as well. So these teams need to just stand up right now so that they can just, again, just showcase that gameplay. I mean, these might be the days to start up their mental momentum for themselves.
Exactly, but think about this as well. Even during the league play days, it was just the last few games that XP Blood Legion did do really well in, and because of those games, they were able to qualify. But then we move over to the Super Weekend. We are expecting this team to turn momentum around, and that does not happen. So this week is another opportunity. If they can make it to the second Super Weekend, I think XP Blood Legion, they will try and make a comeback. But that's not it. We have more.
Exactly. Group D out here, R3D, I mean, a team that had an incredible chicken dinner for themselves. One of the most tactical chicken dinners, I would say, in the map of Sandhawk they had for themselves in the Super Weekend. Venom Legends is an invited team, so they would love to do even better. Right now, if we talk about this one, DRS Gaming, well on a roll if we want to talk about this one. High voltage as well. I mean, Assassin, Kuni, Aussie, incredible players if we want to talk about the gameplay and extreme. So this group can be really good for their own gameplays, and I would say this group might as well, a whole group can qualify once again, because all the teams know their business. But after this is a group from where two slots, like two teams did not qualify.
Yeah, Group E, we have Seal9, 1952, PN Crew, and Deadeyes Guys. So since we are in the League Play days, I want to talk about PN Crew, right? Because League Play Day 1, League Play Day 2, PN Crew did amazing.
Yes.
They had wonderful performances. They had 2 chicken dinners to their name. They were looking really good going into the Super Weekend. But the story of the Super Weekend says something else entirely different. And Deadeyes Guys as well. I mean, Deadeyes Guys, the roster changes there, the veteran players are there. I mean, this team, again, it's a similar story to what happened, I mean, in the early stages of DRS, wherein we were wondering, like, what is happening to this team? But DRS bounced back, and we are still waiting for DE to come back into the action. Probably this is going to be the week that they do it.
Absolutely will have to, because again, I mean, as you move on along, when you talk about the entirety of the schedule, yes, 1 week is done. They've got 2 more weeks before we step into the finals itself. And so when you combine those 2 weeks, you're only looking at league plays, because that is where you will have to prove your mettle to be a part of the Super Weekends. And those teams that move on into the Super Weekend, well, they've already started racking up those points. But alongside that, let's talk about the teams who were not able to, participate in the first Super Weekend. And in that, a few teams that I do want to call out for, a few teams that we should all be on the lookout for, are certainly going to be 1952 and INES. Now, INES certainly did get themselves a chicken dinner with 38 points to this team. But again, what are they going to be proven today?
The mistakes. You can see the mistakes in this one. Damage dealt versus damage received ratio should be lower.
Right.
I mean, you should have less damage received on you as compared to the damage that you're giving. But talk about this, 3,800 damage given and 5,000 damage received. That means if you're going for a fight, you're not giving adequate damage, but you're taking a lot of damage on you. That means you're going down. And that was the difference that just, differentiated these teams against the rest of the competition. 3,600 damage dealt versus 5,500 damage received. So this creates a void. Plus, INES, a team that had a chicken dinner,
they did not qualify, that means one good game will never mean you have done your job. You gotta
Exactly.
move that.
Exactly. One good game is not going to make up for the 7 bad ones you have had.
True.
You need to have more better performances from the side of INES. And well, we do have the performance graph in front of us. So second game is the one where they had an amazing performance. And that is the game that they got their chicken dinner in. And look at that. Apart from that, they had 2 games. The first game and the third game where they had 0 points. And well, after that, the graph is, well, it's not looking good.
Let's talk about, you can see, right, their maximum points was obviously 18 plus, if you just want to talk about 18 or 20. But if you talk about this one, 6 points was their second highest. You can never rely on that form right now. So that's how you differentiate a team's good game versus the entirety of a bad game saga.
Exactly.
And that can never change the way a team's mentality should be.
Absolutely, Ocean. Because again, I mean, both of you had already been mentioning this, that whenever it comes to those league plays, you want to be looking at consistency. You have to have consistency throughout the games that you're playing. And in that, if you bring that damage graph and that graph that we just noticed, I mean, INES's approach is a bit off to a chart which is not what they want to be able to see. But alongside that, of course, they've had that one opportunity that did not work in their favor. Hopefully, this week 2 will be theirs. But move on along to other 2 teams that were not able to participate in the first Super Week in Awesomeness. It was, again, teams that everybody had high expectations from. Invited teams coming in, of course, Future Station against Seal 9.
Yeah, so both these teams are in a similar boat, wherein huge expectations from the lineup. Future Stations, as I mentioned, veteran lineup, destroyed players' hopes and dreams last season, but this time it is happening to them. On the other side, Seal 9, one of the teams to qualify from South Asia Wildcard PMCO along with Seal Esports. Now, I mean, we have seen the teams from Mongolia. We know the level of destruction they bring into the lobby, and we were expecting sort of same things from Seal 9 as well. But what is happening to this team? It seems like they are not able to comprehend how the opponents are playing.
Exactly. I mean, that is totally true, right? We're talking about Future Station as well. You can see their games, the way they have played their games and the way they have accumulated the points. 10 point is the maximum marker that they just reached. They could not go 10 plus for themselves. But we're looking at all the other games and points. You can see the single digit marker for them. Single digit including the kill points and the placement points. So sometimes they are not even getting kill points as well. Sometimes they're not even getting the placement points as well. So that just means one thing, and that is if you're having a bad game, you gotta next game or maybe one game you gotta go for just the placement points somehow.
Right,
just gather those, just like DE did in on the last day.
And again, bring that conversation towards just Future Station itself, as we were just discussing during the league plays as well. When it came down to this team, their rotations is where they were caught off guard so many times. I mean, yes, they were ready and prepped for those fights, but again, those rotations is where you're going to be caught off guard. That's where the entire fight goes against you and you get chucked back in the lobby, sadly.
Exactly, and as Ocean was mentioning, getting those single digit points, I mean, it can work out in your favor if you are like R3D and if you get like 7 plus points basically in every single game. But having 6 points, having 5 points, 2 points in a game, that is not going to work out. I mean, on average, 8 plus points does work out in your favor, because last time also that's what we noticed. What was the qualification, like 45 plus points? So that's what you should aim for.
That is true, mate. That is so very true. But alongside this, there is going to be another turn of events for you guys sitting back at home, because again, certainly do hope that you're enjoying, but along with that perfect gameplays that you're witnessing, you can very well be a part of the reward system that we've got set up. All you need to do is chime into the PMPL South Asia games through the Esports Center. As you do so, you will start earning points. Those points can then be multiplied if you start guessing weekly winners, alongside which, of course, you have a stand. I mean, you get to be a part of this perfect PMPL outfit. I mean, who does not want that? Who does not want to, showcase that amongst the entirety of the lobby as well as your friends?
Only the top 3 will get the outfit. So if you see in game, you know who's been watching the matches.
But dudes, I mean, with that, it is now time to have a look at the schedule. Yes, league plays is where we're at. Week 1 was an interesting start. Move on to week 2, day 1. We are going to be starting off on the map of Miramar this time.
Talking about a map of Miramar, right? We saw really less Miramars, and that to 3 only, to be precise, last week. So if someone, I know this, Blotter, you're gonna ask me this question. So I would say I'm not gonna predict any team altogether, because I want to go with an open mind to see how teams' mentality is gonna be right now. with everything, because it's going to be a new start for the teams like INES as well, for teams like Future Station. So that new start might as well bring out some new gameplays in their minds, because we haven't seen them playing in Miramar as such.
As of now, no, that is true. But alongside that, again, when we looked at those matches, there were groups as well. So only group A, B, C, and D are going to be participating in this first few games. And in the 2 games, when it comes to the map chance, we are looking at, wow, I mean, perfect turnover wins for all of these teams, because they've been consistent.
Yeah, they have been consistent, especially, I mean, C and E right there, along with DRS and Team Seal, they have had amazing times. And look at the average. So, as Ocean mentioned, we did see just 3 Miramars coming in during the Super Weekend, and during those 3 Miramars, look at that. Average place, 2nd position on average, 3 kills. I mean, the placement points coming in do make up for the lack of kills, but DRS as well, they are doing really well for themselves, getting those 6 average kills in those 3 games.
I mean, DRS is a really aggressive lineup, if you want to, just talk about that lineup. Seal, you remember that 1v1v1 situation.
Exactly.
The one that they had a chicken dinner on Miramar. And talking about Miramar, I mean, they always had like 2 out of 3 was their chicken dinners on Miramar, so you cannot say anything about that one, right? So they were impressive.
Oh wow, that is true, mate, that is true. But again, I mean, you guys have already said that you're not wanting to predict any more. But when it comes to teams like 1952, any words that you can expect from them?
Well, not right now. As Ocean mentioned, I mean, we're going to wait and see what the teams that did not make it bring to the table this time.
Well, with that, you guys sitting back at home, of course, hashtag PMPL SA in the chat and let us know what team are you going to be following and supporting. With all of that taken care of, enough banter coming in from the analyst desk. Let's get busy with game number 1 of week 2 of the league plays. It is time to move over to our commentators, who are going to be the Erangel boys. Move on to Miramar this time around. It is going to be XP and Play.
Thank you for that, Blotter, and he is indeed very much right, XP. It's going to be your first Miramar. It's going to be your first non-Erangel game coming in here. And I just want to touch upon what Ocean mentioned on the desk. He did touch upon the fact that we've only seen 3 Miramars having been played, that too during the Super Weekend. So, to be very real, I feel like it's going to be a lot of surprises coming out here. You're going to be expecting a few of these teams, especially teams like INES and, of course, Future Station, who would be looking to qualify for the next Super Weekend. They might have a couple of tricks up their sleeves.
You are taking a few names of certain teams, which we are going to talk about, but you did mention 3 Miramars. Well, we're going to be balancing the scales today because, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 Miramars in store for you today. And I guess they're going to be kind of happy we're not doing Erangel because it was kind of like we were in a rut.
Look, I'm not going to complain. I like Erangel. We did have a chance to do, to watch, these 3 Miramars as well, along with Sandhawk. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm personally looking forward to seeing some different circles, talking about School and Rozak and Georgie. We get to see a few new places coming into play here. So for me personally, I'm looking forward to today's games.
I am looking forward as well. Of course, you got to remember one thing. This is going to be week 2 of league play, which means that basically the tables have been reset. Everything is going to be everyone starting at the same level. Of course, only 16 teams are going to make it to the next Super Weekend, and the chances of the same 4 teams remaining out of this weekend are pretty slim. But again, you never know what might happen in PUBG Mobile, because very shortly the action is going to break out. And to be honest with you, I'm excited that it's Miramar.
I am as well. We of course have more action tomorrow as well. Like the league stage for today and tomorrow, it's going to be primarily Miramar and Erangel as usual. Let's talk a bit about the teams, right? We did not have 1952, we didn't have INES, we didn't have Future Station and Seal 9 play during the Super Weekend, so they had to sit out the entirety of the weekend. And yesterday, while you and I were just relaxing a bit, grabbing a couple of beers, just chilling, kind of recuperating from last week's action. These 4 teams.
Are you talking about the PUBG Mobile action, or I'm just
everything, right? Everything. But yeah, these 4 teams. Like, if you were them, what were you doing over the weekend?
I guess the question is, what we want to ask is, have they done their homework? Have they actually been keeping an eye out on the teams? As of course the analyst desk did kind of mention that, have they been having a look at the rotations? Are they going to do something different? But this is what I feel. Since you only have 2 days to basically make it to the Super Weekend, just give it your all. Just give it all. Play like you would a classic game is what I'm going to say, because if you get in the nitty-gritties of all your tactics, it can just overwhelm you.
That is true. And one thing we noticed from some of the teams who played last week, where some names that jumped out for me particularly, obviously we have the Mongolians, but A1 Esports looking pretty solid. we had Seal, we had Z3us Esports as well. A number of these teams, mixture. We had Bangladeshi teams, we had the Nepali teams.
Carnage just came out of nowhere at the end.
StalwartFlex as well, coming in from Pakistan. Like, they've been doing fantastic. But a couple of teams who did kind of disappoint, and we'll be seeing them play later on today, were the teams from Group E. We saw PN Crew and, of course, Deadeyes Guys, two teams who were fantastic during the league stage, and they kind of fell flat during the Super Weekend.
See, again, it is the first Super Weekend, and we still have 2 more before the grand finale does appear. But again, it's never too late. However, the thing is, right now, they need to forget about all of that. Forget the first Super Weekend, because now, over the course of the next 2 days, they need to make it to the next one. You got to compartmentalize. Right now, they should just have one objective in their mind, and that's to make it to Super Weekend 2.
And also, like, even if you're okay, we're talking about teams who didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend. We spoke about teams who struggled in the Super Weekend as well. What about the teams who did do good? You're talking about Carnage Esports, you're talking about Zeus, you're talking about Z3us Esports, you're talking about StalwartFlex, all these guys, A1 Esports as well. They did fantastic in Super Weekend, right? So they have accrued a pretty healthy number of points to keep them safe. But there is always the risk. There's always the off chance that a couple of bad games here, again, each team plays only 8 maps over the course of the next 2 days. There is a possibility that they would not qualify for the second weekend.
Basically, you cannot get complacent. Now, again, like I said, it's a clean state. It's going to be a clean state for all the teams. Did I say state or slate? Slate. We're going to be wiping the slate clean. But again, it is going to be a fresh start. So again, forget everything else. Yes, they've had a wonderful time in the Super Weekend, but right now they've got to make sure they get their spot for the next one. I know I'm trying to emphasize it a lot, but again, it would be surprising if a team like, say, Seal Esports do not make it to the Super Weekend. But that can happen. You might have some targeting. I mean, you know, I'm just saying, hypothetically, it is possible.
And also considering it's Miramar, we're going to be going full circle here, right? Miramar has only been played 3 times, in which a few of these teams who did not play the first Super Weekend have never touched Miramar. Now, we did see a couple of teams, Carnage Esports, for example, they had some fantastic number of placement points. They were fantastic on Miramar. But again, only 3 games. That's a very small sample size. So heading into this first Miramar of the day, all the 3 Miramars of the day, what do you kind of like, I want to hear your predictions, not in the teams, but how you think it's going to be played out.
Definitely it's going to be fast-paced action. Now, of course, every single team has their favorite drop spots. So the thing is, we're going to see action at 2 points, either right at the beginning, where drop spots are going to be contested, or in proper PUBG Mobile fashion as the teams are getting closer and closer to one another. We're going to see some vehicular manslaughter, 100%. We're going to see some cars blow up, and unfortunately all the occupants with it. So that's what I'm going to be expecting. Gone are the days when Miramar was a slow sniper's map, and you know, in the distance you're like, I got it, 1 second, and tar! Now everyone just rushes in, goes for the kill, and that's what's going to happen right about now.
Speaking of rushing in, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping in here. The first game about to get underway, the first map of week number 2 of the league stage, the second one. It is going to be on Miramar. The first time we're seeing Miramar in the league stage. We have, of course, Group A, B, C, and D playing for the first couple of games. That means we won't be seeing Seal 9, 1952, PN Crew, and Deadeyes Guys, at least for the time being. And looking at a playing path, XP, it's going to be starting from El Pozo and heading towards Puerto Paraíso.
Puerto Paraíso, indeed. And the thing is, it is going to pretty much cut the map in half, so all the fans for places like Campo Militar, El Azahar, you can still reach your spots. Now, again, talking about drop spot contestation, a couple of teams that, of course, you did mention are not going to be playing, so it does become easier for teams like, say, 7C Esports to basically have El Azahar all to themselves. So now, again, the question is, how far are you willing to go? Because by the time the last team is going to be vacating the plane, the circle is going to form, and we have seen the pattern that as soon as the circle forms, some teams kind of deviate from the drop spot.
They do indeed, and that is something I actually enjoy, right? It's showing that a lot of these teams aren't just, you know, a one-trick pony. They're not just used to only one particular draw point. We've seen R3D do that. We've seen Venom Legends do that on Erangel as well, and of course our Mongolian teams in the form of Z3us Esports and Zeus as well. And looking at the playing path right now, INES dropping very early, a team who did not play the first Super Weekend, and they're going to be dropping very early, and I already hear a few gunshots.
Gunshots are going to be fired, of course. This is what I was talking about. You're going to have those drop spot contestations. However, just talking about INES, and this is kind of interesting.
Okay.
Mafia Ninja sees a car in the distance. He wants to disable the wheel so that, well, no one can take it. But again, just talking about INES now, normally they would head over to Monte Nuevo, but this time again, they want to play it safe. They want to make sure they survive till the end. Of course, they don't want to be caught out, in an unlucky situation while traversing. But talking about circles, we are going to have the map on our screens in a few seconds, but again, action breaking out early.
You called it. You said it's potentially going to be very early action breaking out here. Right now, Assassin taking a few shots from his UMP. We can take a look at the circle. And look, I have never, ever seen a prison final circle. I mean, I've not had the opportunity to cast it. I'm just saying, we saw some pretty wild beach and bridge action on Erangel multiple times towards that southwestern side over the course of the Super Weekend as well as in the league stage. So we could be seeing that, but we do have a couple of knocks taking place already very early in the game. Blood Legion, a player down, but Voltrox is down as well. Now Zidon can lay down a bit of covering fire, but it's going to be pretty hard. No, he's not going to be able to do anything for his teammate, and it looks like his Voltrox will be bleeding out here. And Leo is very aware. He's being patient. He's not getting too over-eager, looking to go for the kill, and in turn getting knocked down by a member of F4. But it looks like Voltrox is going to be bleeding on out here. There's no way his teammates are going to be able to push in, and there we go. Leo, he bided his time, and he gets the first kill. Leo will be the first victim of the day of week number 2.
Well, that is not a title you really want to have hovering over your head, the first victim of the second week. However, the thing is, now, a team like Team F4, these guys love dropping down at San Martin. Of course, they went a little bit further up north towards the house of the boss, Hacienda del Patron. Now, Hacienda is a place where XB Blood Legion love calling home. And I think one of the reasons why they did kind of migrate up north is because R3D Esports, a team which time in and time out has gone to El Azahar, this time they decided to switch things up. Now, that kind of tells me that these boys are ready for a fight. Of course, San Martin is going to be one of those really popular places, and I see we have a Mini 14 trained at the enemy, but the question is, are any heads going to pop off?
We're going to be finding out, and one thing we're going to be seeing for sure on Miramar, and that's something I'm sure makes you happy, it makes me happy as well, XP. It's going to be a lot of sniper action, a lot of bolt action, sniper action as well. Could be seeing some ARMs, some M24s, the Car 98s, and of course, even guns like the Mini 14 can be quite deadly. We do see Aussie has got a scar in hand, and again, high voltage. They had a pretty solid showing, pretty solid outing during the first Super Weekend, but they're going to be facing off against, well, the current emperor of the emperors rather of the PMPL South Asia stage here, because Seal, they had a quieter day number 3, but day 1 and 2 was just ridiculous from the side of Seal Esports.
I mean, basically, day number 3, you are right, it was quiet because they didn't start things off with a bang. Double back-to-back chicken dinners on day 1, and day 2, and now talking about the circle. Wait a second, we are going to have some more action as XP Blood Legion are pushing up on F4.
Zidon, he knows he's getting pushed from multiple directions. I love this, but a quick couple of knocks coming in. Wolverine, oh, they're getting knocked down. Quite a number of them, and they might just enter not in the nick of time. The one player will be taken down. Dominic needs to be rest as well. Look at Khan just pushing on in. Is he going to be going for the rest? I don't think so. He's going to be going in for the push, trying to get the player here. He spots him out. He's going to go for the close range duel. He's going to find another player, and now it is basically a 1v2 favoring the side of F4. The rest has come on in, but Ryan needs to do a lot of work. He's going to do a fantastic jump up close with the auto shot. He's going to find one. Khan just peering around the corner. And it's going to be a beautiful 1v2 from Ryan. Close up and personal. The kiss of death delivered. And Blood Legion, sure to lose a player, but they wipe out F4 early in the game.
When you have a DBS shotgun that close and it's pretty much in your face, you are going to be blown to bits.
Can we get a replay of the final shot?
That was perfect.
Was the pre-fire wide swing out. That was beautiful coming in from Blood Legion.
And in all honesty, let me just point one thing out. I kind of did not like the way Blood Legion kind of rushed in. Now, they are in one car. Now, that crossfire that we did see, they were the first ones to get knocked down. Of course, Khan was on the first floor shooting down with his UMP, or the Oompa Loompa, as I like calling it. But again, it wasn't the best push in, the best move in, because they could have been wiped out before they even, well, dismounted from the vehicle. But again, luck was on their side. And a little couple of mistakes from Team F4. I mean, if you want to be aggressive, you got to be aggressive, and there you have it. This is the cover I was talking about. Wolverine, I beg your pardon, was something they were not expecting. Now, Khan over here does come out. A little bit of a mistake from Leo as well. He kind of overextended, but these shots, let's have a look at them.
Oh! Boom! Just the wide swing, one shot in the face, and as you called it, man, shotguns are deadly in close range as it is, but that auto shot especially can be brutal. High voltage, they're feeling it. They want to take this fight, bullets will fly thick and fast, and we have a member that is Wally from Seal, who is quite low already, but Assassin should be careful, he should be wary, and he got a little too over-eager. Thankfully for him, he realizes his mistake in the nick of time, and he heads back to cover inside of the warehouse.
Again, have a look how clinical Seal play. Now, Wally and Zeke are going to be up front, but to make sure that Assassin didn't just shoot down at them, two of the teammates held back and just literally covered him as soon as he came out. Just basically put a few shots in, which kind of forced them to go back in for cover. Now, that's when Zeke and Wally can actually move in, position themselves, wait for the teammates to come and give them backup, and then push in from all sides. That is something we might expect to see in the near future, but looks like A1 Esports are going to be picking a fight with T2K, who have already lost a member.
Early on, Rated Sir getting taken down. And it's 4v3 fight. A1 Esports. Are they finally going to get a chicken dinner, XP?
You know what? I mean, let's just forget about day 3 of Super Weekend, the first Super Weekend. That was the day that even they would want to pretty much wipe out from their memories. Barring that, yes, they definitely deserve one. However, right now, all they need to focus on is making it to the Super Weekend, and then that's when the chicken dinners are going to matter.
I'm going to be extremely, extremely shocked and surprised if A1 doesn't make it to the Super Weekend. I think they've been consistency personified, where, where they don't need a chicken dinner, right? They just keep getting those enough number of kills, enough number of points.
The extra money kind of helps.
Yep, money's great. I won't lie. I'm trying to be nice here, okay? Like, money's great. Of course, you get that money. I mean, think about it, right? It's still so early in the tournament, and our boys in Seal, they already made 4,000 buckaroos. That's a decent chunk of money, man, just getting those chicken dinners. But so did Carnage. They did a fantastic job as well, especially the final day. They were looking fan-freaking-tastic. And you know what else is fan-freaking-tastic? The big green zoom banger out in the open, and there's no one to pick it up. Does that break your heart, XP?
Someone is going to pick it up because, I mean, it is entwined in their destinies that the AWM is definitely going to be used. But right now, Mr. Boro is not going to be one of them as he's been taken down. And wait a second, his knees barely hit the ground when he became a cop.
That was, he just kind of walked into a firing squad. They were all 3 members from Future Station. He knew Bad River was nearby. He's like, oh, I can get that kill. And then everyone else, Machine, Evil Eye, and Capshi are like a big fat no.
That is one thing you have to watch out for in Miramar because, of course, you got to realize that, you know, these mountaintops, of course, now this is a map where height definitely matters. And, of course, have a look at the circle shifting further down, which is going to make things a bit more interesting. That means all these teams up north are going to have to migrate down below. And the thing is, since we don't really have too many buildings or compounds to play around with, we are going to expect a lot of shock in our moves as A1 Esports are now taking the fight again to T2K, and looks like they've lost another member.
T2K, blah, 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 will be finished off, and they're not able to answer back. That is not the star T2K we're looking for here. They haven't even got a single kill either, and look at 9, boy, he's feeling hungry. They want this wipe, they want to take down T2K, and interestingly enough, right, it's not a fight they necessarily need to take because both these teams are well within the play zone, but they want it nonetheless. Meanwhile, we can take a look at the kill feed. INES are going up against Future Station. Both these two teams did not play in the previous Super Weekend, so it's an interesting fight that's breaking out. But right now, A1 Esports have T2K in a bit of a pickle, and that jar is about to be shattered real quickly. Jane lying prone, hoping no one spots him out, and he is not being seen here. He's in that smoke, but the smoke is a giveaway. The smoke is a giveaway, but Jane! From inside of the smoke, he's still going to get the knock and the finish as well onto Dante. And Jane doing his best to keep them at bay. He's dealing a little bit more damage, but unfortunately, finally, he will be found out. And 9boy getting the trade. However, Utsurga is still there, but then he gets spotted out by 9boy. And like you said, those doors are made of wood, and they get splintered apart by that rifle. However, they have lost a member, and that's the opportunity that StalwartFlex needs. They know what has taken place here. They know what went down. They know they're a man down. And now they're going to be going in for the push.
And have a look how quickly the smokes have been deployed by A1 Esports, because they heard some vehicles coming and they're like, you know what? Someone is going to come and try and capitalize on our situation. And now we are going to have some shots fired. Sinister does get taken down. But 6ix9ine and Jax, they definitely have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, 9boy is already so very low in Sinister. He's got the little bit of extra smoke, but I like what Johnny's doing. He's going in for the flank all the way to the left-hand side. And even though he's got a little bit of cover, I don't think it's going to be good. Jax is going to be left alone, and the nade, StalwartFlex. They just came, and in the span of 10 seconds, they flexed so hard on A1 that A1 Esports are no more. They do get those 3 kills, but that's about it. And, well, we're talking about them...
Talking about chicken dinners.
Yeah, they're not even getting the bones from the table right now. What a brilliant wipe there. Like, there was A1 didn't stand a chance.
You know, you're going to reach a stage where teams, or not teams rather, the viewers are going to be like, please don't take my favorite team's name right now because the curse is strong with this one. I mean, you just took their names. It's like, oh, they're getting a chicken dinner. They're getting wiped out instead. But again, coming back to the situation, I mean, it was a good offensive, aggressive push by StalwartFlex. Of course, they realized something went down, and they're like, you know what? Let us go and see if we can pick up the remaining survivors. And that is the kind of gameplay that we definitely want to see from a team like that. But right now, we have a little bit of a lull, and as I'm having a look at the map on my other screen, it is going to get dicey. Everyone's coming close to one another, Blay.
Yeah, there you go. You just talk about the map here, and okay, listen, man. If it goes towards Los Egos, I am gonna be a very happy camper. Rarely get across the game of Miramar where the circle goes south. Oh, baby!
Go!
That's what I want. That's what I want. Look at that. Look at that. We got a couple of bridges. Got Los Egos. We got water. A potential final circle in the water on Miramar. Hell yeah!
I'm just still finding it funny. I think. Well, the PUBG gods are kind of listening to you right now. You might just get a lot of DMs today on your social media being like, just, you know, pray for our team. But right now, forget that because high voltage are again.
You don't want me to pray for your team. You do not want me to pray for your team. It never works out.
And this could be a good grenade. The question is, does he know exactly where they are?
Oh, he predicts it. And he's going to find one here, isn't he? Assassin. He's going to strike. Seal are in a bit of a tight spot.
Beautiful.
Molotov as well, making them feel very uncomfortable. I love this from Assassin. He's not taking a fight all by his lonesome. He's waiting for backup to arrive. And the flames are still being a bit of a problem. He's going to be going in from the flank, left-hand side. Goes for the spray. He's just tickling them. It's a death by 1,000 paper cuts.
He's getting them all. He's getting them all. He's getting them all.
Backups arrive as well. The cavalry's arrived, and they can't even go for the rest. They are trying to go for the rest, but they're getting shot at in the smoke. None of the bullets will connect, though. And Cooney's coming in from above as well. They are surrounded. There's no escape. They are going to get wiped out. Zake is going to be potentially... Muni is going to be the last person alive. He's even got 69 in his name, but that number is not going to be It's not going to be meaning much here because he is getting abused and brutalized and high voltage. They come and they make Seal look like amateurs. They just got wiped out there.
Talk about getting wiped out, but oh my goodness, the play by Assassin there, the way he kept the pressure on them,
beautiful.
His angles going left of the rock, throwing a grenade from them, going right, making sure the Molotov is going to be, basically denying the res over there. That was just beautiful. And something we do notice that kind of sticks out is have a look at Z3us Esports. They are not taking any chances as they go out from the blue. Remember, they did land north of Ladriera, and, well, that is quite a move. Of course, it is going to be surprising for teams who are going to go to Los Egos. They'll be like, wait a second, I thought this place would be empty, but Z3us are going to be there. Of course, you know what might happen right now?
Tell me.
We might see some bridge action in Miramar, which is quite unprecedented, but I'm going to come back to that in a second because it looks like Skylight Gaming. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where are those shots coming from? It actually could be Venom Legends, who are not too far off from their position. And talking about another fight that's breaking out, Z3us Esports going up against the Real Soldiers.
Well, right now, a bit of a lull in the action, and you did call it, XP. You said it was going to be one of those, a very hectic start to the game, and it was. We've already lost 4 teams, a number of casualties suffered by a lot of these teams as well, and Z3us, they can hear these engines, but they are also wary of the fact that DRS, another team who had a fantastic super weekend, and they're getting pushed, though. INES actually pushing Future Station, and the explosion. Battery is going to be spotted out. Future Station, well, they don't seem to have much future in this particular map. INES will come and wipe them out. That's a full wipe. They don't lose a single player as well. INES, a team who didn't make it to the Super Weekend. Future Station as well didn't make it to the Super Weekend, but INES off to a great start here. And as we do continue, well, the bodies will continue to drop. DRS now having to go up against Z3us, and Z3us, they're going to get 2 knocks, 2 kills. AJ and Gyalzin, the 2 members left alive, and they're going to be going against these full Mongolians. It's not going to be easy.
Now, I do believe that as soon as AJ almost getting knocked off his feet, they might just wait for another knock over here before they start charging in. Of course, they want to learn from their mistakes. They did kind of overextend the last few days, but looks like the play zone is going to be taking up a few members for itself as R3D's shot just went down. We'll come back to that in a second, as it's just a barrage right now of grenades and flashbangs that are being used. Of course, a couple of shots being fired. That is a optimistic grenade, but it is going to fall just a little bit too short. Now, what's happening over here here is Zeus needs to back off because the circle has shifted. We are going to go a little bit to the east. We still have a bridge to work around with, so we could still head to the island down south. However, this is where it gets tricky, play, because we only have a handful of compounds, and, well, we are going to have ridge battle after ridge battle.
7C have literally traversed the entirety of the map, and they're yet to go up against a single team or a player. However, they're going to be finding themselves on a certain part of that bridge. High voltage now. They got that team wipe earlier, and now Pubgm has been spotted out. That is Carnage. Extreme being very, very wary. Very quiet as well. Not showing himself. And a light is some high voltage. They don't want to take a fight yet because they know there are multiple teams. But as I say that Aussie, his trick of discipline is not existent. He wants to get those kills. And he's going to get the first knock. Cooney is going to drop Leo as well. And high voltage are taking fights with two teams at the same time. And they're coming out on top. They have the high ground advantage. You can see everything that's going on. And Zeus, Icy, taking down Zeus. The two players in that vehicle will try and make their escape. But yeah, Assassin, alongside the rest of his teammates, they are making mincemeat of everyone downhill.
I mean, on paper, yes, it looks good right now that they are going to be raining down death. However, since they do have to kind of move to the circle, they could be in a position to start getting picked off one by one. Have a look at Skylight Gaming's position now. It does kind of look like they are far, but if they have a high enough ridge or a high enough mountain to be perched up on, high voltage could be in trouble as they try to make their way inside. Now, 7C, of course, right at the south of the new circle, are going to be happy with their little niche that they've kind of carved out for themselves. No one is coming their way, and literally there's only one bridge, you know, basically in their direction. So that's all they have to fend off for. However, if the zone shifts further north, then Venom Legends could be lying in wait for them.
True. A bridge circle is what I pray for. Which is what not these teams will be praying for that though. DRS going up, and it's only 2 members of DRS, and unfortunately, even though they got a couple of knocks, it is not going to be good enough. Blood Legion, they're living up to their names.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, 6 kills. They wiped a couple of teams as well. That nade could have been deadly. Another one as well, but it's going to be in between, so they're fine for the time being. High voltage are making life a bit miserable for the side of Blood Legion. They need to get the rest real quickly, which they will manage to do. So for the time being, a bit of respite. Blade from afar. That StalwartFlex getting spotted out by Aussie. And that M4 not quite able to find its mark.
The moment of truth, the moment of truth. The circle has shifted, and there you have it. Now, 7C still have a little bit of ground to work on, but of course, that is not going to be the optimum position to be in. Now, this is where they might actually just jump in the water with a few cars so that they have the healing ability later on. Something that could be like a little bit of a wild card for them. But on paper, StalwartFlex looking good. In fact, have a look at how they were kind of moving out of their position just to make sure they deal with Zeus before they get stabbed in the back.
I really want to know what 7C does, though. I like your idea, you know, driving into the water, crossing it over. No one's going to be expecting it. But then again, that the landing spot is kind of barren. It is still open, and it's not going to be much cover for them to work with. So that's something they have to probably keep in their mind. StalwartFlex taking a bit of a fight, a couple of knocks, but they're going to be getting the res in. Now we take a look at Skylight Gaming. As 2 to love, there we go. They're going to open up on Venom Legends across the bridge. They're fighting across the bridge.
Just adding a point here, that was a shot well over 300 meters.
There we go. Nice spot there, XP, as Chari, he's going to find Pubgm, and Carnage are coming under fire. Manish will drop as well. Vehicle explodes. He will be taken down, and Carnage, I believe, are down to just the 1 man left standing, and Carnage jiggle. He's just going to go for a swim. He's like, screw this, I'm out of here.
I think that's the right decision over here because, well, he is, again, miles away from his teammates. But now the woes for Skylight Gaming are still not over. I'm going to come back to that in a second. And it looks like StalwartFlex are now in a good position. They have probably one of the only compounds in this new circle. And the fact that they have high ground overlooking the water is something that is going to be really advantageous for them later on. However, they still have to make sure no one comes from the back and stabs them in the back because, well, Assassin and the boys from High Voltage are literally letting the spots fly.
Red here, though, from afar. They get taken down. That was great covering fire being provided by the 1 member of Skylight Gaming from afar. And then, of course, the 3 members just pushing on in. They take a bit of damage, but they get the kill. And they're going to get the wipe as well. Skylight Gaming on 5 kills right now. Assassin, in the meantime, wary. He might get shot from behind. Again, not much cover to work with. They have to go prone. They're taking fights in multiple directions. Cooney's going to get a kill as well. Nightwing running and gunning. Gets a knock on the Chari. It's a great reaction from him as Cooney. They're going to continue on this tear of just mowing down people from above like the gods of death.
But you know, again, like I did say that they had the high ground that time, but coming down is going to be tricky. So you can't be up there too long and letting everybody know your position. You are going to pay the price. But it looks like 7C are finally going to be shot at across the water.
Skylight Gaming just got wiped out. Just got wiped the hell out by Venom Legends. 7C, like you said, they wanted to get into the water, now they're far across, and as you said, oh, Jiggle's been spotted out! Carnage, last man surviving, and he still is in the blue. He's actually safe for the time being. And StalwartFlex, they need to be careful that 7C can fire back at them from across. It's going to be long-range duels. You have Cooney in the water, Jiggle in the water, Ryan in the water, and looking at that circle, all three of them have to make a move. The circle will start moving eventually.
Mind you, I've got to point one thing out. StalwartFlex again are in the prime position. We've seen this in Erangel as well. The fact that they literally traverse the map as soon as the circle shifts is something that puts them in this little advantageous position. And like I said, it's good that they have a little bit of an overlooking spot over the water, because now they can be just raining down death, and the last man from INES has been spotted out. Luckily, none of those shots connected.
Again, INES, a team who didn't play the previous Super Weekend, so for them, every single point they can get matters. 7C and StalwartFlex looking pretty solid right now. StalwartFlex, all four players alive. 7C as well. I don't know how all four are still alive, considering they got a couple of knocks. Turulov has actually managed to swim all the way in. Clutch, well, he's trying to live up to his name. XP, he is trying desperately to live up to his name. And Crypt having a fantastic time shooting these bodies in the water.
He has too many targets out there. He can't make up his mind who he wants to take out first, because the moment he sees a head pop up above the water, he shoots. And I think this might just be the end for Clutch. It is going to get a little bit difficult. He is trying his best, but now, I mean, let me just tell you one thing. Does the water make you a little stronger? And he gets a little burst of speed there, and he is still alive.
Yo, Clutch, like, how are you alive, my man? We do have a couple of players from 7C dropping. Fear will drop as well. And I think that's it, right? Maybe not. Clutch, I didn't see Clutch. He's out. All right, too many bodies dropping at the same time. Couldn't really keep track, but now the final four teams remaining. And Jiggle will finally fall. It is the final two teams of 4v2 Venom Legends going up against StalwartFlex, and StalwartFlex, everyone alive, and they win it in style. A high frag game from StalwartFlex. They flexed on every single one they faced, and they looked good while doing it.
You know, Blay, time in and time out, we've used phrases like shooting fish in a barrel. Do you see how easy it is? Because that is exactly what was happening. I mean, Crypto at the end of it didn't know who he should take out first. I mean, that was, again, forget that. Let's not talk about luck. Let's not talk about, all the zone shifting towards them. This team, especially as soon as the circle shifts, they're the first to move out. And, well, they have done their homework, and it paid off for them. First chicken dinner of the day.
Yeah, there we go. And also, we can't count out the fact that we had a couple of teams, for example, we had INES have a pretty high placing as well. So certain teams stepping up compared to what they had earlier in a previous league stage. But I do believe it's time for a break, XP.
Yes, sir. Well, as these teams are going to be stepping up, we're going to step down from this platform for just a little bit, but don't go anywhere. It's going to be a quick one. We'll be back after this.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just started off our week 2 with the league plays, and that was an interesting turn of wits, where indeed, of course, a team that everybody had been rooting for with that dynamic plays have finally gotten themselves a chicken dinner. But alongside that, let's move on to the analysts and find out what do they think when it comes to this entirety of the game and the domination being showcased finally from another region.
Exactly, and I mean, as you said, it was unexpected turn of events, because all the teams that we were talking about not performing during week 1, well, they had a wonderful performance in this match.
Oh yes, one match. It was just the one match. So I would say, because one match never decides your total fate, right? I would still think, like, if today's day is good for them, that's going to be a good thing. But hey, talk about Stalwart's anticipation of the circle, the way they read the circle, the way they had all the players out there. Amazing, and the circle in its own.
Exactly, that's what I was about to say.
Curveballs.
you talk about reading a circle. How do you read a circle that's like this one? I mean, who talked about that southern shift? We saw the casters getting hyped about it. I mean, I guess they're turning into us.
Well, with that, move on to the MVP coming in once again. From StalwartFlex. This is the kind of play that was required with only 194 healing done. The dude was just stepping up for his team.
Awesome. Wow. 3 kills, 782 damage exactly, 22 plus minutes of survival time. That's the end of the game. So this was indeed a bit of a faster game, given the fact that the water circle kind of just plays against you. So yeah, the game had to end a bit early.
Exactly. And StalwartFlex, I mean, we know this team is riding the momentum high that they have established or created for themselves during the Super Weekend. So this is not a surprising performance for them. They were looking really good during the weekend, and I guess they have transferred sort of that energy to the league play as well.
Absolutely did, because again, this is the kind of play that was required from this team, and the lad just certainly stepping up for the entirety of the team. But with that, as you move on towards the contribution against the entirety of his team, again, I mean, a very balanced approach, just what you need as a team player.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, an average performance throughout, apart from the fact that has the least assists. So he's pretty much finishing the kills on the players that he is damaging out, and that, I mean, that works out. If your teammates are not picking up the kills or converting the damage into the kills, you are doing it. So the points are coming in.
Talk about the way the damage taken in survival bars were out there, right? He was taking good damage if it was coming on to him. Plus, he was surviving as well. That means he was giving equal time to his own self. Looking forward to each and every fight, which is very much needed. And if there are more and more circles like open Miramar circles, this kind of approach is what can take you and your team right off.
Boost your team's play. Absolutely. And again, I mean, talking about boost itself, I do want to talk about high voltage. The way they were in control on that hill was looking really good for themselves. But again, I mean, as the circle just pushed on along, it was a different turn of events. But I do want to bring up just a little bit about high voltage and what do you guys think when it came to that team's play together?
I mean, it was an interesting performance from them. And High Voltage is a team that we have talked about. They somehow managed to find that consistency. No matter which map they play, no matter what sort of what stage of the tournament you're in, that team knows how to be consistent.
I mean, I love that High Voltage versus Seal fight, the one that happened, right? They knew if there are lots of smokes out there, they knew where to shoot. They knew the exact area.
It was an assassin.
Exactly. So one player putting on a lot of pressure on an entire team, and that to the ones that had back-to-back chicken dinners. That was a fight to witness.
I'm gonna say let's just give credit to Aussie as well, because he was also present on the flank, and I mean he was also dishing out the damage to the players of Skylight Esports. So High Voltage, they know how to tackle those situations, and as I said, consistency has always been shown by this team. But let's talk about the outliers this time around. Let's talk about XB Blood Legion taking on F4 earlier on in the game, as soon as the match started, in fact, and wiping them out. So they were off to a good start. They got those kill points coming in, and also INES.
Exactly. INES walked away with 4 points in this game. Again, I mean, they were at the top when it came down to the third circle itself throughout the entirety of the lobby. But eventually, again, I mean, Ocean, you were noticing this when it came down to the rotation itself. I mean, the circle certainly did play curveballs, as it always does. But unexpectedly still, INES did hold their ground for the longest time. So that is, again, commendable, of course.
Circle played a good curveball maybe for a few teams, the ones that were already trying to hold their grounds at those areas. But talk about a team like Carnage. One player remaining, goes down into the water areas, tries to stay, tries to survive there. So in those situations, it just comes on. You can't do much in the waterlands, right? You have to be on the land side just to take up a fight. But as the amount of time that it takes for you to swim and get to the shore, the teams are already approaching the shore. So you, one individual, cannot do anything at that moment. And you remember there were like 3-4 individuals in the water areas when everyone. You have to just come out just to take that gasp of air for yourself, and once you do that, you will be taken down.
And you
there's a crate floating afterwards in the water.
There's a word that he would use that Ocean would love. It's a paradox that you are stuck in.
Indeed. But again, I mean, talking about paradoxes, another point to bring up would certainly be, of course, StalwartFlex were in control of that final circle, but as that circle did approach its finality, you're looking at Z3us Esports as well. Z3us did hold that ground for the longest time. Of course, that rotation, eventually, which they had to make through that water, did not favor them because StalwartFlex already knew that information. But again, I mean, I do want to bring up Z3us' commendable approach throughout this game.
Exactly. I mean, Z3us, I mean, the turnaround needs to come in. Ocean mentioned this is just one game. I mean, we are getting happy from the other teams. We are getting happy from XP Blood Legion and INES's performance from this one match. But 7C, it's a totally different team. It's a team that has shown promise in the past. They have shown promise during the last league play, the last Super Weekend. This week coming in, I would say 7C Esports. I want to see a little bit more aggression from the side.
I wanna talk about this team as well. Venom Legends, the team that was actually at the second position, right? Because that team was doing really good. They had one airdrop cover as well for themselves, but obviously they were spotted down at that moment. You could not do anything against that situation. It's a 4v3 situation at the end. So if your opponents are already carrying the momentum of this, just like shooting one, taking one down, they'll go for the fights. Obviously, they would love to.
Exactly.
Again, I mean, you talk about Venom, of course, when it came down to that 4th and 5th circle, they were in control of that.
Yeah.
They should have been able to, of course, capitalize on that and make that rotation a bit more early. But again, as they tried to do so, they were caught off guard. Now, another team to actually bring up would certainly be A1 Esports. That, of course, Flex, I believe, was the one. StalwartFlex was the one that third-partied A1 as A1 was busy with another fight. And right off the bat, within a few nades, A1 Esports was gone.
Again, I think the credit to that, most of the situations in this game is going to be where the circle exactly was, because you didn't anticipate. I mean, we have seen during the Global Championship as well, this one game where it was on the mountains on the southern side of the main island, and that created so much chaos. So when you have these unorthodox circles, especially in maps like Miramar, it creates a lot of panic situations, because you're not used to playing in those scenarios, especially as Ocean mentioned. I mean, people going inside the water situations. You don't see people in water in Miramar. I mean, it's a desert the map is set in. So that is I think one thing that sort of players have to improvise with, and those improvisations sort of in this scenario, particularly in this game, worked out for the teams that we were hoping for.
This conversation that you're just telling me gets me to back in time when you remember. I would say the games that actually on top became our favorite, the unorthodox upper circles and also. But used to be good times.
Again, boys, I mean, yes, this is just the first game of the league plays in week number 2, and that is off to an incredible start. Let's move on to the match ranking and find out when it comes to the entirety of the lobby. Of course, that comprises of group A, B, C, and D. What and how did all these teams fare?
27 points for StalwartFlex coming out here. 12 kills, 15 placement points. Venom Legends is looking good for themselves as well. 20 points for them. XP Blood Legion, well, maybe off to a good start. That's what I would want to say. Z3us Esports did not get anything in this one game, but hey, all they focus on is getting into top 16 right now. They can go for 1 or 2 good games and they can be just out there.
Exactly, and I mean, most of the teams that we were expecting to actually perform really well were the ones that were shut down in this match, and I'm actually happy about it, because that means the level of competition that is being put out by the teams that missed out on the first Super Weekend, missed out on all those points from those 15 games, are actually really hungry for this. And as we did see XP Blood Legion, if this team carries on like this, I mean, because now we sort of see the picture of the team that was sort of painted in front of us during the PMCO, and that is the team that we want to see again.
And not only that, there are so many other teams that do need to come online and have finally started to do so. With that, let's have a look at the zone analysis when it comes down to the entirety of this map. And dude, I mean, this is a game you have to talk about the circle.
Look at this, so much area in the line, and this is the first curve. Well, everyone's like, all right, it cannot go even south, right? It should stay here. But then the circle was like, no, today I have a different mood, just to play with the minds of people. And then everyone's like, will it go to loss? He goes all of a sudden, because you can see 7C just moving from, because this might have been a thing.
See, now that actually does provide a lot of safety, because I mean, it's a good decision and the bad decision at the same time, because for the early stages of the game, you're pretty much safe. No one goes to loss heroes, as Ocean said. Like, if you're in your right mind, you wouldn't go there. But the trouble arises in the fact, like, from this point onward, how do you get to the other side?
Yeah, I mean, majority of circuits out there, and look at this. This is where one team has the zone for themselves. They know the area. They're like, we are the only team inside the circle. If a team has to rush in, they'll have to just come through us.
And they had all 4 members alive as well, and that makes a huge difference, as we know, when it comes down to those final circles itself. Now with that, let's have all of these wonderful moments compromised together with the open moments and start right off the bat where it was, of course, XP bringing in that early aggression, that first blood.
Exactly. Take down one player from the side of F4 quite earlier on, who was caught out in the open. XP Blood Legion definitely used the advantage that they had quite wonderfully. And well, I mean, we did see the DBS in action, which I mean makes us always happy. Then we had another sort of a scuffle situation with A1 and T2K right in front of us. T2K, I mean, T2K is a team that always relies on that aggression. But that is the thing. People are getting used to their level of the speed at which they play.
Exactly. I mean, it always just, happens. But right now, as you can see, the fights that were happening, this is where high voltage was actually on high voltage for its own gameplay. And Team Seal, they got eliminated on the 13th position. Obviously, did not get any kill, neither placement point, so they were on 16th in the standings, as we just saw. So these things will be happening lots and lots of times, as we'll be just, moving on for today's day. And somehow, I would say, the teams will have to just, get up on all cylinders, because there will be a time when Group E is going to come into the play, and that's where two teams that did not qualify will be, running up for their own gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. And talk about gameplays, we did see amazing gameplay from Venom Legends, Stalwart right here, and the final fight, Stalwart just making sure that they secure the victory. I mean, the sound cues were being given away by their opponents, so it was like they knew where they had to go, they knew where the final players were to finish off. But hey, I mean, the skyscrapers are here again.
Once again, and in that it is, of course, StalwartFlex taking a humongous lead with 12 kills and 1852 damage dished throughout the entirety of this game. But a few other teams to talk about, of course, are going to be, well, nobody would have expected, like Seal Esports, the way they were brought down.
Oh yeah.
This is a proper example of one thing. Look at this, INES, 5 kills, 690 damage, 7C, 0 kills, 517 damage, and they are really close to each other. So in that, one thing means is you were getting out the damage, but you're not either converting it, or you were just, not rushing adequately the one that was needed just to convert even one.
Exactly. That's the thing, because it happens on Erangel as well. When there's a river separating two pieces of land, and the other side is completely easily visible, you are going to be able to take those shots. You will be able to get those knocks, but the players position themselves in such a way that as soon as they get knocked out, they fall back inside cover, they get revived, and they get back up again. So 7Cs, they weren't able to rush in, because like, how do you cross to the other side? You're going to have to take the dive, take the swim, and well, if you jump in the water, you are already dead. You just don't know it.
You've been caught off guard, and again, I mean, you've already given the information away, and you talk about the other side, it was StalwartFlex that had the information for the entirety of that and whatever teams were remaining in that region. Alongside which, of course, this is just game number 1 that has come to an end of the league plays. But as we move on along, let's have a look at the schedule, where, of course, things have started off on Miramar. Now we move on to the well-known Erangel, where once again we're looking at A, B, C and D groups chiming in for this game.
Exactly, and you can see after this, Group D is not going to be playing 2 games in the later stage. So I would love to see what Group D does in this one game as of now.
Exactly, I agree with that. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see, because we always say this, before you sit out of the matches, make sure you have enough points to cover up for that loss.
Absolutely, and that again, talking about just Group D, we saw High Voltage bring in that perfect domination coming in from their side. So did R3D as well as Venom. DRS hopefully will be able to bring themselves along, but look at the chances right there. I mean, DRS have had wonderful chances. The Real Soldiers creating themselves another perfect start, because they might be able to get a chicken.
Probably.
Yeah, probably, but it's Erangel, right? So I'm going to go with the team that has been destroying teams on Erangel. I'm going to go with Seal.
Mongolian teams for the win in this one, probably.
Mongolian teams for the win this time around is what you guys are going to be predicting. Last time there was no prediction coming in whatsoever at all.
Alright.
And now
Erangel kind of just gets strong with those teams.
It gets strong if it's the circle that are on the northern side, because like Military Island Circle is where things get tricky.
Northern side or Gatka side, Query side, like those circles will be good with them. But if you're talking about a circle, right, like
Military Island.
StalwartFlex already goes to military base, so let's just not go with them, because the momentum, if they have really strong wind, they might just get another.
Alongside that, Future Station also loves to go down towards that military base as well. Now, when it comes to those northern regions, every single time, Ocean, you've mentioned that Deadeyes are the ones who should be able to clutch that along, right? So hopefully, today might be that day.
There's one more thing, we were talking about XP Blood Legion last time, that they used to go to Nova Ripnoya, they want to change. They should change their drop location to some other area. They did. They went to Milta, but I would say if they want to just, maybe experiment one time, this might be one lobby if they want to.
The last time you said it that they need to change their drop location, they did it, and in that game the circle went to the military island, so that was quite unfortunate.
That is true, mate. That is true. They certainly did. I mean, I still remember it. And then they rushed back towards the military. They were like, dude, we better get back home.
I'm not going to say anything.
But
again, XP Blood Legion, don't change. If I say don't change the drop location, the circle goes north. If I say change the drop location, the circle goes south.
That's just the game. That's just the game, right?
True.
There.
But let's take that conversation towards INES. Now we know how important it is for them to be stacking up these points. Again, right now we saw they walked away with 4 points when it came down to that first game. Talk about the previous league play days, week 1 league play. It was Sandhawk that they were able to get that chicken dinner from. But as we bring that down to Erangel, what are you guys thinking from this team of INES?
I think looking at the scorecard from the previous game as well, INES, the mentality that they have for them in this time around specifically, just right off the bat from the first game, what I get is this team needs those kills and they are going aggressive. They are picking those fights. They are not running away from them just like last time. So that mentality can help them out in this matchup, especially on Erangel where everyone seems a little too comfortable, and that sort of tends to allow teams to make a lot of mistakes. So they can capitalize on those mistakes now.
So last time obviously there was Erangel and Sandhawk, right? Talking about, and they always used to have comparatively good Sandhawks as compared to Erangel.
Exactly.
So I would say there was one thing, and that is this is not with every team but a few teams. Some teams focus on rotations, some teams focus on gunfights. This team needs to focus on one thing, and that is if they are in a compound or a building, they need to hold that. Hold that. If this team just rotating, just shoot one player, just take him down, go for the kill, or maybe if there's a rush on them, just use some throwables and then try to take it. Like holding your compound can be one good thing if you're kind of around the central area of the circle, because you'll get 2-3 zones around that area.
I want to know one thing. I mean, we always call our predictions. What about you?
Well, I mean, I did want to, before we step into that, I do want to have one more conversation. That's going to be Future Station, because right now in this game, we just noticed INES went up against Future Station. So what do you guys predict when it comes to Future Station's prediction on this game?
Oh, that is going to be an interesting one. I think I'll rather just watch that fight.
Alright, well, with that, enough banter from our side. Let's move on to the casters, who again are going to be the duo that we've all come to know and love. It is Necro joined in with Fixes.
Well, thank you so much, and quite an evening, quite a beautiful start to the day. The way things panned out in Miramar, nobody actually thought it would be like that. But, you know, heading into Erangel, where we've seen teams making a lot of changes, especially, you know, the banter going on about Blood Legion. We did see them dropping off at Rozhok and, you know, targeting a few teams here and there. So, do you think that we're going to expect something like that today?
Well, I mean, I really expect some early clashes going inside this Fixes, because I really want to see inside week 2 table, and I'm expecting some new strategies coming out. But one thing that is going to be, you know, a fact-shooting start is that some teams do have their solidified drop locations, and I really think they're not going to be changing those.
You know, some teams really take it down to themselves. No matter what, we are sticking to our drop locations. You may come in, you may fight, you might try your metal down, but that's about it. But yeah, Blood Legion, I am really impressed by the way these lads started off, but there is another team, High Voltage. The way they have been playing, of course, StalwartFlex, what a beautiful start, you know, getting that chicken dinner, getting so much kills, but the kind of a tempo that High Voltage were going in right off the bat, getting into fights, not really shying away from them, I think possibly they might just back this home.
Well, I mean, to be honest, the way High Voltage play is just so tactical, Fixes. Like, the way these guys execute each and every single fight. Of course, they have 2 members on lurk, Extreme being one of them, and Extreme, we do know what kind of player this man is. This man is just way too phenomenal.
Absolutely, we will come down, you know, to High Voltage, but here we have the big bird in the sky as the flight path trajectory heading all the way from Stalbert to its Sosnovka military base. So a lot of things might be on speculation, but we have seen a lot of Gatka circles. So that is definitely something that I will not want to witness. However, an Eastern circle is what I'm asking for.
Well, to be honest, right, having the conversation before as well, I really feel like one of their preferable drop spots is definitely Nova Rupnoy, and I really feel like this time they might be putting it in use.
Maybe. Or else they could just head off towards Melta. We've seen them a couple of times here and there. So the first week was completely them just trying to experiment with things. And they've managed to earn quite some points over there, getting into the Super Weekend, not really having a great time. But it's a fresh start, fresh new day, and I believe, here we have the boys from Blood Legion
conversation before
with things. And they've managed might just want to fight it out. But you know, I really love the fight, the way High Voltage really picked it up. You know, the fresh new day, and I believe, here we have the boys from Blood Legion already entering in towards Rozhok. Might happy with the casters, whichever zone we want, we are getting it. And Eastern won this time.
I mean, the circle is quite funny factor inside this. Now, I really feel like the circle might be ending near either prison or shelter side, which are quite exposed. Of course, we do all know. And seems like Ozzy not really having the time of his life.
Ouch.
Going down
Alright.
early and getting punched to death. Snipe YT not showing any respect to a man like Ozzy. And certainly Snipe YT is, of course, one of the best player Carnage has to offer. So, you know, the rivalry is Snipe YT is, of course, one of the best player Carnage has to offer. So, you know, the rival
Around. But, you know, heading on, looking at how the circle has really panned out, Zeus is definitely one of...
is preferring that shelter area is quite interesting. And quite interesting. And to be honest, none of the teams even try to contest them or even try
Indeed. But, you know, T2K, let's talk about this team. Not really quite a... one. And not the kind of a start that they would have really wanted for themselves, but it is what it is. But Chinky. So yeah, quite some interesting drops here and there. Carnage enjoying themselves in the Water City. Might be their routes can be blocked off, is a possibility. What do you think?
speculations. But again, INES, one of the teams, we saw a pretty interesting fight. Out in the open, took him down, a total disrespect move coming in from INES. And wow, I was
DBS.
But again, with the DBS, of course, I mean, we do know that shotgun is just way too damaging in close range. But four is one of the best teams, and I'm a believer.
You are, and so am I. And I, of course, have to give it to the line. It just comes out of his cover, then boom, one down, goes in, resets.
Yep.
And while you know, going back to the GC that we just had, we did see quite some players also keeping it for the
I mean, we cannot be exposing, you know, how like broken DB is, and certainly if it gets nerfed.
often, so you know the developers might not just be going in for the nerf a certain gun that has been nerfed time and again. Have attack stock, you've got that comp, it does not really matter what attachment you have, and considering how slow this has been so far. I mean, all these teams are taking their own sweet time. Maybe take them down, but that's not going to happen. Maybe at least till the next circle.
Finally, seems like a fight might be panning out between the players of Avon and 7C, but again, getting back to close ranges, might be in a massive water trouble, managing to take out 2, but again, Godless, a massive casualty. Zol again. Doesn't really want to get greedy for those kills, but again, seems like he will be doing that, as he definitely wants to your weak second and day one like this.
You certainly did not, and there we have the points from F. And Zeus, they've got no trouble in wiping out the entire squad. Now Godless, it just does not. Zeus they were in there for the cover. The moment he got knocked off, Zol came in. Icy was there in the flanks. So to notice.
One thing I really like inside over here is that take a look at how Avon and 7C have positioned themselves. Rotation while teams are making rotations before now. Carnage, of course, in a massive water trouble. High voltage assassin. Spray down some long range vehicles and certainly not really able to hit any shots as Blood Legion are going to be making the rotation.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. So as it goes, and here we have the replays coming right. To secure those kills, he did not really want the players of F4 to be coming back online. Considering how the zone is being that will really spice things up, but Sarga, having spotted out Kapshi, has let him. Instead, goes after Evil Eye, gets that beautiful knock, and would want to run in directly onto it. How long can he withstand this onslaught though?
Kapshi kind of Kapshi again inside the building already, and seems like he is out for blood. He definitely wants to get that kill in his Jane is of course going to be a carer teammate. You know, he actually cares about his team. Out between Blood Legion, and seems like Dominic is opening things up already with that incredible nade. As
But Gyrox getting that beautiful knock onto its Leo. Now Zeus again in a bit of a pickle, but this is where is absolutely burning over there. Leo Ryan falling short, and a beautiful nade coming out from Godless over there.
Quite tough, or might be even impossible, because Zeus, it's quite risky and it's quite hurtful as well for a lot of teams, because the circle is covering most of the water. But again, talking about water, and seems like finally Blood Legion is off the game as Gyro has went down, and of course Zeus going to be the one to put the final nail in the coffin.
Again, the pressure sort of mounting on Blood Legion. I mean, they started off pretty well, you know, going in, getting those kills here and there. But again, after Zeus, they sort of were reluctant to get themselves into the fight. They were not really prepared. But now, moving on further, we've got another fight. 7C going against Skylight Gaming. Now, they have taken control over the barn house, that is 7C. And Skylight Gaming, they've not really got a lot of region covered for them. But any single moment, it's just that one nade, it's just that one knock that Skylight Gaming need to try and push in. But T2K, well, I've got to say it this time, I really felt that Utsaga should have gone after Kapshi right off the bat, because that is when he could have easily gotten that confirmation. Now, going after Evil Eye, he did manage to knock him down, but in return, he was right back up.
Well, I mean, there was someone in the backlines of Future Station, but for now, again, a fight breaking down between the players of 7C, and seems like SG in a massive water trouble. Of course, it being in those exposed grounds, do not really have a lot of cover for themselves. The cars are definitely going to be breaking down and blasting off, and that is not going to be putting down an essential cover for them, as well as Heaven, of course, being the last man surviving. And those nades are quite hurtful as SG in a massive water trouble. Heaven needs to do something, or I really feel like this might be it, because he doesn't have any vehicle to get outside this tricky situation, and 7C are probably going to be pushing in. And yes, it is going to be happening. True Love pushing in, and that's going to be Rig putting the final bullet into his dome, and that's going to be the entire squad of Skylight Gaming getting eliminated just like that.
To be honest, they were sort of confused. They did not intend to go there, or rather they did not know for the fact that 7C were already present over there. Now, the moment the circle shifted, they decided it's not a compound that we would like to contest, because what are we getting out of it? So they wanted to retreat, but it was sort of too late. They might have wanted to get a knock and then maybe push in, but I really like how Seal have positioned this time. Right, they've sort of turned down the pace. They've sort of gone in slow. They're waiting for the circle to really pan out. But now, if things head on towards Milta, it's going to be a different approach altogether. You've got that urban warfare coming in.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And even TDK do have a pretty, real good position as well inside the circle. And take a look at the circle shift. It's going to be inside Milta. And I really feel like, Fixes, we have seen the circle in the past in PMCO, if you remember. And we did see some clutches going down with the MK14.
It did. Yes, we did.
If you remember that.
Along with those MK14s, we are going to see a lot of grand battles going out. And as we are speaking, we already find Nightwing being taken down. Now, Venom Legends is a team that has had quite a beautiful start to the evening. Having a good position in Miramar, and also now being blessed by the circle. Now, Zeus, they have racked up quite a lot of kills, and 2 squads being wiped out in the early game. I mean, this is looking so promising for them. Now, they've contested for that Milta region. They've got the control over those compounds. Now, this is where they're just going to rack kills up for themselves. On the other hand, we have a fight erupting between the players of T2K and 7C. The moment they decided to rotate, that's where they were caught off guard and now being just punished for it. And they certainly seem to not be able to do anything about that.
Well, I mean, surely, TDK already having a casualty on their name, but the raise will be there as blah, 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 of course. being the mother, taking care of his teammates. And now another fight panning out between the player of DRS and R3D. We have seen R3D doing phenomenal in that last 8 fixes of the Super Weekend. And are they going to be continuing the form inside this game? Though that is going to be an interesting question. DRS might be in a massive water trouble as he is out in the open. Definitely needs to find himself a little bit of cover, as even same goes with 7C. Now TDK quite separated out though, but again that might be working in their favor because Blah 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 and Jane are in the back lines and Raiditzer and his teammate is going to be in the front. Lines. And of course that might also work out in their favor, and also might not, as DRS already getting a knock onto the players of R3D, and certainly that is going to be a quite hurtful start for them.
It is. And right now you've got to feel bad for them. Now they're just being hammered down from different directions. Now Kyojin has been knocked out of the equation. He's going to need a revive, but elsewhere we've got the remainder of the players trying to contest it against R3D. Now this is a team that did have a really good last weekend, but not a really good start this time around. But StalwartFlex, they are actually going after INES, and even trade-offs being made over here, as Gaishor will want to patch himself up before he decides to make a move, and it's going to be these two players. Ironic, however, has been taken out of the equation, but Johnny somehow still trying to hold himself down in that one building. But how long is he going to do that? That's the bigger question over. He's given a lot of movements, making a lot of noise, as a result of which now INES is definitely going to go in for the kill.
And of course they will be quite kill hungry, as Newty has already spotted down Johnny. But Johnny over here getting the kill on Newty, and of course Clutch being in those nearby phrases. Clutch taken down as well. Johnny is doing an absolute fantastic job, and that's going to be INES getting eliminated into a glimpse of an eye. And Johnny, wow, what an incredible positioning and the way he took those initial 1v1 fights. But again, Turulov with Sarga in a massive water trouble, as now DRS as well getting contested by the players of R3D, and so many fights panning out as the zone is shrinking down, Fixes.
It certainly is, as things have started getting a lot more interesting, as a lot of squads are getting wiped out. Now, mind my words, it was the boys from Venom Legends that got the last player of INES. So, INES being a bit that unlucky over there, however, making a few mistakes with that push onto which Johnny. Now, Seal, now they're outside the circle. What I really love about them is how they reposition themselves. They were right onto its eastern side, and once the map feed comes up, we will have a rather beautiful idea as to what they're intending to do. And now they've managed to enter inside the circle. Not really having the compounds, but enough of the ridges to play around with, as we see the players of Future Station this time getting a few kills here and there.
Well, exactly. Now, R30 is definitely going to be quite upset because DRS are doing a massive amount of work against them. And only the last two men surviving, of course, Shaw and Anibus being the one, and DRS have their entire squad still alive and going on their feet, as now R3 in a massive water trouble. But again, Zeus getting spotted out. Xiao is going to be the man to get knocked out as well. And seems like Godless will probably want to make the move against him, but seems like Godless is not going to be taking the risk, as Jickle is pushing onto him. Godless has been spotted. The nades have been thrown. And that's going to be the end of the entire squad of Zeus. And what an incredible performance Carnage has put up against Zeus.
The high and mighty go falling down is what has happened over here, as Carnage have completely wiped out the existence. But as the game goes on, T2K taking a very, very interesting turn over there, getting directly inside the water, as we still have almost 40% of the zone inside those watery areas. Now, R3D, they have taken control over that high ridge. They've spotted down the players over here, but Gyoljin having spotted out A1 Esports. But, well, is he aware about the presence of R3D? Now, he's given up his position, but look at Virus from afar getting picked off. That's some beautiful, precise aim coming in from the boys of DRS.
Absolute laser beam, as I would like to call it. Now R3 again in massive water trouble. That nade is going to be punishing. Ouch. And of course, that is going to be eliminating the entire squad of R3D. Wow, what an incredible nade. Again, I always keep on saying DRS have one of the best utility usage inside the game, and certainly proving that again, proving their crowds down. But take a look at the position that High Voltage has. Wow, they have positioned themselves pretty phenomenally. But now I also want to point out TDK over here. They have positioned themselves inside the water, and they are probably going to be going on those ridges of the water, and that might be quite good for them if the circle is going to be panning out in their favor. Because even in the last time, we saw the circle pan out in Primorsk, and most of the circle was inside the water. And even this time, a lot of 40% of the circle is inside the water. If it shifts towards them, then that is probably going to be GG, because TDK is probably one of the best position if the circle is going to be favoring them.
They do, but you know, the boys from Future Station, I think this might just be their chicken, considering how they've been playing it out, how the storyline has been going along for themselves. But you know, T2K, they have to come outside of cover. So that's when things really get tricky. Now, this sort of takes us back to the first game of Erangel we had in the last league days, where we sort of had a similar circle, like you just mentioned. Towards the western side, however, this time it's a completely different case. You've got different ridges to work around. You've not got those hilly cliffs to climb or do things. So that's completely out of the picture over here. But well, quite a lot of teams have to rotate in, and well, 8 to be precise. Not something that we are accustomed to see. But by this time, we are sort of used to have, you know, more people in the lobby, around 40, because so many fights have been happening while these teams are rotating. And High Voltage and DRS, I believe they want to go in for a late rotation, but let's see what happens, how this entire fight sort of pans out.
Yeah, exactly. DRS was a little separated initially, but again, reuniting back, as High Voltage is of course going to be making the rotation behind them as well. But a lot of fights are panning out. Of course, Future Station, Grumblin, Storm putting down a lot of leads onto the teams that are exposed, and of course the bot exposed is going to be more kind of like an inviting factor for all the bullets to go down. Snipe Boy, Tina, massive water trouble, Carnage, Prabeen barely surviving as well. That might be the end of Carnage as well. And now seems like Jiggle, of course, in a massive water trouble, but he got ran over by the players of Venom Legends. What is going on?
Absolute Carmageddon is what we are witnessing, ladies and gentlemen. Things have started being spicy and hot as High Voltage, they are in a bit of a pickle over there. One of their players already being taken down, and DRS are the ones who are going to be capitalizing on this situation, wiping out Assassin, getting their kill confirmed. But Jane, he is not in a good land either, having also been knocked out. There's no chance he's going to survive this one. Extreme skill having been confirmed. DRS, they're in for a prowl. Having secured 7 kills, they certainly are the ones eyeing out for that chicken right now.
Exactly, and we were exactly talking about this thing, right? The circle panning out on those ridges and the edges of the water. And certainly TDK having a real good position inside there initially, but seems like no, that is not going to be the case, as DRS are of course going to be dominating the entire field. But take a look at that last man surviving from High Voltage. Of course, he's the last one and he's the smallest one, so he's probably not going to get spotted by any of the teams making the rotation inside the circle. But he might be quite hurtful for a lot of teams, because he might put down a lot of leads from the backlines, as DRS continuing the domination, of course, putting down one of the players from TDK, blah, blah, blah. The last man surviving, and he probably will get spotted as well. Take a look at the confidence that DRS is showing. They are just jumping around all over the place. But that also might be quite detrimental for them. But again, DRS, wow, the domination these guys are showing, the confidence level these guys have in Future Station, certainly somewhere down the line punishing them. 2 members already taken down, and that is going to be Karma.
Karma, as we can call it, but right now take a look at the zone necro. It's shifted towards the boys of T2K, and maybe, you know, there is a chance, blah, 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 might just be able to do it. But Venom Legends, of course, having the numbers, this time they are working it out for the chicken. But look at that beautiful Kobe going in from Bad Rev, getting that knock on. And well, now Venom Legends do not really have a lot of cover to play around. It's wide open. They've just got that soft smokes going out, and any single moment their players will be picked off one after the other.
Exactly, quite a risky rotation coming in from Nightwing there, but surely is going to be getting the res onto his player or onto his team, and of course Rafa being the one. And now again, Venom Legends do have their sights locked onto the players of DRS, and a lot of shots have been taken, but Venom Legends are also getting contested from those left lines. Future Station, Grumbling Star again doing a massive amount of damage to the players of Venom Legends as the pushes are happening. Future Station are making the rotation inside the circle as well, and that's going to be Venom Legends falling down as DRS, of course, in those nearby facilities, and they are going to be taking a lot of shots onto the players of Future Station as well. But Galson again taking down one player, and certainly wants to take down another one as well, as blah 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 again is still the fish. He's like a dolphin, comes up back in and then goes back down.
Right back in and still swimming it on. And it's going to be really tough task for Bad Rev to get that confirmation, provided the situation that we've got DRS right in front of them. Now the vehicle has been blasted off, so you've got that soft cover that you have got for yourself, but But DRS going after Future Station. This is going to be really interesting. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Bad rip sort of overextending and being punished for that. That is not called for. Now, it all comes down to its Evil Eye and Tamim. We've got to see as to how these two players played out, but because otherwise, it's just DRS walking off with a victory over here.
Well, I mean, exactly. Of course, the last man is going to be surviving from the players of Future Station, Grumless Storm. And now they are probably the massive contender as Evil Eye, of course, being the last man. And that's going to be him getting eliminated as well. Now it's all down to blah, blah, blah. Who is inside the water and probably committing suicide is going to be a massive chances that he has. Doesn't really want to give his kill away. And that's going to be DRS. Wow.
Wow, I mean, the way they played it around, the way they rotated, coming all the way from Yasnai, I mean, they deserve it.
Yes.
And it's not just the first time they're getting this. They've done this in the past. They know how to enjoy this feeling. But what a turn of event. The way the circle kept on coming. I mean, T2K, the happy bunch over there, just, swimming in the waters. They didn't lose out on their players and still managing to get those position points. But Future Station, now this is a good start, right? For the evening, in the first game, they sort of were going in for the kills. Did get taken down early, but this time, getting that third spot with a decent amount of kills is exactly the kind of a boost that you need at this point.
Exactly. Future Station did a massive, did an absolutely fantastic, overall job inside the game.
Yeah, they certainly did. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading out for a break, because coming right after are the analyst tests to break it down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. What's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is week 2 is where we're at when it comes to that. It is League Play Day number 1. Alongside all of this, it is of course a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Wook up your fun. I'm your host, Boro. Let's move on to the analysts and find out what they think when it comes to this first game of Erangel. Of course, the second game of the day.
Yeah.
But dudes, I mean, that was just the ridiculous turn of wins at the end.
Exactly, and talk about the ridiculousness, even going a step further.
Personified.
Again, what a circle. I mean, coming to an end close to that shoreline.
Exactly. We're talking about the MVP. You can see DRS Guys right here. 3 kills, 943 damage, 2 assists as well, 239 healing. Yeah, I mean, these kind of circles kind of just, need those healing numbers because it's an open circle to take up a fight. Not exactly open, and there's water on one side, but given the land area, that's too open.
Also, I have to say, I mean, it is exactly as we said. We wanted to see how the teams were going to react. The teams from Mongolia are going to react if we have a circle towards Novorepnoi or towards the southern side of the map. And that is exactly what happened. I mean, contrary to what I was believing, I mean, Z3us Esports, they were off to the races as soon as the match started. They were getting those kills, but I mean, the rotation's not working out in their favor. They were taken out quite early on. And DRS, I mean, they were in the perfect position to capitalize.
They certainly were. Alongside that, another team to talk about to be able to capitalize the perfect positioning was, of course, Future Station. They had the compound working in their favor. They had all 4 lads. DRS, on the other hand, were more at the receiving end. As Ocean just mentioned, they were in the open. I mean, it should have genuinely been Future Station to be able to, clutch that victory. But DRS just playing it to perfection.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, talking about this player's contribution as well, Galton, you can see the way he has been playing this match and the overall matches. I mean, you can see 24% damage contribution. That's like 1/4 of the team here, right? So he is a proper team player when it comes down to the fights and assists as well. Almost 25% onto the assist side. So yeah, he has been working for his team, and it shows in the team plays.
Yeah, definitely shows, and it is something that needs to be done as well, because now you need to more than those individual performances, every single player needs to meet the minimum standard, and that is, I think, that is something that DRS, they have it down already.
They certainly do. Let's summarize it all together with the match summary and have a look at the stat, which will of course showcase a lot of interesting turn of wins, where DRS certainly taking the highest skill. That's going to be AJ, followed very closely with the longest distance skill coming in from Starboard Crypto.
Yeah, and talking about most utilities used, that's going to be Rafat, as we can see from Venom Legends, and DRS AJ, again maximum assist as well for his own self. Badra with the highest damage given, and obviously they had that, I don't know, they had that compound for themselves. Obviously the circle did go just a bit south from that compound that FSGSM had for themselves, so somehow had it been, you know, working more and more in their favor, they could have taken up the fights altogether.
I completely agree with that.
They should have. They certainly should have been able to do so. But with that, let's have a look at the top players coming in from this game, where, of course, as we just looked at those lads, that was looking good. But move on towards the top lads. It is DRS Gelson bringing in 943 damage, followed very closely. I mean, not even close, because, again, Future Station Badrev was on point.
Exactly. I mean, the man was on point. Look at the damage that he dealt, 1073. And this is what we have been talking about the individual players from the side of Future Station. But moving forward, I mean, we do have Carnage right there. Praveen with his 3 kills, 778 damage. And, well, Godless is also going to be there.
So Badrev has 1070 damage but 1 kill, and if you remember, AJ had 4 kills. So it just comes down to the new MVP meta, right? 40% weightage to damage, 40% to survival time, and 20% to kills. That's how you kind of just, you know, calculate the MVP, and that's where we can see MVP and also top players. So that's where we see where Badrev with 1 kill comes down to in this one.
Because it all fall down on the damage that he was able to dish against all the entirety of the lobby, basically. But move that conversation towards the match ranking, of course. This is where DRS certainly will chime on along with 12 kills, 27 points to this team. And well, once again, I mean, Venom Legends, we were talking about it during the Super Weekend as well. This team is slowly and steadily coming online, and they are showcasing that.
Exactly. It took them a while to get back to the old days, but hey, here they are delivering on this map of Erangel. 7 kills coming in, 15 points in total, followed by a team from their own region. So Future Station, this time, they had a pretty they had a good game. And this is what, I mean, as soon as the game started and we saw those southern circles coming in, this is what Ocean was actually also talking about while we were backstage watching the games. When Future Station, they need to capitalize on this match. This was their game.
Yeah, this would have been their game. I mean, that's what the discussions were going on. But look at this one. Right now you can see Skylight Gaming, XP Blood Legion, F4. So XP Blood Legion and INES as well. We were talking about this one, right? One game good, the other game goes bad. You can never let that happen. It's every team for themselves in the matter of qualifications for being in the top 16. Only top 16 teams go forward. And if you're not getting any point in this game, things go bad.
Talk about not getting points and things going bad. F4. This is the second game, back-to-back early exit.
That is true, mate. And again, I mean, you're talking about bad games. That is just the play that we witnessed right here, where it was a sensational turn of events for a few of these teams, but a few of them caught off guard right off the bat, where, of course, F4 was just mentioned. Let's go through the zone analysis and find out the rotations not working in so many of these teams' favors.
So as we were talking about it, Future Station, I mean, the movement north was one of the biggest challenge, and once you actually do that, things get a lot easier, because after that it's just about holding your ground. And lucky for them as well, no one apart from them was on the military island, so they did not have to worry about teams being behind them.
You could hold your ground, but what would you do if the zone's 40% water? How will you be holding your ground most of
you hold the sand in that scenario.
Well, T2K player kind of showcase that. How do you hold your ground within water itself? Because again, I mean, there were 3
blah 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 was the, I mean, blah 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 was the one who was just, you know, showcasing.
There's the dive. There's the swan dive right there.
Exactly. That's how you hold that ground. But again, bring that conversation towards FS.
Yeah, look at the circle. This is where you could see, like, it would have been their game. I mean, the only thing that they were doing was taking a lot of fights with Venom Legends, and that gave time for DRS, that gave time for High Voltage to just get inside the circle. Otherwise, it would have been their game altogether.
That certainly could have been the case. But with that, let's move on along and have a look at all these moments combined together through the upper moments and find out right off the bat, this is where this perfect aggression started off.
Yeah, and the best part is both these teams actually do manage to make it towards the closing moments as well. But first you hit a man with a car and then you punch him to death.
Just the kind of start you want to be able to see.
Or maybe not, but I mean, it just, you know, happens. Well, talking about teams use, right, the momentum that they just started off, that was brilliant. But look at this one grenade to rule them all. Yeah, that just hit them brilliantly, and it just ended down the players slowly and steadily. So Skylight Gaming, they did not want this fight to happen against them. Obviously, every team would want a fight to happen with them, but things kind of just go bad if we just talk about this one. And right here, you can see StalwartFlex's players as well. I mean, Johnny was still surviving out there, just somehow trying to go for his own self, but, you know, things go bad again, and he was slowly and slowly taken out as well in the situation, but he did a good damage before going out.
Johnny stuck in that house. Those were wonderful trades being brought to the table. I mean, his HP was not going down. He took down 2 players. Amazing firefight right there. But then a lot of the players were caught overexposed in this fight. I mean, talk about from the start of the game, I'm saying. I mean, talk about R3D, Edgar, who was taken out. Now you move down to the final fights. Players are out in the open, so definitely everyone is going to be exposed. But, I mean, everyone was getting tunnel vision towards that one single direction, towards that one single fight, and then getting punished from the other side.
That's like one thing, and that is like they won and they're like, shh.
Oh, yeah.
Well, be quiet because this is not the end. It's just the start, rather. With that, when you talk about, of course, the damage histograph coming in. Now, this is the kind of damage graph we do want to be able to see, where teams are chiming in from all across the board.
They are, but look at Team Zeus right now, 2000 damage already, and they were like, look at their elimination pointer, right? Yep. So that just means one thing, that the team was going over-aggressive. That was not needed at that moment. Yeah, they got 8 kills, yeah, they got good fights, but if you're getting 2000 damage and getting eliminated, that means at some point you were getting over-aggressive somehow.
Exactly, and that's the middle game stages, right? Because middle game is where things get a lot of trickier. We see those hard swinging of circles happen, those drastic shifts kick in. So you have to slow down things a little bit over there, and then towards the end, the aggression can kick back in. But Z3us Esports, that's the thing that we have noticed with them time and time again. If they start to get those skills, they forget about everything, and then it's all about getting those points from the get-go.
Absolutely, and with that, they walked away with 9 points from this game. So that, again, when it comes to the overall, it is going to be working in their favor, absolutely. But again, there are so many of these teams that we would have been able to see, should have been able to see a lot more kills coming in from. I mean, from F4 to XP Blood Legion. I mean, this is where things are going to get a bit more heated up, because again, just 2 games have been done when it comes to the league play, as that is, of course, going to reflect on the overall ranking. We've got Venom Legends taking a perfect first position right now.
Yeah, the position is theirs, and this time also, as always, since it's just 2 games that have been played, things they stay a little bit closer, apart from the fact that Z3us Esports are lagging really behind with just 10 points to their name, but the opportunity still lies ahead of them. I mean, just 2 games in, still have a lot more matches to go.
Future Station right now is at 6th position. Obviously, we were talking about the teams that did not qualify last week, right? INES is at 11th position for themselves. Seal Esports has 1 point in 2 games, and that too is a placement point, not the kill point. So,
but
they have games, I get it. They have games, they have to stay in top 16. That's still the conversation. I mean, but they should not be a team. I would not want to see Seal Esports barely qualifying, right? I would want one good game, maybe 2 decent games, something like that.
But I think the best part about being Seal, being Z3us Esports, or being any of the 4 teams inside of Group A is the fact that you are the last ones to sit out your matches.
Exactly.
So if you get the flow going on, if you get the momentum, the ball rolling early on, you can carry it forward, and then for the last games, if you do good enough, you pretty much just chill and watch the game.
Yeah, but you have to do good enough before that, because if you barely qualify, or if you're at like 13, 14, last game can let you down out of 16.
That is true, mate, because again, I mean, we had just looked at it. Right now, we were looking at Group A, B, C, and D playing the 2 games, but now it is going to be Group D that will, of course, have to take a back seat. And that, again, from that group, we saw Venom Legends bring in a perfect dominating play. High Voltage is looking on point, so is R3D, but you move that conversation along. Now it's going to be Group E that will move in to the top 16 and will play the games moving on forth. But before we step into all of that, there is a perfect gift setup for you guys sitting back at home. This is going to be the in-game rewards, and all you need to do is, of course, just join into the PMPL South Asia aggression through the Esports Center in-game. As you do so, you will start collecting points. Those points can then be multiplied if you start predicting the weekly winners. Alongside that, of course, you get the opportunity to have these wonderful items that you can very well just share in the lobby, as well as showcase to your friends that, hey, this is what I got.
Exactly. Only the top 3 get the outfit.
Only the top 3 do, though. That is true. So again, just start collecting those points, the sooner the better. But with that, let's move the conversation and have a look at the schedule, where till now we've seen 2 games. Let's find out, where is this 3rd game going to be taking place? Miramar once again.
Exactly, but Group D is sitting out. Group E is coming in. Group E knows the way the other groups were playing their Miramars. They know if the drop locations will be clashing up. But talk about Group E. It's important for Group E, and that is because 2 teams did not qualify last time. So it kind of just gets down to those teams.
And hey, so far this week looks like a week of redemption, so I expect good things from 1952 and Seal 9.
Absolutely. I mean, that's going to be the fingers crossed sort of an opportunity, and hopefully that they will, of course, be working towards that. But alongside that, let's have a look at the stats. Let's find out what do the stats tell us when it comes to the map chance on Miramar.
Carnage right now, obviously, that average place again. I want to see how do they place this one, because we were talking about this previously as well. Carnage, the average place that they have, that is obviously really good. But look at the kill average that Stalwart actually has for themselves. So these things cannot just matter. One team can be good with the placement point. That means they are playing it strategically. The other team is good with the kill point. That means they are playing it aggressively. But still, again, the conversation lies on one thing, that is Group E. How do they just start off with everything? Because Seal 9 and 1952.
It is going to be their first game, of course, when it comes to week 2 of the league plays, but they better be comfortable already. They will not have that many more opportunities, and again, a few of these teams, as Ocean just mentioned, are on a backtrack, and they hopefully will wish to move on along and be a part of the top 16 to, of course, be able to move on into week 2's Super Weekend. With that, predictions, guys?
I'm gonna go with the redemption route. I'm gonna go with Seal 9 this time.
Group E, any team from Group E does.
Alright, well, that is it coming in from the analyst desk. Let's move on to our casters, who once again are going to be the boys on Miramar for this week. It is none other than Blade, joined in with XP.
Thank you once again for that, Blotter, and we're going to be jumping into the third game of the day. It's going to be once more on Miramar XP. It's a tale of two seals. It's a tale of two seals. We have Seal 9 coming on in. They did not have a chance to play the first Super Weekend, unfortunately not able to qualify, and here they are, a second chance. And then of course we have Seal Esports, currently atop of the leaderboards, and currently on 1 point after 2 games. That is 25% of the games done.
25% done, and as the analyst has kind of mentioned, that the 1 point did come from placements. Where are the kills? Well, I mean, they could be saving their best for later, but hopefully they don't wait too long, because if they don't make it to the Super Weekend, things could get dicey. And that's one spectrum if we talk about the Mongolian teams. Let's just quickly talk about Z3us Esports. At one point in Milta, 8 kills, all 4 members alive. Camera pans away from them, and they're gone. Now what happened? Now the thing is, they were dead smack in the center. When you are in the center, you got to have a 360 vigil. Unfortunately, they were already engaged with one team when someone came in from behind and just obliterated them. So again, these minor things are going to be sticking out. But talking about 2 more teams, Future Station, INES, not a bad day for them.
Absolutely, and speaking of the 2 teams making a debut here from Group E, we have Seal 9 1952. We spoke about Seal 9 already, 1952 as well, a second chance, considering INES and Future Station have had a good start here. Seal 9 and 1952 would also be looking to replicate their success. P and Crew Deadeyes Guys, right, they were fantastic during the previous league stage in week 1, struggling during the power during the weekend, the Super Weekend, and now once more as we head into the second Miramar of the day, the third map of the day, it's going to be from Ladriera heading towards Puerto Paraya.
Ladriera. I mean, just in case you guys are thinking that, why aren't they pronouncing the L's? Turns out it's silent. Anyway, coming back to the game now, of course, Deadeyes Guys are going to be joining the fray as well, which is something that I'm kind of excited to see, because, of course, in Super Weekend 1, these guys were really nowhere in sight. However, this time around, they are going to be heading over to their favorite spot, which is, of course, San Martin. But the thing is, it is going to be a little distance. And, well, as we know, in proper Miramar fashion, we are going to have those early contestations at these rough spots.
We will indeed. And again, the interesting thing with the league stage is because we have, one group setting out 2 games, another group coming in for the next games, it does tend to have a little bit more of inconsistency when it comes to the drop locations, and also, like you pointed out, early potential fights breaking out. Obviously, the surprise of the day has to be the fact that Seal are sitting on that 1 measly point, which is not the start they'd be looking for. Imagine a world where Seal don't make it to the Super Weekend. I don't want to jinx anyone, but there is a possibility. Looking at a circle, though, this one's going to force everyone to kind of rethink where they want to drop.
I'm just putting it out there that it was Blay who said that. So
hey, listen, I love them, all right? I love the Seal guys.
We're just kidding. Of course, with the circle pretty much up north, it's going to be all landmass. So Prison and Los Higos are not going to be in contention anymore.
I just want to touch upon one thing though. 7C, they dropped early towards, I think it was like towards La Cabrera or El Pozo, if I'm not mistaken, the previous game. Yeah. And they went all the way down south towards Minas del Sur. And then they headed towards the eastern side. This time they opt to drop into Prison Island early on, as we have an early fight breaking out.
It looks like Group E, they want to jump right into the action because 1952 are going to be picking a fight with Deadeyes Guys again. Both these teams, they need good games. Deadeyes need to come back to the Super Weekend to kind of make an impact, and well, 1952, they need to at least make it there once.
Magnet was so sure there was no one there nearby, and I'll take a bit of... That actually wasn't Magnet, it was one of the other players from his team. And, well, Magnet just pushing on in, getting the kill on his Zidon. F4, they've had a rough start as well, and they continue. Woes do continue. And, yeah, early fights breaking out from the members from Group E. Deadeyes Guys, again, reminding everyone that they did play the Super Weekend, but they had a rough time there, but they were fantastic during the league stage. They would obviously be looking to recreate the magic from the previous Tuesday and Wednesday.
You know, one of the reasons why we have these early skirmishes is it's not like there isn't enough loot in the entirety of the map. The thing is, Miramar, again, it's not as popular as Erangel. So basically, people aren't really, you know, savvy with all the nooks and crannies, and, you know, you want to go to a big city, which, of course, everybody else is going to be doing the same thing. So that is one reason why we have so many teams falling in the same place. It's something you rarely see in a map like Erangel. And let me just quickly talk about Sanhok as well. Now, Sanhok, much smaller map. However, people are spread out a bit more thin because, well, they've explored those areas. So again, it's all about how comfortable you are, and things might change in future. But for now, I love the fact that we have action right off the bat.
Action, indeed. Of course, not if you're 1952. I think they've been whittled down to just one member very, very early in the game. And yeah, I mean, we talk about these four teams who didn't get to play in a Super Weekend last week. It was INES, Future Station, Sealand, and 1952. INES and Future Station already looking pretty damn solid. They placed in the, if you take a look at the overall rankings right now, Future Station, 17 points, they're in 6th position. We have INES in the 11th position, but, you know, 9 points, something to work with. It's not the best of starts, but it's still not as terrible as, let's say, Seal have in the right now, right, with the 1 point over 2 games. But you look at 1952, they're in the same hole that INES and Future Station were in, and already within the span of 3 minutes, they're down to one man. That's not the sort of start they would have been looking for.
Another team which kind of is going to be sticking out for me are the boys from XB Blood Legion. I mean, they've come out swinging this time today. I mean, they are in the 8th position with 14 points, of course, tied with T2K and Z3us Esports. A complete U-turn from what we saw in the first day of league play.
What makes me happy is StalwartFlex. This time they were consistently good. This time they've been off to a fantastic start. 32 points, 2nd position. We have Venom Legends especially. They have really upped the game here today. Again, though, the interesting dynamic with the league play and when it comes to the Super Weekend is it can just, you know, flip on its head. You might have a great league stage, and then you have that one day off and you play in the Super Weekend. Pressure starts to mount. These points matter. It's everything on the line, and that's where we've seen certain teams, like we pointed out earlier, Deadeyes Guys and PN Crew, kind of capitulate to the pressure and the nerves, I feel, as we do have a bit of a prolonged standoff here. No bullets being fired so far, but INES are pretty close by to Seal 9. Again, both these two teams would be looking to ensure that they play over the weekend. But for the time being, after the initial few skirmishes, it looks like there's been a bit of a lull.
Bit of a lull, and quickly just brushing up on INES again. I mean, they are in the 11th position with 9 points. Now, they are playing for placement points right now, and, well, one team that also is really consistent as far as placement points go are A1 Esports, I beg your pardon. However, they look like in a little bit of trouble, as 6ix9ine Boy definitely has some smoke deployed around his burning vehicle, but looks like Jane has... Ooh, for a split second, Jane looked in the other direction, and poof, he vanished.
Vanished in a puff of smoke. T2K, another team who's been pretty solid in the Super Weekend, and right now they're kind of middle of the pack, like you pointed out, 7th position, 14 points, not too shabby at all. A1 though, they were consistency personified compared to almost everyone else in the Super Weekend, the first 2 days at the very least, and they ended the entire Super Weekend without a single chicken dinner, which honestly would have been gutting for them. The Bangladeshi side, hopefully their fortunes will change this time around during the league stage. But if you can take a look at the circle really quick. Oh,
Wow.
they read my mind.
Wow.
Production really on point here today. We can see Seal already traversing past Chumacera. 7C is still in the blue. It's a Miramar. They're not going to be taking too much damage. They're going to be able to cross on over, likely from the eastern side of the prison island, if I'm not mistaken. Here, XP, we already have StalwartFlex pushing into the play zone as well.
You just mentioned they might go east. Have a look at Seal. They're going to be anticipating that as well, because remember, both the teams definitely saw each other drop nearby. And if Seal are going to play it smart, and if they want to get those kills in and get that momentum rolling, expect a little bit of a blockade for 7C Esports, because judging by the way those green markers are moving on my screen, that is exactly what's going to happen. Now, quickly just having a look elsewhere on the map. Again, not a lot of friction between teams right now, because we have a lot of spaces to maneuver around, but of course they are going to start clumping in the middle sooner or later.
That is exactly what they're going to do, just trying to preempt the circle. And, knowing the way the Miramar circles usually tends to kind of like become concentric, right? Kind of collapses on itself. So I guess that's something that they are looking to preempt. Like you said, yeah, like if 7C do head on from this particular direction they're heading towards right now, they're going to be facing off against either StalwartFlex or Seal. That is assuming StalwartFlex and Seal kind of camp the periphery of the play zone. Will they, though?
Now, the thing is, have a look at Stalwart's position as far as the western player is concerned. Now, he is off his vehicle. Now, that is that little high ground that you have just west of Los Leones, where we have those major warehouses. Now, the thing is, you can see pretty much far and wide from there, and you can have a good lay of the land. So if they do spot Seal Esports, I don't think that's going to happen, because wait for what's going to happen right now. Seal Esports are going to be on a high spot, they're going to have their guns trained in 7C Esports position. Now the question is, are 7C going to anticipate such a move?
Well, let's see if they do. They did go for. They are going to be out in the blue for quite a while. They need to heal up before they move on in. And actually, this play zone could favor 7C. Seal are not going to be waiting on around. Maybe they would have waited around if the circle was a little bit further south, maybe favoring them a little bit. But with this, now if you look up north of the circle, north of the water treatment area, it's free real estate. Anyone can go for it, and that means I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of teams, like INES for example, they're going to be going for the long path.
Just going to say that. I saw the road. I'm like, wait a second. If they go east of Al Azhar, you have that main road connecting, and if they're reading the map, they can actually go and get basically all that free real estate up there. But talking about other things that are kind of free, Mark 14 in the first airdrop, a versatile weapon in a map like Miramar, because of course you can go full auto when you're up close and personal, but oh my goodness, you can use it as a bolt action as well.
You can indeed, and it's one of the...
Is someone... sorry to cut you off. I see those cars. Are they going to go over the loop-de-loop?
I don't think they are, because I think if you spin the camera around a little bit, if I'm looking at the map here, Carnage are actually closer to the drop than Skylight Gaming. So if I'm Skylight, no one's really going for this, which is curious. Maybe they will eventually. It is still well within the play zone. For the time being, though, taking a look at the map, almost every team has managed to find themselves in the next play zone. Seal still making the way up north. 7C are trailing right behind Seal. Now, if Seal spot them out, they are going to be taking the fight. And speaking of fights, it's going to be Carnage laying a few shots in the direction of Seal 9.
Well, it isn't the Seal that we were talking about, but it is going to be Seal nonetheless. Of course, they are going to be traversing further in. Now, Hacienda del Patron, the house of the boss, is pretty much in the center. That is going to be, of course, where we are going to witness a lot of action sooner or later. But again, I'm going to keep an eye on Seal Esports, because they are still waiting. They are biding their time outside the circle, just hoping against all odds that 7C do show up. Mind you, if they do spot a few vehicles, driving around in the distance, even though the players are not going to be rendering, they are going to realize that, you know what, they are going to be low on HP. And if we get a few lucky shots in, it could be GGWP for them. However, that is, of course, all speculation, as Seal 9 are now in a little bit of respite. They're going to be hunkering down in this open warehouse. Again, the word I want to emphasize is on open, because we've seen it in the past. You think you might be secure from one angle, and suddenly, boom, and you go down.
And I think it's very apt you bring it up, especially with Zeus, right? That's exactly what proved to be their undoing. And speaking of Zeus, they're going to spot out Deadeyes Guys. Now, bear in mind, Deadeyes Guys were coming under some fire early in the game, but they were able to kind of turn the tables on 1952, who are down to 2 members, Entry and Magnet, but both of them are still alive. So that's a good sign. As I say that, Turu Love, Vehicle Explosion, and if I'm not mistaken, it's Seal who are going to be making life a bit of a problem. What a shot from Hungry Box. He actually just spun around and took a shot at the Godless. Godless on his knees. Hungry Box quite low in health, but he's going to be able to heal himself up. And fortunately for the side of Z3us Esports, since they are above, they have that cover, the res is going to be coming on in as well. But great shot coming out from Hungry Box.
Great shot indeed, and of course the res is coming in. I like the fact that Zeus are going to be separating once again, and that off is going to be because the circle has made a little bit of a drastic shift. We are going to be heading northeast towards Cruz del Valle. Of course, the water treatment plant is just going to be out of the circle, and judging by all the teams that are inside there, looks like XP Blood Legion, dead smack center, could be in a good position. Or, as we've seen in the past, it could be their undoing, because again, you have to have that 360 vigil around you. But just as I say that, looks like Seal 9 are going to be opening up on the enemy, and the question is, who are they shooting at?
Actually, I think it was A1 taking a couple of shots there, and speaking of taking a couple of shots, Jiggle at range that suppressed M4, not quite able to find its mark. F4, however, are taking a bit of damage. And they need to be careful. They've had a rough couple of outings here already in the day. And again, just reminding everyone, each and every one of these teams will have an opportunity to play 8 maps. That is 8 maps in total over the course of the next 2 days, and they need to make it count. They need to make sure that those 8 games ensure they have enough points to make it to the playoffs. Snipe is taking a very brave battle, and he is gonna come out on top. Heaven will be knocked immediately down, and Snipe with that SLR making life quite painful and living up to his name.
Quite painful indeed. Of course, I would want to have an 8x, but a 6 times is, of course, the scope that you give it to a guy who has Snipe in his name. I mean, that is common sense. But now he is not going to let go. Ooh, Joker kind of realized that, wait a second, I do not want to lose my vehicle. But he's kind of given him a little bit of an angle. He's like, where do I park this big hunk of metal?
Well, he has found some cover for the time being. And yeah, considering how many players are still alive, again, we've only lost 6 players. And not a single team has been knocked out yet, as we do enter what is going to be the beginning of the late game, as Jax is going to nade his own teammate. And what is going on with A1? We can get back to it later, because right now Manish is getting pushed. It is 7C who have managed to avoid Seal, and they're taking the fight here against Carnage, but Carnage are not going to go down that easily. Snipe with the knock, and they finish as well, and 7C are getting annihilated. Fear trying to use his first aid kit as he burns alive, and he will do so. Oh! Snipe could have pushed in further and got a free kill, but doesn't really matter, does it? The nade's going to find its mark, and 7C evaporate in the dry desert. As they take a fight, well, they really probably shouldn't have. Carnage make it look so comfortable and so easy.
I mean, being out in Miramar in the deserts, they are kind of out of the element. So, you know, I mean, we're not going to take anything away from that. Maybe if they have a little bit more water, they could do something else. That was a really sad joke, but I did it nonetheless. Now the circle is going to be making another shift. This time, we are heading up north. And, well, XP Blood Legion are still going to be in the circle. But something that is going to be on the tip of my tongue is have a look at Zeus's position.
Oh, yeah.
Now, they're going to be the only team up north, which means, well, they are going to have the... Wait a second, Seal Baron. Not usually used to seeing this gentleman down on his knees.
Well, he does have a couple of teammates, but he will be shot from above. T2K Chain stealing that kill away from StalwartFlex. And StalwartFlex are not going to be happy about that. Meanwhile, Voltrux from F4 getting taken down by the play zone. We have also lost 1952. It was the first game of the day, and unfortunately, it winds up being a rough outing indeed. Shifu Sur as well bleeding out. Deadeyes Guys are out well and truly in the blue, and they're taking a lot of damage from a lot of players.
Although I did kind of see something interesting. Now, the way their vehicles were kind of clumped down below. I'm talking about StalwartFlex, of course. T2K, had they maybe thrown a few grenades as we have on our screens right now? It could have been devastating, but right now looks like A1 Esports Dante is getting ready to send people down to the depths of hell.
Indeed he is, and Inky's got a lot of work to do, and there is no escape. Dante, well, it's a divine comedy for him, but not for his opponents. They will be destroyed. A1 Esports make that look so very easy, and unfortunately for Seal9, they at least get a couple of points in the name, but it's an early elimination for them. So for two of the teams coming in from Group E, that's Seal9 and 1952, not exactly a great start. Carnage now running in towards A1, and A1's going to be licking the chops. They're hungry for these kills. Jiggle's been spotted out. 9boy switching his weapon to the AK-47, looking to take the fight, and he is going to come out on top there. In fact, it's going to be his teammate helping him out, but they need to be wary. They need to be careful, as you pointed out earlier, off their behind, off their 180 degrees, because there is a team behind them, and it's a team who have been looking so good so far today. It is Blood Legion.
Blood Legion have been playing phenomenally right now. They have that aggression backing them up right now as well. A1 Esports, I think the respite is not over. They're going to get pushed on, and that was a decent Molotov over there.
Indeed it was. Snipe pushing up in, nades being tossed in as well. He's tossing multiple nades, but Jiggle will fall. Snipe not able to save his teammate. 9boy so very low as well, and Jax comes in from the side. He's taking a dangerous duel. It's down half HP. He still continues to take the fight, and look at the pushing in tandem. The 1-2 wombo combo. Dante even having a little bit of cover for the reload. They're going to find two, but there's still a player outside of that area. It is Perpine, and he's trying to make a run for it out in the open. The Ridge saves him, but he continues to drive on ahead, and he will be found out at the end. A1 Esports are on a tear.
They are on fire, and Dante is leading the charge. 5 kills to his name already, and have a look at that. As a team, they've already managed 8 kills. That means they've potentially wiped out 2 entire squads, and my oh my, it was just beautiful. But I do have a little bit of a point. I don't want to say it was a mistake, but Jiggle was knocked down from Carnage Esports at the time when his teammate threw not 1, but 2 utilities, right? We had a Molotov and a grenade. Now that is where communication is key, because he should have realized that, well, the enemy is right near me, and instead of throwing the utilities, which are of course in the wrong direction, whip out your gun, just come over me and start shooting. A little preemptive firing would have maybe done the job.
And right now, Zake, he is being pushed by 4 members of StalwartFlex, but they don't know his position. Oh, the nade! It's a smoke. It's a smoke. Oh, it's a nade! It's a nade. Dante just stared at it. He's like wondering, what is that round object? And it explodes right in his face. And with that, he's down to his knees. The second nade as well. And so, oh my lord, Skylight Gaming, they are just tossing in an artillery bombardment, and Dante will be finished off. There was no respite for him. They're still not out of nades. For the love of God and all that is holy, give them something to work with. And A1 Esports down to 2 members. 9boy, he's hiding in that amongst all the smoke, but eventually it will dissipate. But Skylight Gaming not overcommitting. They know they got the kill, they know they dealt a little bit of damage, and now they're going to be peeling away from the fight.
Smart move, because what was scaring me was the fact that that pickup truck was pretty much smoking. I was like, 1 good grenade, 1 good shot could be devastating, but looks like we are going to have a little bit of an upset coming on our screen. There's a couple of teams that have been eliminated. Seal Esports out in the 9th position, sans any points once again, Blade. This is not the same Seal we saw last week.
I don't know what the hell happened to them. They have 0 kills in 3 games. I mean, like, are someone else playing on their phones, or like, what is going on? That is a question probably for the desk. They can break it down a little bit more in detail, because right now though the game is very, very much getting heated up. T2K, you just have a couple of kills, but it's okay. They have all 4 alive. So do Blood Legion, so do StalwartFlex, so do PN Crew, and so do Zeus, who are in 3 kills. A1 Esports though, they were on a tear earlier, but they only have 2 players remaining. Make that 0 as they will fall. They get 9 points in total, a pretty decent outing again, but it's A1 Esports. They get those 8, 9, 10 points every single game. They just don't get the darn chicken dinner. But right now, we're down to the final 7 teams, XP, and 26 players left alive in the server.
26 players, 7 teams, and looks like that number could be depleting as we talk, because I do see a lot of people going down, as Zeus Leo is going to have his sights set on the members from PN Crew. Now again, I see one thing, that Zeus Esports, they love sending that one-man forward. This time, however, they're doing it a little different. 2 of them are sticking around, while Zeol and Icy go on a little bit of an expedition on their own as well. Godless does know where the enemy is. The question is, are they going to go in for the kill? Because mind you, you don't see them yet. We have teams on the left which might hear the commotion, might spot a few smokes here and there, and 1 lucky shot, 1 lucky knock is all that is needed for the other team to start advancing on you.
Indeed, man. Oh, Dominic. Spotted out. Spotted out. They should be wary. I don't think they're going to be taking the shot there, are Zeus, because, you know, it's really far away, and the moment they take a shot, it's going to be dead giveaway as to where they are. And Gyro is trying his desperate best to get on top there, but he keeps slipping on down. He's going to try it again. Third time's a charm. Come on, come on.
Yes!
Gets on top. Oh, and he gets shot at! And he gets shot at! Oh, no! Gyro!
I mean...
My heart bleeds for you there, bud.
Hey, at least he made it.
At least he made it. Joker, however, is demolishing T2K by the looks of it single-handedly. Blah, blah, blah with a reply nade. But Joker finishes up with Circa. And now Zeus coming under fire. It's PN Crew finally pushing up towards Zeus. And they're going to get a couple of knocks. Leo, what does he do? He's got to go in for the play here. If he goes in for the res, they can just push on his position and wipe them out. A good nade could even find them.
Have a look at the minimap. IC is sort of the insurance policy. He is all by his lonesome, but he really can't do anything right now. It's going to be all about the positions. And now, there you go, Leo's going up against PN Crew.
And he just goes up, and Leo, he still can't go for, he's going to go for the rest. Oh, the big ball play. He's going to go for the rest. This is so smart from him, but does he have the read on him? Season's going to push on it. Season does push on him, and Leo on top. 1 point of health, 1 HP, and he clutches it out. Even though they had Icy, he was nowhere in the vicinity. My oh my, that got too hairy for Zeus.
I mean, I'm going to come back to a point because, well, it looks like Skylight Gaming is now going to be mounting an assault on the boys from XP Blood Legion, who again have surprised me thus far because they've only lost 1 member so far.
They have. Blood Legion have been looking really, really good. And listen, Joker, I feel that's karma. Because he was nading everyone in the server. And finally, a nade. He's on the receiving end of the nade. Icy, in the meantime, finding ironic.
They're lucky those fuel tanks don't blow up because otherwise the whole compound would be taken down.
Oh, bit of a mess up there from Leo. But it's okay. It's all good. Smoke deployed by Heaven as he goes in for the res on the Joker, which will take place. That nade could have been deadly, but it was a little too deep. We're down to the final 5 teams. We have 17 players alive here. StalwartFlex with 4, Zeus with 4, INES with 4, SGX with 4, and Blood Legion with 3 members alive. Sorry, SG with 3 members right there. So most of these teams, they have a lot of players alive. It's not like a team with 1 or 2 members, so it's going to come down a lot to these fights.
Have a look at how StalwartFlex are pushing in. The smoke is going to be in cover. Grenades are going to be deployed. Newt is going to be sent packing as now they have a man advantage. Make that 2-man advantage. Uzum does get taken down. Gager and Ironic are trying their best to fend off against this attacking StalwartFlex. They are really flexing here, Blade.
Is this PUBG Mobile or Dodgeball?
This is a pub game.
It's like Dodgeball with grenades. It's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous, and I love every single second of it. Now, Gajor, he needed to do something, but with that, INES will fall 5th place with 0 kills to the name. Kind of like iffy, right? You're going to be happy it's the 5th position to get some placement points, but a couple of kills would have been the icing on that cake. Zeus, all 4 players still alive, thanks to Leo and his hero play earlier.
This is when Zeus needs to push in. They know that StalwartFlex are going to be defeated. Have a look at that. Godless and Leo are going to be coming in.
They're screwed.
And they have their flank set up as well.
They're screwed. They're so screwed here. There we go. StalwartFlex. They were the low ground, and Zeus right above that ridge. They wiped the floor, and with that, Zeus, well, the other Mongolian team struggling, but these guys, Zeus, are starting to step on up. They had a quite couple of games back-to-back. It's StalwartFlex in the 7th position. Look at the position for Rayon from above. It's really hell, and he is going to be burnt out of his position. But SGX down to 1 member as they're getting shot at by 2 teams simultaneously. And look at the push of Blood Legion. They know they're down to 1 player here. Leo needs to check the angle. He won't, but it doesn't matter. He is still gonna get the kill. But unfortunately, because they pushed out of the mini wall, it's going to be a free couple of kills for Zeus. And now it's the final 2 teams remaining. It's a 4v2. Make that a 4v1 now. It's all on Rayon. He's barely alive. He's bleeding out in the open. The dust matted with his blood. And Icy, he's making him do a tap dance of death. And with that, he will eventually end while trying to do a Pirake with the bullets just riddling his toes. And Zeus, they get the chicken dinner.
They get the chicken dinner, maybe minus that 1 high five and a little bit of fist bump. Have a look at that steely demeanor in their faces. These guys mean business. They are here to prove a point. Now, of course, they had a good week 1. They had a good super weekend as well. Not right up at the tippity top, but they were mid-table. They are definitely making a statement this time. Calm, composed, getting the job done.
Indeed they were. And if one Mongolian team falters, the other one will still raise a flag high. And there we have it, Z3us Esports winning that very convincingly with, I think, over like 12, 13 kills at the end over there.
It would have been 13, however, the last kill was denied because the play zone took it. But with that, the action has not come to an end because we still have 2 more action-packed games in store for you. However, we're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile South Asia. This is just incredible turn of events in the Pro League, and it is of course season number 3 where we're at. Just got done with game number 3 of the league plays, and it is off to a destructive start from all these teams. With that, it is a huge thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Vook up your fun. With that, I'm your host, Blotto. Let's move on to our analysts and find out what they got to say about this game on Miramar.
Well, it was an interesting one. That's what we have to say.
Exactly. When talking about the circles, no water circle, surprisingly, I would say, first of all, thankfully. And then talking about all the fights, some really good clutches, and that too coming from teams.
Yeah.
As well, Godless, you remember almost ending up the place, and Leo is that 1 HP clutch just for the survival of the team, while IC was looking at the other direction.
Exactly. I want to talk about those things. I want to talk about the team fights and how good the team fights were. Not just the ones that were being brought to display from the side of Zeus, but from XB Blood Legions as well.
Right, absolutely. Because again, when you talk about those final circles, XP Blood Legion, all 4 members alive, they had the compound working in their favor. But eventually, the way that team was fizzled out based on the aggression showcased by the other team was that much more commendable. With that, let's move on to the most valuable player coming in from this game, and that will be...
It is Godless, obviously. Talking about this lad, you can see 5 kills, 618 damage, 24 minutes plus survival time, and healing down 385. I mean, that calls for it, right? These kind of circles will be calling for a lot of healing on you.
And also, I mean, quite an interesting thing, as we were talking about Group E coming into the action once again. I mean, I guess some warm-up time is required for the group, because this time in this game specifically, we didn't even get a chance to witness the team. They were out and out before we even knew.
Absolutely, mate, because again, as soon as the aggression started, it was 1952 against Deadeyes, but move that conversation for a little bit more later. Let's have a look at the top players for now. And in that, of course, we did just see MVP Godless, along with those 4-5 kills, his teammate with 4 kills chiming in on the 2nd position.
Exactly. And talking about Dante as well, that had that one grenade been not on point, obviously, for A1 Esports, obviously he would have survived even longer. And I'm happy with Dominic as well. I mean, XP Blood Legion, now they are going for the kills department for themselves, and this is what this team is known for, right from the PMCO days, right?
Exactly. And as Lakshya said, I mean, XB Blood Legion, they could have had it, but they got tunnel vision on the team that was right next to them, and totally forgot about Zeus that was in the distance, and that is why the players were picked off. They rushed in, one guy hiding behind that tank and trying to rush in, they get picked off. That's how, I mean, things ended. But it was kudos to them, because they played this one really, really well. They got those kills, as Ocean mentioned. They got those placement points coming in the top 2.
And eventually that is what will factor in when it comes to this gameplay, because after all, you are going to be looking at being in the top 16 during these league plays to, of course, be able to participate in the Super Weekend for Week 2.
StalwartFlex right now, right at the 4th position in this game. I mean, we talked about all the other teams, but Skylight Gaming, the previous game was not good at all. They got 0 points, they got 16 in this one, so obviously that's a really good start. But StalwartFlex, a team that has been consistent so far, 15 points for them coming out of this one. A1 Esports as well, right now they are starting up their momentum, their pace, so let's see where do they end by the end of the day, because this team, I mean, there are many hosts from these teams, but talk about this one, right? 1952 in this one, Seal 9, they just started. They gotta move up forward.
Well, the teams from Group E, they somehow managed to stick together, as we do see PN Crew, Deadeyes Guys, Seal 9, 1952. But I mean, it is going to be a while before we actually see these team in sort of the form that we want them to. Because I mean, as I said, warm-up time is going to be there, and now next match, I think they're going to do a little bit better since it is Erangel. It is the standard matchup for everyone, and it is the match that they want to turn things around on. Also, I mean, this time 1952 and Seal9, they need to make that extra push.
They certainly ought to, because this is their moment to be able to capitalize in their favor. If not, they will not be able to participate in the Super Weekend. But then again, that's too far out of a conversation. We've only had a few games as of now when it comes to the league play of week 2 and day 1. With that, let's move on to this map's zones, because that was where so many of these teams did kind of get themselves off guard.
Yeah. I mean, it was obviously a land circle, as we could just see. And talking about the land circles, the most important thing is how can you hold your ground? Because just like we were talking about in the previous game, right? Holding your ground, holding your area is kind of important. And this is where XP Blood leads. And look at where they were and where the circle was slowly just moving up.
Especially, I mean, when you move towards the side of Hacienda, I mean, it gets a little tricky because the covers that you have in terms of the buildings that are there, all of them sort of lie on those low grounds. And people that are traveling from the high ground might be able to take you out once you start moving out of those covers. So it becomes quite tricky. You have to be really aware about your surroundings and the situation that you put yourself in, and that is why we did see a lot of sort of mishaps happen during those rotations.
Exactly. And with this one, I mean, there's a few things. I mean, I would like to just highlight in this one. We saw a few DMR usages as in this particular match, and I love it because that's kind of different from what we were seeing. There are so many close fights. We sometimes see Uzi as well. We sometimes see Thompson metas on the maps of like Erangel and all. We see M4 6 times being used, but if you're going for a DMR action, it always just gets to the best of its use.
Absolutely, mate. I mean, there were so many wonderful moments that did take place. I mean, right off the bat, we were just talking about 9 group, of course, E team joining us from there, of course, 1952 and the like Seal9 as well. Let's move on with these wonderful moments that were, of course, showcased throughout this map of Miramar. Right off the bat, it was 1952 bringing in the early aggression towards Deadeyes.
Exactly, and I mean, players were getting caught off guard in certain positions as well, but I mean, the fight was sort of breaking up and the teams moved their separate ways, but only to be caught off guard by other lads that were moving around.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about all these fights that were happening out in this one, right? You can see so many chaotic movements just going on, but at the end, every team had just one goal, and that was just to take your opponents down and to be on top of the competition. And those were the things that were happening, and this is where the fourth circle was just moving on. And after this, we'll see the next movements just slowly and steadily the game catching on. This was the grenade count. I mean, you can see that blue line, the marker that had the grenade in its own self, and well, he never stood up. And this one, I mean, Gyro stood up a bit longer at us.
That's the thing, and they were doing it again and again and again and again. And this is where, I mean, we're going to see the clutch happen from Leo. He waited perfectly for Season to come into his crosses and then took him down. INES, at a certain point, I felt like they had almost taken care of Zeus, but that wasn't the case. And Zeus, well, they survived to get the chicken dinner in this match.
Absolutely, and moved on along. I mean, they had a lot of contestations throughout this game, no question about it. And Zeus was just so beautiful and graceful in those performances. They were caught off guard so many times, but they've stuck around as a team. I mean, being brought down to just that 1 point and still able to clutch that against the PN crew.
Exactly.
Team was just perfect.
See, one thing that happens quite frequently in Miramar is just because of how open the situation is in front of you, you get tunnel vision and you totally end up focusing on that one individual player in front of you. I remember a specific moment in this game. A player is taking a fight in front of them. They get shot from the back, instantly steps behind cover and starts looking at where he got shot from, because he knew his teammate was covering that original position. So that level of coordination needs to be there.
Exactly, but you're looking at, Zeus, of course, a Mongolian team coming in from perfect gameplays throughout their entire history. On the other side, we're looking at Seal Esports.
Look at one thing in this PN crew: 0 kills, 1,046
damage.
7C, 0 kills, 0 damage. INES 1 kill, 820 damage. T2K 2 kills, 894 damage. Some teams want to just, or maybe Carnage 1,042 damage and 5 kills. So some teams capitalize on the way they are getting those kill numbers. Some teams do not. Like, it's just an upside down.
Exactly, and also this is the beauty of third parties that we got to see throughout the game.
Throughout. That was just perfect. And with that, I'm sure the overall standings is going to be showcasing a different story card for us for now.
Yeah. StalwartFlex now take the charge. And look at Z3us Esports. One good game. They have the chicken dinner in this one. They have 17 placement points out of the 3 matches that they've played. They have 24 kills. and they climb up the 7 positions and bring themselves up in the top 2.
Skylight follows him up as well with the climb of 6th position. XP Blood Legion. Now XP Blood Legion is kind of just, playing the game that they like to play. They are in top 5 as of now. It's been 3 games though, but they are doing good for themselves. Venom Legends as well, no chicken dinner, but they are in top 3. They did go down right now because previously they were at the 1st position, but moving on 9 to, we can say 28, right?
Yeah.
So it shows up a different story for its own self. I mean, INES still, again, they are in top 16. A1 Esports is just out there. These teams have had their 3 games right now. PUBG, it was their first game. They would love to just, stay even at a better position for themselves. But talk about Seal 9, 1952, F4, Seal Esports. This is the first time, obviously, we are seeing Seal Esports out of top 16. They're playing 16 for themselves.
Exactly, and here's my take on the overall rankings during the league play stages. There's always going to be a cutoff, right? Last week the cutoff was around 45 points.
Exactly.
Just to be a little conservative, I would say get 55 points just to be safe, just to be make sure that you make it to the Super Weekend. And the faster you do that, the more time you have to experiment. So StalwartFlex, Z3us Esports, 85% of their job is already done. Just a few more games, 50 plus points, and after that, it's all theirs.
Absolutely has to be, because the kind of play that they've showcased. Again, on the other side, you can talk very well about Venom Legends as well, because they have already played their games and they are looking pretty comfortable when it comes to that top 5 position, and that's going to be working in their favor because they are not going to be a part of the upcoming games for now. But with that, talking about the upcoming games, let's move on along and have a look at the schedule. We've just gotten done with 3 games till now. Let's move on to the map of Erangel now, and well, once again, Group D is not going to be playing this one.
Exactly. A, B, C, and E are going to be playing this match, and Group D is going to be out of the equation for this one. And the last match, obviously, they'll be coming out to play the game, but still, one Erangel remaining. The last Erangel of the day, if you're going to...
Exactly, and for this one, I have to say, I mean, on Erangel, the teams from Group E are separated from each other, so I don't think we're going to see that early skirmish happen between the teams from the same group, specifically Group E.
Right.
So opportunity is going to be there for these teams to get those points in this match.
Absolutely. Hopefully, again, would be this say. But with that, let's also have a look at the map chance coming in for the map of Erangel once again, where indeed you have these teams who have just showcased perfect starts, placing themselves respectively on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd position. It's going to be DRS, Z3us, HP, High Voltage, and finally Seal.
Well, we have seen good performances.
I mean, talk about Seal though. Seal, it's tricky affair, Ocean.
I don't want to, because this is what I was thinking in my mind right now, that I don't want Team Seal to perform, to pull off a Yudu gank.
Yeah.
If you remember. First week, Yudu gang had back-to-back good games, and then the things just went down.
Exactly.
Obviously, it's been 3 games. We can't say enough. We can't comment enough. They might just come back tomorrow. They might just go for a thing that we used to call BTR prank, that BTR used to do, right? All of a sudden, they just move up forward. One day it's a bad games, and the second day they just like to carry up. But I would wish to see a good game from them.
You know what? To summarize it all, it's all based on high hopes.
Yeah.
It's genuinely based on high hopes. Maybe Seal Esports has taken a chill pill for now, wanting to have all the other teams have high hopes, but slowly as they come online, it will be a different affair altogether. With that, of course, we are part of league plays as of now. Top 16 from this will move on into the Super Weekend. Alongside this, any final predictions from you guys?
I think this time I am going to go with DE.
Hope is a dangerous thing.
Well. With that, let's move on to our casters who are going to be taking us through this map of Erangel. It is going to be none other than Paintfixes, joined in with Necro.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshay. And well, 3 turns into 4. In the next moment, it is 6. And then you realize you do not have games in hand. And that just might be the storyline with Seal. Of course, starting off not in a manner that they would have wanted. What do you think might just be the reason, Necro?
Well, to be honest, I really feel like they're just not able to find the positioning that they initially are looking for. Because in the past, we have seen them, they first like to go and take it easy. They position themselves for the late game situations. And then later on, we all do know a lot of rotations happen in open because all the teams want to get inside. And that's how you rack up a lot of kills. And I really feel like Seal initially likes to use that kind of strategy. And somewhere down the line this time, that is not the case.
Or maybe maybe teams have started figuring them out, have become the soft targets. We've seen that. We've seen that in the last course of 3 games. In certain situations, teams are not really shying away. I mean, you talk about high voltage going after Seal and sort of made them look like rookies over there. The kind of a push that they had. I mean, Assassin was just that one player. He was commanding the entire situation. And well, Seal will certainly have to make that comeback, but when, we possibly don't know. But however, the teams from Pakistan and Bangladesh are really stepping up to the occasion, and StalwartFlex enjoying themselves today.
Wow, they're being so consistent. Like, I cannot over-exaggerate on that fact anymore, because their gameplay is speaking for itself, you know, and just the way these guys are, you know, overall putting a performance. Even in the previous game, right, they were alive till those late game situations, and then later on, of course, they got a lot, like, you know, third party from a lot of angles, and then that's how they went down. But again, now, one thing I really want to point out over here, XP Blood Legion is doing phenomenal as well, and in this week, they are stepping up.
They certainly are. They certainly are. You know, like we did have a chat with the lads, and they were saying, "Believe in us, have faith." And well, it takes you places. And here they are, sitting in the top 3 position. Of course, having majority of the games played, 3 games maximum. So yes, considering how they've been playing just that one game where they sort of got eliminated pretty early on, in fact in the map of Erangel, so they definitely do not want to have that sort of a fate over here for themselves. But we have seen the different teams, other teams stepping up to the occasion. So C9 not really having that perfect start, but I think as the game progresses, maybe we're gonna get that glimpse of what they are truly capable of, because making it to the big stage, they certainly have qualified their way in, and they are the ones who might just put us in here for a surprise.
Well, I mean, last time they weren't really able to qualify for the Super Weekend, you know, and this time, of course, is a hope of light for them. If they're going to be making it inside the Super Weekend, I'm pretty sure their confidence will be boosted a lot much more. But focusing on their confidence, right now, I really feel like Seal9 might be in a lot of pressure because their performance isn't really on point the way these guys are playing. They definitely need to do something, maybe update their strategies, maybe try to tackle the teams down, which are initially causing a lot of problem for themselves. Talking about causing problems, Carnage, we gotta focus on that. The way these guys took down the players of 7C, wow, it was single-handedly taken down by the entire utility usage in the start. The way these guys were using the Molotovs and nades, wow.
Well, you know, you made a point over there talking about different strategies. Now, considering the fact that we have teams from Group D sitting it out, you've got a lot of places in contention. You've got the entire area of Yasnaya to yourself. You've got schools and apartments right open. So we might also anticipate a few teams, you know, taking the drop over there. Maybe, you know, a few different rotations might just be the answer, might just be the thing that C9 is looking for, and also with them, the different teams playing over here. But, you know, one other thing, Future Station, let's talk about them, you know, barring the fact that they've been really good in terms of their performance in positioning wise. But once you head on and look at the kills department, that is something that could be worked upon. Do you believe the same?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that can definitely be worked upon. Now, the way these guys are playing, they are not really challenging the fights. And we have seen them in the past, you know, we have seen them play real aggressive. If you remember the scrims days, those are happening, the South Asian scrims. The way these guys are positioning themselves for the late game circles, and then, of course, they were taking down the squads that were making the rotation inside. I really feel like we are somewhere down the line missing that team.
We certainly do. But you know, there is another team that has really stepped up. That's of course Venom Legends. So first league days, they just barely inched in, not really stepping up, not getting into the best of their games, and finally they've put the right foot forward, and well, they're marching on. I believe and I hope that they do not look backwards after it. So you know, Venom Legends, they're off to a very good start, but R3D. So this is also one of those teams that could have, you know, done better. Considering now they're sitting it out, I really want to see as to how they're going to observe these games, because any single moment we will get started, and here we have the map opening up for us as we head in along, and this time we have a completely different flight path trajectory, and from military base towards Yasnaya Polyana and Circle, what do you think?
Well, I mean, one thing I definitely know that going to Georgiapol is going to be a tough task this time. You will have to elongate your parachute a lot much more for a long time. But again, talking about circle predictions, my man, I really feel like this time it's going to be Gatka.
All right. I don't want Gatka, to be honest.
But I mean,
yeah,
only the
prediction-wise,
PUBG gods
yes.
can tell us.
Yes, but this is the moment. This is the moment where we are dropped with a whammy, right? This is the moment where we get something like maybe a Zarki circle. That would be preposterous. That would be absurd. But here we have the teams finally taking their plunge. StalwartFlex heading on towards the Sosnovka military base, followed by, of course, Future Station heading out towards Novoripnoy. Now, we've seen those eastern fights happening quite often, right? This time also that was the same case. But T2K, they were smart. They managed to just take that plunge inside the water, caught those crucial positioning points, if not kills.
Yeah, I mean, it did. And one thing also I want to point out over here is that no matter what happens, StalwartFlex and Future Station, Gremlin Storm, they always prefer the same dropping spot. Military base, of course, going for StalwartFlex, and then Future Station, Gremlin Storm, preferring those compounds nearby Novoripnoy. Now, I mean, this time they definitely realized that there is no team inside Novoripnoy.
All right.
So they are probably going to be contesting the entire area. And take a look at how so many teams are in those nearby vicinities. Talking about INES, Carnage, Blood Legion, Deadeyes, Avon Esports this time going for the Yasnaya Polnaya region. We are seeing quite, interesting choices.
Quite interesting choices, but the same old circle. Almost same. Like, it's 90%
My predictions
same.
failed.
Me too. I mean, I really wanted a Zaki circle.
This is the same one.
It's just literally the same one with Zeus being in the center. Of course, F4 heading towards Lipovka. Now, F4 did not really have a good game all along. So this is the game where they sort of will be wanting to redeem themselves. But now, considering the fact that we've got T2K and C9 going up against each other, this is going to be really interesting. But another thing that we would love to point out, Blood Legion heading towards Rozhok again. Now, Deadeyes is out of the equations over here. They're sort of not nearby, or are they? Yeah, they're right beside them.
Nearby.
Right beside them. So this is the first fight that we're gonna see.
Yes, this is, or might be, because now take a look at how TDK and even C9 have positioned themselves. Even they can take those long-range shots as well. Now, fights can be panned out in a lot of different angles or direction. Even Carnage being in those school vicinity or nearby school compounds, and then INES, of course, being in those water city compounds. Of course, INES do like to go for Georgia Pole, but I was telling you, parachuting near Georgia Pole is going to be a tough task, and INES not really able to, elongate the parachute for that long, as just, decided to drop next to the compounds.
Yeah.
And certainly will be making or rotating their way inside Georgia Pole, and they will probably be doing that. But again, talking about disastrous starts, F4 taking the lead in that.
And why would you say so?
Not really able to show much. Show up even in the past games.
I mean, yeah, but we sort of have to give them the breather right now. Maybe this is a game that they might step up, because this is a circle that's absolutely favoring them. Now, we see the first zone sort of panning out like the first game of Erangel that we had. But what follows after, we do not know. It might just go maybe towards Mansion, which is completely vacant. Now, if it goes towards the eastern side, that's where I think F4 might have an upper edge.
Yeah, I mean, indeed. And of course, F4 has one of the players that I really like, Khan. That man is just absolutely brilliant. The way he challenges the fights actually impresses me all the times. Now, we have seen this man, do 1v3 clutches as well in the past. Maybe we will be seeing a little bit of glimpse of that again. But PN Crew in this time, and all the time they just like to go to a shooting range in Severny. Now, of course, they do a split of two between the twos.
Yeah.
And probably splitting their ways up between shooting range and Severny, as we take a look at StalwartFlex making the rotation in as well. And take a look at the average damage dealt by these lads.
1186. Now that's one of those numbers. I mean, StalwartFlex. This is we've seen the Pakistani teams really being very good in Miramar, but this time they've sort of maintained that perfect balance, even in Erangel as well. Trying to rack up all those points from the kills. Now 2 Miramar games played, and that is the kind of a result that they deliver. And Pakistani teams earlier, taking them back towards the last year's PMCU that I casted, they were just going in all aggression. But this time when I came back, we were casting different regions. So Ocean and I were having this chat, and he was like, the teams have become so much more technical in terms of their approach. Now, we were just talking about Team F4, right? You've got Khan over there. Now, I would also like to bring upon Voltrox and Wolverine, two of those players. You know, we've seen Voltrox right in the first stage, just taking those clutches here and there. So I think they've got that perfect, start pack lineup. StalwartFlex, considering this is their first time coming into the PMPL, they are putting up quite a show.
They're doing absolutely phenomenal, to be honest. StalwartFlex are doing an incredible job. Look at where Jane has positioned himself.
Wow.
Well, I mean, quite unexpected, you know? I mean, of course, this position is quite popular, but at the same time, people don't really expect you to, you know, sit there, and you might get caught off guard from those upper edges. But again, coming back to F4, you know, even if we focus on the past days of South Asia Pro Scrims, these guys were putting on a show.
To have Reman though, but this time holding on to my thoughts, we've already got a fight amidst us and Ed C9 going after Team Zeus. Now they might have had too much on their table because IC is gonna join in and well, completely reading out the players over there, wiping out Zol. Not the kind of a start that Zeus would have wanted for themselves.
IC locking his sights down onto the players of CL9 and certainly spotting one guy down, but getting flanked from Monkey there in the back lines, getting spotted as well. I see down to 40% of HP, definitely making a brilliant choice to back off. It doesn't really want to challenge the fight that easily as the first knock has been found, and that's going to be CL9 opening things up with that cracking Mosin shot. And again, now Inky doing a lot of work in the back lines. He's doing a phenomenal job keeping Zeus on their toes.
Indeed he is, and with Leo getting out of the equation over there, it's going to be such a tough time to get the revive right out in the open. Not the kind of a start that Zeus would have anticipated for themselves, and they were making their presence felt.
Oh my god,
now you have UK making that push on, and is he going to be punished for that? No, somehow manages to get into safety, or is he not? As IC still trying to riddle down those bullets, but well, by a long shot, missed out.
Wow, what a risky play coming from him.
You need to make those bold moves.
That was way too bold. That was way too bold. He almost faced his death. And then, of course, missing a lot of shots in the process. Weren't really able to connect on the Monkey there. But Zal certainly a casualty for Zeus early off. And now they are just down to a 3-man squad right now. Godless, as long as he's alive, I have faith in Zeus. Because we have seen this man, you know, just pull off some incredible clutches in the past.
Indeed we do. I mean, see, so right now, right off the bat, we are witnessing Zeus not in the kind of a situation that they would enjoy themselves to be in, because considering their drop location, this is a sort of a circle that absolutely favors them. Now they've been caught off guard while rotating. Now taking a look at the players of Skylight Gaming, so they've rather opted for a late rotation. Now the only reason I believe is because of 7C. Now they tend to drop off at Pachinki. I think that's the reason why they did not want to get off guard. But 1952 not having a good start again. But do you think this game might just be the game where they, you know, make a comeback?
To be honest, anything can happen, but judging from the past performance these guys have been doing, it's you know, the pathway is looking quite zigzaggy and wiggly. So I mean, definitely it's going to be tough to say if 1952 will be coming out on top anytime in the future. But again, they have made it up till this far, so we probably expect them to do quite good. But now talking about airdrops, wow, it's going to be the big green cannon, as you like to call it, Fixes.
Indeed it is, and we need players like Baron trying to take command over it, or maybe Sandesh from PN Crew, because these are those two snipers that have absolutely impressed me in terms of their bolt actions. Yeah, even Snipe, but it's sort of situational that we've seen him, because this guy is a jack of all trades, and we've seen him performing with those ARs. Be it a sniper, just hand him a weapon and he will deliver and punish his opponents. But Blood Legion trying to rotate around as A1 Esports are cross-exchanging a few bullets onto its them, and Ryan taking quite some beating over there, but seems like he might have made it into safe corners. But now Future Station, they certainly aren't safe.
This might be quite risky. Jane.
Indeed.
Jane not really exposing his position away that easily. Seems like Future Station don't have any clue what TDK has set up for themselves.
Or do they?
And, well, I really feel like, yep, I mean, they are checking the angles, but Jane isn't exposing himself. And that is going to be a massive factor inside the fight. If no one is going to get spotted, then, of course, Future Station will make the move. And that's when they might just crumble down onto their knees, as Kapshi seems like he'll probably make the move. Take a look at what Badriv is doing as well. I really like how Future Station is approaching the entire bridge area. They're being so cautious,
Right.
even though they don't know is it getting capped or not. But again, they are taking all the precautions and all the measures as they can. Look at that.
Whoa. Does he know?
Think so, he does.
Is that a smoke? We've got to let it breathe. Yeah, I believe that's a smoke.
Yep,
So
that's-
they were sort of anticipating, T2K to be on those farther ridges, but this time T2K have, kind of notched up a bit. They've gone rather into their faces, and no, they're gonna miss out on that one. They're gonna let him go. And
Oh, there we go.
all right, he strikes, man. He gets a knock. That's rated for you. He will, of course, get that elimination confirmed. But that's where the fight is finally
Wow.
broken.
Sneaky T2K. Of course, Jane hasn't exposed his position away as well, and now he's taking a lot of shots onto Badra. Badra barely surviving, but finally taken down, as Jane doing an absolute phenomenal job. And seems like, wow, he just completely shook the players of Future Station, because they did not expect him to have such a massive trigger discipline. And of course, trigger discipline paying it off, as Jane going to be the man to almost take down Future Station on their knees. And take a look at what Kopsh is doing. He's quite scared, so of course he's going to be dropping inside the water and doesn't really want to challenge the Alpha Titan over here. So just going to be, backing off and taking the, just showing the white flag.
I'm gonna back off. I'm gonna back off. I am not engaging, because this is a furious bridge camp by the players of T2K. I mean, look at Kapshi. I mean, where does he go? Can't even move. The moment he sort of makes a movement, the sound cues will definitely be delivered. And Tamim, he's out of this territory. He's nowhere visible anywhere nearby. Now, what he's gonna do is try and take that, military bridge, not the Novorepnoy bridge. Take the western bridge, take that longer route,
Circle
and
shift.
maybe he'll survive. And this is exactly what I was talking about, the shift of the circle. And after maybe eons, we are finally, maybe going to witness a circle that I've been dying to cast, and that's going to be around prison.
Wow. That circle will be quite hurtful for a lot of teams, and even a lot of teams might get upset as well. Because Prison Circle, of course, has a lot of open grounds, and the only cover that they have provided for themselves is just going to be those trees. And talking about covers, Leo certainly not really able to find himself a cover and getting caught off guard in open grounds, and that's going to be Leo taking an exit from the team of Zeus. Zeus has had a pretty bad start inside this entire game, of course, losing out on a player like Xiao early off, and now Leo following it up. Quite an sad start for themselves. And now again, Deadeyes have their eyes locked, as Godless is going to be following it up as well. Zeus making some risky rotations in those open grounds, and I mean, this is going to be happening if you're going to be making rotations like those.
Yeah, of course. They were completely out of sync right from the very first, losing out on their players, not really have the numbers, and this time it's just IC who is going to be that lonesome survivor. But Snipe getting that knock onto it, lose him, and Carnage, they are actually bringing the fight on. Now this is getting really interesting. After Erangel 2.0, you've got to see those changes made around those prison compounds completely being revamped, as Sandesh just tries to charge in onto its the players of 1952, but no, there you have the cavalry is already here. But can the res be given in time? I think it might just be a bit too late.
Yes, it is too late. Sandesh going down, a massive casualty. But again, gotta say, the play from PN Crew was quite astonishing. But now, again, talking about 4 has made it, up till quite far away, but still, a lot of teams are surviving. 14 teams, 49 people alive in total, and a lot of rotations are being made as well inside the center. So, as the circle is going to be shrinking down, a lot of fights will be happening, and the circle is quite hurtful, as I did mention in the past as well. Not a lot of cover, a lot of open ground.
Well, A1 Esports really having a beautiful, beautiful circle. I mean, if they've taken control over those prison compounds, I mean, it's going to be so difficult for the teams trying to rotate around, as we do see a fight over here. T2K going against Deadeyes. One of their players, in fact, being knocked out, make that 2. So it's going to be so much troublesome for the players to get back online, and I think one of their players has already gotten back, so 3 of the players still alive, but Suyog barely surviving by the whiskers. How long, but Hungry Box.
Oh, the jump out, no!
My god, Suyog again being knocked out, but it's Shifu still trying to stick it. That revive, but no, that's not gonna happen, as Hungry Box, I believe, is the last lonesome player, and well, Deadeyes, not the kind of a start that they would have wanted for them.
That was so unfortunate for Shifu. He actually got stuck inside the window and wasn't really able to waltz out in time, as another fight panning out between the players of Skylight Gaming and even INES. Of course, Clutch being kind of separated from the pack, and he might have to pay the price for that, as INES ironic, of course, botting out Demon and has been taken down as well. As Chari, of course, getting knocked out as well. Clutch doing a phenomenal job in holding off the entire building. Now Skylight Gaming are down to just a 2-man squad, as Clutch again trying to take another one down. Of course, trying to lob in some utilities as well. But INES finally making the push, and Skylight Gaming in the massive water trouble. Joker, quite a questionable peek coming in from this lad. And now the last player is just going to get burnt like a chicken, and that's going to be the end for him as well. Wow, quite a detrimental play, quite a detrimental, start for Skylight Gaming there.
I mean, they were completely offbeat in that particular fight, to be honest. But Clutch coming out on top with those 3 kills. But look at Blood Legion Leo trying to reposition himself. But Dominic still doing majority of the damage. That Snipe is trying to trade it off, as he's managed to bag in 2 kills. But can Ryan pull it off? Can he make it there in time? He is actually trying to push in, but where is the backup? Where is Gyro? He needs to come into the body, but Ryan actually sticking it up. A beautiful nade being lobbed. Is it gonna explode though? No is gonna be the answer, as blah 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 from the far off Frey takes down Gyro. This is absolute madness.
Exactly, and of course, XP Blood Legion and Carnage, I am always so destined to watch these guys fight, and of course Carnage coming out on top, and that's going to be the final nail in the coffin, put down by Snipe. And again, Snipe getting contested from another squad in the back lines. Now third party is of course going to be a factor, as the zone is going to be shrinking down. A lot of teams will have their eyes crossed onto the players of all the players in the nearby vicinities. But again, 7C in a massive water trouble. Of course, F4 creating a little bit of trouble for them. True Love might get taken down, but no! He makes the clutch happen, barely on a sliver of HP. Wow.
Clutch Master himself has risen up to the occasion, and we have seen semblances from him really delivering for his team. But the woes of Carnage is not yet over, as they are taking some heavy fire from every possible direction. Now it is the boys from T2K trying to push on towards him. How many smokes do these lads have? They are surviving for quite some time, but Future Station, that is definitely not the case with them, howsoever, as they have already been taken down.
Wow, Jane again trying to contest down the players of Carnage. Of course, they are kind of exposed, and blah 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 taking a lot of shots. And Carnage barely taking him down as well, but blah 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 proning down on time. The smoke will be there to provide him that temporary cover, as blah 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 will probably matting himself up. And same goes with Carnage players as well. Snipe YT going to be applying that crucial first aid, as blah 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 trying to pop in a nade, and that nade might be doing it. It might be quite hurtful and damaging, and of course it is. Snap YT has been taken down, and what an incredible nade placement coming in from blah blah blah. Now again, Probeen, the last man surviving, but for how long? He's exposed from all the angles, out in the open. The smokes will probably be fading away as the time is passing by as well. And yep, that's going to be Probeen taken down as well. Jane, wow, this player is absolutely incredible.
This player indeed is, as the circle has again played with the hearts of the players. Just when we were starting to predict that it might go to Lipovka, that's where it completely throws a curveball. But look at PEN crew right now. They've got to make that movement in. Now they're taking that eastern route towards, and maybe enter in from the northern side, but the players of INES
that's
are
quite
well
brilliant.
stationed. But considering them making that late movement, well, it's going to be really interesting as to see which area do they choose? But one thing for sure, this time the fights are happening in a very fast manner. Like the pacing has sort of increased. We do not have a lot of teams in those final circles, giving every other team to have that bit of a breathing space, try to take control over the map.
Exactly. And in times of PUBG, friendship falls silent as Seal9, of course, opening things out onto the players of Seal. But the res will be there, though, as Roy trying to catch someone off guard from Z3us as well, but doesn't really seem like that's going to be that easy of a task. As we were talking about, you know, P and crew making that massive rotation inside the circle from the back of Phrase, and of course, Legend getting spotted in open ground. Baron being the man, putting down a lot of lead in his direction, but doesn't really seem like it's going to be that easy to connect. And he shots Baron. The buggy's tire has been busted. You cannot be using that buggy anymore. And of course, finally realizes it, and probably going to be taking those on-foot routes, as Baron is probably exposed from all the angles. And does Zaki realize that as well? Finally backing off. Now he does see the players of Seal9 taking the rotation as well, but it's going to be Myunki finally taking Baron down. And yeah, Baron, quite unfortunate positioning coming in from this man. Didn't really realize the buggy's tire was busted, and that's how he went down. But again, now INES, ironic, does realize that Zaki is somewhere down line near him. Going to be lobbing a nade right next to him, but not dealing enough damage to take him down. But he has been spotted, and of course, Nudie going to be taking him down.
Indeed, and there goes Seal Esports, hammered again.
Wow.
Not really having the best of points, but INES, they have a different outlook towards this game. Racking up kills one after the other, 7 already in their bag, and they are hungry for more. As Fear, we do see him racking up one more kill. And considering the fact, you know, 7C, they've had a rather tough time in the first Super Weekend, now really stepping up to the occasion and having spotted out Killer Whitey. I mean, they do know for sure that there's someone hiding inside the smoke. The moment he comes out, I think that's going to be him dead. But before that, Salo Whitey does not really have the patience, just blows up his vehicle, and there goes Killer down.
Exactly. Clutch continuing to light things up as the fights are still progressing, and a lot of rotations are being made inside the circle as well. There are now, things are just down to those last 5 teams and 17 players alive, as Jane taking a lot of shots, and of course 9boy going down in the process. Incredible plays coming in from this man, absolute laser beam. I'm telling you, Fixes, this is his world and we're living in it.
We certainly are. He is making it his. And T2K, well, these are the lads who have also stepped up this time around, considering the potential that they have. But look at Seal9. Maybe this is the game that they were looking out for. This is the game where they make that comeback in. As INES, they are in a bit of a pickle as Clutch has fallen down, but he will get his revive in due time. But Jane getting those kills confirmed. A1 Esports reduced to just that one-man Sinister, but can he do something for his team? As 7C, they certainly do not look like to stop racking up kills one after the other, but look at Newt. He is absolutely going ham.
Wow, exactly. Newt, of course, making trouble happen for the players of T2K, of course, in a massive water trouble. Utsarka going down. The opening has already been found, so INES probably has their confidence boosted up to Cloud9. Jane in a massive water trouble as well. Down to low HP in the back lines, but again, the shots have been fired as Sphere has spotted Newtsy down. Newtsy going to be backing off. Doesn't really want to give his frag away that easily. And of course, 7C, wow, these guys are doing pretty good job at shooking off the players from INES. But again, INES have been doing a pretty fantastic job, as they almost have all their players live. And even taking a look at Seal9, we wanted to see this team rise up, and finally Seal9 showing and doing something inside the game, as they are probably going to be those top 3 teams who have the highest chance of winning the game.
And might just get the chicken dinner, because I love their positioning towards the eastern side. No one really to worry about. Maybe the players of T2K might just cause a bit of a trouble, but it is INES providing that pressure continuously, constantly, as Sinister gets down. Ironic this time, but Clutch will be there in time for the trade-off. And with that, we have another team being eliminated. Now, A1 Esports, this is a really good time. I mean, they've managed to get those position points, few kills here and there. They are being consistent. This is something that they needed. They need to channel that previous week's performance into this week, and they've certainly not been able to do so up until now.
Exactly. Jane still surviving though on his knees, barely. Now, of course, that smoke, it will probably be fading away, and maybe Jane's position will also be compromised soon enough. Now, Jane, of course, taking a lot of damage from those nades being lobbed in initially from the players of INES, but again, Jane barely surviving. Now, Seal9 They're doing a fantastic job as INES in a massive water trouble, taking a lot of damage from all the angles. Seal on the left, and then 7C in the front phrase. As of course INES do have the higher ground for themselves, but they need to make the rotation inside the circle as well, as Seal have the circle for themselves, and even 7C. Now these guys are going to be the guardians of the circle, and INES will have to breach through in.
They will sadly have to, but how are they going to do that? That's the bigger question, as Newt has already fallen down, as the remainder of the three players need to start moving in. This is not the time to go in for the revives, considering we have the 7th circle starting to shrink. Now Memo, he has formed a really good flank over here, spotting down the players of C-Line. He is silent for any single moment, but when the time arrives, he is going to strike. And once he does, C-Line will definitely find themselves in a whole world of trouble.
Exactly. Now, INES, of course, has all their players alive, but again, Ironic barely surviving as well after the rest just happened. But taking a look at 7C and Seal9 having 3 players on their names, and this might be quite troublesome for 7C as well. They are making the rotation inside the circle. Of course, the nades have been lobbed in from the players of 7C, and as the nades are lobbed in, they are going to be doing a lot of damage. Clutch going down in the process. Salu making it inside as well. Newty going down as well. Wow. Fear putting down a lot of lead and even a lot of utilities, as Fear is going to be getting real up close and personal. Ironic, of course, being in those next side of the stone, but doesn't really know that Fear might get caught off guard by him, and of course barely does as well, but that's going to be Fear putting the last nail in the coffin, and wow, incredible plays coming in from 7C.
Barely surviving, as now we have a 3v3 situation amidst us where Fear has already been knocked out. It's all going to come down towards how Mimo and True Love play this one out. Considering Enki, he is trying to take the charge in, but INES, what a way. The games that they have performed, 10 kills today and getting those 3rd position, that is definitely going to propel them up in the leaderboards. But coming back to the fight that we have in hand, well, Enki definitely has sort of replenished his armors, and he's got all stacked up with those level 3 gears.
Exactly, of course. Now Seal9 getting it real up close and personal, spotting down the last player. Of course, it's going to be Fear. And now Seal9 finally getting a chicken dinner on their name. Wow! Incredible is the only word I can think of right now.
Finally, the demons have awoken from their slumber, is how we find this match. And nothing, no expression, no signs of joy. They are here for business.
I'm pretty sure they're hiding their happiness.
Or are they? I mean, maybe they are prepping them up for the next chicken dinner. That's what might just be happening. Well, Seal not really having the kind of a time that they really thought that they would, but Seal9, definitely beautiful chicken dinner, good amount of kills. That is exactly the kind of a performance that we would expect from them, considering they did not play the Super Weekend. So, nice way to shut the mouths of all the critics that have been raising the bros over there. So, well, Necro, apart from that, INES, they also played really well. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading out for a short little break. We will be right back. You don't go anywhere.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3 is where we're at. We are in week 2 of the league plays, looking really strong and dominating our all these incredible teams. Alongside that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Vook up your fun. I'm your host, Brother. Let's move on to the analysts and find out what do they think about this 4th game of the day. Well, dudes.
Seal9, the domination, the final domination that they actually just, went up for. But hey, INES clutching his way out of everything.
Yeah.
6 kills for this lad.
And INES, they have been doing really good throughout the day. I mean, this is a wonderful turnaround from the team.
Absolutely yes, because again, I mean, INES walked away with 10 kills this time around, and with that, I mean, Clutch, just perfect controlled aggression coming in from this lad for the entirety of his team. And as you so perfectly said, I mean, they needed to showcase this dynamic play, and they are doing so perfectly in their favor because they are going to be walking away with a lot of points.
Exactly, they have to walk away with a lot of points. They do not want to put themselves in a situation just like last week, wherein they are done with the games and then they just get kicked out without even getting the opportunity to come back. But now we do have the donut in front of us for INES Clutch, and quite a wonderful lad. I mean, survival times is something where he is lacking, but that's not just him, that is INES as an overall, I believe. But this team, this time, they have been getting those kills.
Exactly. This team has been getting all the kills that they needed as of now. Plus, the best part is the way they are taking the fights. I mean, INES is different this time as we saw previous week, and same goes for Seal9 as well. But still, there are some names that I would say is still going to be raising up questions with the gameplay. That's where Seal comes up right now.
Seal Esports indeed. Yes, I would agree with that. But with that conversation taken care of, let's move on to top players first things first, where of course INES's Clutch is right there with 801 damage dealt out throughout with 6 kills confirmed.
Yeah, we've been talking about INES, we've been talking about Seal9, we forgot about Z3us Esports.
Brilliant.
They did really well in this game. They racked up those kills and well put up an amazing performance. Fear and True Love, definitely the lads securing 10 kills for this for their team. And then on the 4th we have Blah 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 from Team T2K.
Had the circle been on the sides of 7C, this would have been their game, right? Because it was a circle that started up giving them all sorts of troubles in the final fight. Obviously, the players were going down by the zones. But you remember 7C, the grenades, the utility usage that they used, like throwing up 2 grenades, taking down 2 players down, like amazing use of utilities.
Not just that, the firefights coming in as well. I mean, towards the end, True Love did not really have the opportunity to do anything but just keep his head down and take the bullets. But other than that, they tried the level best to even try and fight it out to the end.
Completely agreed, because again, I mean, this was 4th game of the league plays on day number 1 of week 2, and indeed in that we've seen an incredibly aggressive stance taken up from all of these teams. And with that, when you look at the match ranking, of course, this is just the way 7C Esports saw week 2 working in their favor.
Exactly, I mean, look at that, 26 points secured by this lineup. And then on the second we have INES, who have 20 points to their name. I'm pretty sure INES by now, I mean, things are going to be different. We are definitely going to see a lot more of them this week.
Exactly, we'll see INES for sure, you know, in the Super Weekend as far as the way their gameplay has been going on right now. But Seal9, yeah, they got the placement points in their favor, they got the chicken dinner, but what I want is for them to be consistent. I don't want them to do the same as INES did last time. If you remember, they also had 1 chicken dinner, but they could not qualify. So if Seal9 has to do something, they'll have to do it now. And talk about Seal Esports, this is again a placement point game for them, and only 1 placement point game for them.
Yes, Seal Esports seem to be struggling a little bit right now, and we were having a conversation about this. Why does this always happen? Why is it always in every single major tournament a team that does really well in the first few days get completely destroyed in the next few days? And well, I mean, I completely agree with what Ocean said backstage as well, which is like teams do tend to study them, but it is the fact that you need to constantly adapt. And if you are going to keep that mindset, hey, if it's not broken, don't fix it, well, things are going to be broken because your opponents are constantly taking their hammer and smashing down your strategies.
Every single second of the game, no question about it. With that, as you move on towards the zone itself, I mean, this time around, once again, Ocean, you talk about the conversation right off the bat from Freestyle, mate, because that rotation, I mean, we've been talking about this like a broken record, but Freestyle's rotations seem to be very, well, on the opposite side.
I mean, the way, if we talk about Future Station, they were trying from the moving on to the lower side. And look at where Tamim was and Kapchi was. But you remember I talked about it, the Lipovka side circle, right? That's where F4, because mostly F4 goes to that area, but F4 this time they were just a bit behind. Had they been in Lipovka, story would have been different from them, because they know how to take fights from the back end sides always, and they never lose a fight in those areas. So if they had been in Lipovka already, it would have been their home, and they might have been onto a top 5 finish for themselves. But hey, if we talk about 7C, they had a good hole of circle for themselves. If we talk about Seal9, they had a good area of the fights for themselves. Meanwhile, T2K and INES, they were taking their own fights, and 7C got the best out of them by wiping out those squads. But again, the zone just coming up from the back end side just got the best of 7C.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they were controlling that open area quite wonderfully, just picking off, gatekeeping every single team that they saw, and just being like the perfect guards to that circle. But as Ocean mentioned, had the circle been on them, I mean, things would have been a little bit different. C9 definitely playing the advantage, quite wonderfully securing that chicken dinner. But kudos to 7C. That was an amazing game, and that was one of the games that the teams they did need it.
They needed it, and they have deserved it, and they've taken it away from the entirety of the lobby. And that is not just that one play. There were so many incredible plays that did take place. Let's move on with, of course, the open moments.
I mean, if we're going to talk about the open moments, there were quite a few, as you yourself mentioned. I mean, T2K taking the fight on towards the bridge area. But Z3us Esports, let's talk about them for a minute. Again, it's the same story. They see someone, they go for the kills, but I mean, you have to plan things out as well. On the other side, I mean, 1952, things are not really working out for this team.
Yeah, I mean, talking about 1952, right? It just comes down to they are taking up fights, but they are taking up fights with a lot of overcommitment in their own self. You saw how the final person did go down, right? Just going for a drop shot. Obviously, you are going for it, but your whole body is being seen from the other distant areas as well. So you will be prone to getting up hits on yourself, and obviously the team gets eliminated. But talk about Carnage, man. I mean, the team was brilliant. This is where F4 just went against a fight. Had it been like True Love would have been taken down, so the fight was taken in really good hands. But the player availability is disadvantage. Not a lot of team players just surviving. That thing kind of just takes the best out of you.
Exactly, but I do love the approach that was displayed by the players of 7C from there on out. I mean, look at the spread coming in. They were being safe. They were making sure that if one of us goes down, it is not gonna be for free. And well, the fights that they took were quite wonderful, but in the end, because of those fights, because of that aggression, they did not have the numbers to take on the players of C9. The players, as I said, the fanned approach, as you like to call it, the fanned approach sort of set them up for failure, if you will, because now you have teammates knocked out far away from each other, no revives coming in the opponent's pushing, and well, that's the finish.
Well, with that, you move the conversation towards, of course, the damage is to rough, where indeed this time around we've got a lot of teams taking some incredible numbers in their favor when it comes to the kills department, Ocean.
Exactly. Average, if you want to talk about it, right, the average damage of this lobby would have been like 1100 to 1200, because there are some teams hitting 2000 marker as well. There are some teams hitting 800, 600 marker as well. But hey, there was one team, Future Station. They were so much, dominant on their rotation, because they knew where the circle was going to go or not going to go. You saw the meme just moving from the water lines, that they did not engage in a fight, and the zone actually got everything in that in those players. You want to talk about it. But Team Seal, again, 233 damage. That's all that they get. No kills, nothing for themselves. So yeah, probably last time we'll have to see how they go for the last game. But talk about INES, 10 kills and 2064 damage for them. And obviously they were the ones that were just getting the best of the chart. And again, previous week, this week, it's changed.
It is a dynamic flow. That is all you
look
can
at
say.
that.
The stocks are going up.
Well, definitely, because look at that. So up until match number 8, that is week 1 league play, and from there on out, match number 9, 10, 11, 12, that is today. That is week 2 right there. And look at the amazing spike that we do see. I mean, consistently getting a decent number of points, I have to say. I mean, there's the first game where they got 8 points for themselves. The second game was a bit of a bust, but the third and the fourth match, INES have definitely stepped things up.
And they needed to, and they have done so perfectly. And that, again, they still have 6 more games remaining for them.
Yep.
Right? We've got one more final game for our league play, of course, right now. But alongside that, tomorrow also, we've got 5 more games, and that, of course, will be able to work in their favor. Hopefully, only time will tell. But right now, I mean, let's have a look at the overall ranking, because that is where the storyboard will always fall back onto. And in that, this time around during league plays, it is looking ridiculously awesome, because so many teams every single time are able to make a jump, and not by 1 or 2. They're making leaps and bounds in terms of those jumps.
Yeah, and now things look quite interesting, because you have Train to Kill, you have INES, you have 7C Esports sitting on 36 points. These 3 teams, I mean, making jumps of 7 positions, 8 positions. But then you have Venom Legends with 35 points to their name. You have Carnage Esports quite close. You have XB Blood Legion this time sitting on the top 8. So it's super fun, these standings right now. But again, where is the cutoff gonna lie?
Yeah, but this always happens, right? A team that has +7 or +8 placement jumps for themselves, and the other teams that will be -3, -1. So those teams, like the placement points will be really close. Total points will be really close to each other, and that is something that just goes down. Seal 9, well, their entry is in top 16 right now, but talk about the teams outside this area. F4, previous week, they played in the Super Weekend. Seal Esports previous week, I mean, needs no introduction. R3D previous week got a chicken dinner. 952, they're at 20th right now. It just goes down to as what next?
What next? What next? Well, I'll tell you what next, because now what we've got is some treat for you guys sitting back at home. There's going to be the in-game rewards that we've got set up for you, and all you need to do is, of course, chime in to the PMPL South Asia aggression that is being showcased by the entirety of the lobby through the Esports Center in-game. As you do so, you will be earning points. With those points, you can multiply them with guessing the weekly winners. As you do so, you get a stand a chance to, of course, be a part of those wonderful items that could be yours, alongside the perfect PMPL outfit that could very well be, of course, yours as well.
Exactly. I mean, it is about that outfit and also about cheering your teams. I mean, look at that. Two things at once. Two birds with one stone.
Exactly. I mean, you showcase your love, and we shall showcase you with them wonderful items for you specifically. And along with that, let's move on with the schedule. Let's have a look at the final map that will be coming onto your screens. And this time around, Group C is not going to be taking part in this.
Exactly. I mean, Group C is going to be the group sitting out on this Miramar and the first game of tomorrow as well. And along with that, talking about teams sitting out, as we were talking about INES as well, the conversation that we have been having. So last time what happened was, by the end of day number 1, INES were already out of top 8. Day number 2, they have 3 matches on day 2, League Play day 2.
Right.
And they spent those 3 matches just trying to keep themselves within the top 8. And as soon as their matches stopped, they were slowly and steadily dragged out. This time, if they can manage to stay within the top 8 or just to be safe, top 6, because now the bar is already a little bit higher, I think they're going to be in a much safer position. But although on the extreme side of the scale lies Team Seal Esports.
Yep, alongside that, another team I do want to bring up is going to be Team F4, of course, because there's a team joining us from Group C, and on the overall, we've just noticed, not looking too good.
Exactly. We're talking about the map chance right now. As you can see, Stalwart, you can see 7 average kills is what they have right now. Carnage is still sitting at that average place for themselves. They had average place 2, but now it's down to 4. So let's see, how do they just come back? If we just want to talk about how a team would love to play maps like Miramar and all, because these maps, they ask you one thing, and that is sometimes you just gotta hold your breath to see if you see someone onto the distance side. And I know one of our co-casters always love those sniper shots for themselves.
Right,
probably.
that is true, right? That is true. But again, I mean, that controlled aggression is what you're talking about, and that's going to be very crucial for these teams, because you step into an early fight, could turn into an ugly fight actually, because I mean, we've seen that, not pointing out teams and players, but again, that is the play, that is the game, and that is what you have to deal with as you move along from one game to the other. But with that, predictions, guys, what do you think?
Ooh. This is going to be a tough one, but I think I'll go with Seal Esports this time. I think they are going to try and make an impact similar to like A1 Esports did last week, so...
Alright, Ocean?
I'll just go in, blank-minded. Let's see what happens.
Well, with that, let's move on to our commentators who are going to be taking us through the final game on our day 1 of week 2 of League Play. That is, of course, going to be none other than XP and Play.
Thank you. One final time, Blotter, as we do enter the final game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It is once again going to be ending on Miramar, the way we started things out, XP, and I just want to touch upon what gentleman on the desk said. They think Seal's going to be taking it, and Seal have so far, correct me if I'm wrong, they have 0 kills in 4 games. What?
I've followed this mime a bit. I mean, it's... Now, there are a few theories that I'm going to be thinking of. Maybe Seal Esports are a team that thrive under pressure. Maybe they want to balance the skills. That, you know what, we're going to set a weekend out. Let's see what you guys can do. Because, I mean, that is just... It's not the right call, maybe. But the other thing that I was just thinking of was... Maybe they're backing off a little bit to see what the other teams are actually going to do right now. They might come in guns blazing tomorrow. But, of course, it shouldn't really matter so much. Or maybe, like you kind of mentioned, somebody has taken over their accounts.
Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on, to be very honest. But what we do have right now is the fact that Team C are going to be sitting it out. That is, of course, Team F4, A1 Esports, Train to Kill, and Blood Legion. And all these 4 teams, apart from F4, the other 3 of them have done a pretty fantastic job so far today. As they're going to be jumping into Miramar.
By the way.
Of course you did, XP. Of course you did. Whatever makes you happy, man. We're going to be jumping into Miramar again, ladies and gentlemen. And taking a look at that plane path, it's going to be from Tierra Bronca. It's going to be heading towards Valle del Mar. It's going to be basically cutting the map in half diagonally. And all eyes on StalwartFlex. They have looked fantastic so far. T2K, INES as well. What a resurgence from INES.
I mean, that last game, I think, I do believe they walked away with 20 points, 10 from placement and 10 kills. Of course, we were kind of talking about the fact that they were playing for placement points in the games before that. And I did say that, they need to go a bit aggressive and, they can actually steal the show. And that is exactly what they did, climbing up higher. They're now sitting in the 4th position. Completely different from last week. However, now as all the teams are going to be dropping down to their favorite spots, I see Z3us Esports are going to be heading over to El Azahar as always. Now, Z3us Esports are still, well, they are true to their game style, as in they get a basic amount of loot and then they go out on the hunt.
Yeah, I do enjoy watching them. I know, like, even though right now if you go back a couple of days, look at the overall standings for the Super Weekend for the points that do matter, Z3us aren't in the top 3, but they are, for me, they're my favorite team to watch, right? They don't really seem to give a damn at times, and they just go for it. Sometimes they wind up tripping over themselves and falling flat on their faces, but when it does go their way, it is indeed glorious to behold. Taking a look at that Circle XP, what do you see?
Well, the first thing I do notice is it's similar to what we had in Game 3 on this fine day. Of course, it is going to be a northern circle, a bit inclined towards the east, and, well, we do have something out of the ordinary. Just have a look at one thing that is going to stick out. Have a look at 7C's position now. They are split like no other team ever before. Talk about having a little bit of distance between you. They are on opposite ends of the map. And let me just make it clear. A couple of members of 7C Esports are at Campo Militar, while the others are just leaving the prison island. I mean, talk about extremes, Blake.
Yeah, it's a long distance to traverse for the couple of players. I can spot Turulov out towards the just north of Via del Mar, and the thing is they have a route all the way through El Pozo, through the trailer park, through La Cobreria, and all the way to where their teammates are. Actually, it's only Turulov alone, so he is on a very lonely journey through the deserted landscapes of Miramar.
It could be maybe he was answering nature's call at that time and he just was a little bit too late to jump off. But, the flip side is that now he can enjoy a nice scenic drive, hopefully without any bullets being shot off nearby. But the question is, I wonder what car he's driving, because if he's stuck with the minivan, it is going to be quite problematic. And it looks like Seal Esports are doing something again. These guys are out on a hunt. They're like, you know what? We've got our basic guns, we have a helmet, it's a level 1 helmet, doesn't matter. Let's go look for some trouble. And now they're going to get another vehicle.
One of the teammates is a bit of a distance away. We have Wally, we got Killa, we got another player here, but apart from that, yeah, they are playing kind of far from each other. The thing with Seal is, right, they have so many points over the Super Weekend that they even with the outside chance of them not making it to the second Super Weekend, it's not like they're out of it. There's a still very real possibility they're going to be playing in the finals. That's how many points they have. But when you have such a massive advantage, again, money also comes to it's also on the line, right? You don't want to just lose out on an opportunity to make all those buckaroos. They make, what, $4,000 in the first week? That's a pretty decent chunk of money as well. So for me, I'm going to actually disagree with some of the theories being thrown around that they're taking it too easy. I just kind of feel they've been unlucky.
I mean, unlucky, we've seen that they were hard-hitting team.
And maybe slacking a little bit. I think it's by design. It is on purpose. We might see a different Seal Esports tomorrow. Maybe they want to sit a weekend out. Maybe they want to give the other Mongolian teams a chance to, get up high up on the leaderboard. And talking about the other spectrum of Seal, now Seal 9, they just won their first chicken dinner last gameplay. I know, for a team who we didn't get to see over the Super Weekend, who struggled in the league stage. It's good to see that they aren't, they're not a team just giving up hope, right? They're here to play. They want to make it to the second Super Weekend. They want to qualify for the finals. And take a look at the map. Turulov, man, the guy has traveled quite a distance so far. He still has a bit of land to cover.
He's sightseeing. He just went to the ruins.
He's going to make it, though, right? He's going to pass La Cobreria. Seal 9 is kind of nearby, but I don't think they're going to be able to spot him in time. He might find his teammates. The lovers will finally meet.
They will finally lead. I mean, it is, after all, true love that is going to be drawing him closer to his teammates. The question is, how true is it? Now, the thing is, if he does kind of spot Monkey just chilling over there, he might realize it's only one person. But, of course, that won't happen because there's a big crater field. Ancient times ago, a meteor or something must have struck.
Is that what Killer Dinosaur is here?
Pretty much. I think this is that map, isn't it? Wait a second. Oh yeah, I kind of see a few fossils here and there. Anyway, all jokes aside now, here's the thing. Forget 7Cs for a second because they are still going to be... They will regroup sooner or later, but they are still up north towards Torre Ahumada and, of course, Campo Militar. So expect them to be coming down, kitted basically to the gills, packed to the gills, so to speak. I mean, that is not something I want to focus on. What I want to focus on is San Martin because, once again, we are going to have a few teams that are going to be coming in close to one another. And, well, bullets shall fly and bodies shall drop.
And right now, if my eyes don't deceive me, towards Pecado, we do have Carnage Esports. And Skylight Gaming are actually entering the play zone right next to Carnage. So we could have a few fights breaking. Godless he's being patient here. He's being very, very patient, biding his time, waiting for Killer to stop jumping around. Just waiting for him to just take a breather, just stand still for a second. But Killer is not giving him that opportunity.
Of course, it's like... one of the predators basically stalking his prey, wants to make sure that everything is lined up perfectly. Of course, as soon as he lets loose a shot, the thing is, well, his position is going to go away, but this is what he's waiting for. He knows where the enemy is, as IC and Leos are going to be going up forward, and now this is where Godless is going to give a little bit of hope to them.
Can we...
You should have stopped over there.
I need a replay of that. I need a replay of IC just basically...
He overshot his mark.
He went way up high in that vehicle, and yeah, I love watching Zeus play, man. Like, they are just so fun. Now, Legend is kind of by his lonesome, and he's going to be facing off against IC, who's got an M4, all the level 2 goodies as well, and Legend hasn't been spotted out yet. As we take a look at the replay, there we go. Take a look at Ice. Look at how he went all the way up. It was all the way up. That's just mental. As Icy, however, not able to get the knock onto Legend. He might just be finished off, but look at Zol coming in like a hero. Drives his buggy, and he falls as well. Takes a little bit of damage. It's going to be fine. His ankles will be intact, but Legend, now that he has an opportunity, he's going to try and push his luck. He's got his backup arriving as well. However, a couple of them are still far away.
They are still far away. Now, the thing is, the way Z3us Esports, they were trying to set up that push, little did they know that, you know, sometimes your vehicles cannot actually defy gravity, and, well, Killer YT is...
Z3us is still going to try. They're still going to try.
Yeah. No doubt about that at all. But look at Legend's position now. They obviously know where this man is, but now look at the cover. Killer and Sandesh are in prime position to make sure no one comes over this rise. Expect a few more smoke grenades to go off, and expect Icy to move in, but again, he gets taken down by Killer from high up top.
I think IC should, at this point, kind of realize where he's getting shot from, right? The res is going to be coming on in. Godless is pushed into the compound, so he's got the cover to work with. As Leo letting loose a number of bullets, almost a full clip onto Season, and Season's going to be quite fortunate to not be knocked down. Godless, in the meantime, of course, they have those med kits as well, but right now, just, you know, topping it off with the bandages.
I like Godless's presence of mind, so to speak, because he kind of realized where the shots are coming from, and just to make sure nobody extends to the left side of the flank as far as P and crew go. And wait a second, Killer doing what he does best. That was just beautiful, and Legend has it. Legend is on his knees.
He is indeed on his knees, but Icy replying back. And this is this war of attrition. It's not ending anytime soon. Zeus, the man down, but not out yet. Leo is bleeding out onto the ground, and his teammates are pushing in to provide him some help. Killer tossing in a few nades. That vehicle of his is now just a hunk of metal, not going to be really useful. It's going to deploy a couple of smokes, but it's going to be a little short of where he wants it to land. And even if the smoke had landed on Season, I felt his days were numbered there. And PN crew, what did they do? Do they just leg it right now? They have, they are in the vehicles.
They need to. They've lost the upper hand of this fight, and of course, there you have it. Killer is going to be moving back, Sandesh is going to be moving back as well. Now, there's something that I would want to point out. Now, we did see Zol finish off the fallen comrade from PN Crew just moments ago. They could have used him as bait to draw Killer out as well, because he did deploy those smoke grenades. He did want to try and go and revive him, but again, it is what it is, and it looks like, wait a second.
Seal.
Wait a second.
Seal right now are fighting StalwartFlex, and INES is joining in on this fight. And here's the problem: everyone's in the blue right now. StalwartFlex are losing players. They're down to 2 members. You make that two members, and Blade is going to be coming in for the res. Bear in mind, the circle is starting to deal a bit of damage here, not too drastic yet so far, and INES are very, very close by. Now, INES can decide not to take this fight because they are, like I pointed out, in the blue, but Zeke has a perfect line of sight, and he's going to make life not that great for Uzum and Blade. Now, Blade's asking Uzum to push on in, but he's trapped behind that buggy. Smoke will be deployed, but he needs to move in real fast.
And keep in mind, we are 2,000 meters, basically 2 kilometers outside the circle, and the zone has already started moving. So the question is, do we pick a fight right now?
Well, Uzum will be taken down, eventually succumbing to his injuries. And Seal, they are taking damage from the blue, but they're good right now. And StalwartFlex, they're going for the right play. They decide it's a fight not worth taking, and they're going to make a run for it.
May I just point something out?
Please?
Seal Esports have 2 kills.
It's happening! It's happening, boys and girls. Seal, finally getting a couple of kills. It just took them 5 games. But it's finally happened. All 4 are alive as well. Can they turn the day around? Can they end the final game, the day, on a good note? Godless with some fantastic zigzag driving, combat driving there. I have no idea how he managed to escape that. He should have been done for, but Godless will escape comparatively unscathed, taking a little bit of damage, but he's going to be fine. But at least now he knows where Carnage Esports are lying in wait.
Well, at least now he has the scars to show off. And, well, another Mark 14 is going to be dropping down in the airdrop. And now, what is below it? The suppressor for the sniper. Now, it might be overlooked, to be honest with you, but when you want those long shots and you want to basically surprise the people and not let them know where you're shooting from, that is where it comes in handy.
Especially late game, you know, in someone's open terrain. Pew, pew. Pew, 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 indeed. StalwartFlex, the 2 players surviving members. Crypto has made his way to Minas Generales, and Blade is going to follow him closely. Now, INES and Seal at the bottom, right next to Impala.
I'm surprised that since INES knew this fight was taking place pretty much near them, they are still out in the blue so much. And Seal Esports, again, since they are playing as a team that have nothing to lose, that could be quite devastating for them. And have a look at that. Their woes are going to continue as the circle moves further up north. Again, similar to what we saw in the last game, Cruz del Valle is going to be the center of all the action as well. Future Station are trying to make it into the circle.
INES getting dropped by the zone. I'm not sure if they took some damage from Seal and the zone, finish off the job there. As Future Station, Evil Eye getting off from his vehicle. He knows there are a couple of players nearby, and it's of course Carnage Esports. He's got his back turned to where a player is very close by and out in the open. That was the worst spot for Evil Eye to get off from his vehicle, and he's going to be mowed down in a hail of bullets. Now Badriv having to take a fight over here as well. He's going to be falling back to this hut. Corrugated sheet's going to provide a bit of respite for the time being, but Manish is pushing in. Badriv's got the nade cocked, ready to blow up someone. It's not going to quite find its mark, and it's getting pushed by 3 players. Backup is nearby, but what? Leo from afar! Zeus has joined the fray, and Badriv will meet his maker. Carnage probably wondering where the shots came from.
Now the fight is going to continue as Jiggle has spotted the boys from 1952 laying down some lead. It is going to basically, whoa, I love the fact that Zeus is still opening up on Carnage Esports as a Car 98 found Prabeen's head. Now, I love the fact that they love taking these fights long range, and they make it so exciting.
The most exciting team to watch, at least for me. I'll fight for it. And look at where the other 2 players are. You pointed this out. Usually they go for the 3-1 split where they have either Zeol or someone going on ahead. But this time around, they're actually working in pairs. They have 2 players playing pairs of... Make that 2 players playing far from each other. But that's the thing they have. They have trust in each other.
They have trust in each other, and of course communication is key. You know, we've been saying this time in and time out. Communication is so important in this game. You've got to basically let your teammates know what you see and what you hear. And mind you, let me just tell you one thing. I saw those 2 vehicles. Both the vehicles are black, and I appreciate that. Can we turn back, Praveen? Turn back.
Do you enjoy black? Oh, that's a mad finish as well. Almost a mad finish. But those bullets, as beautiful as the finish is, XP, it looks like it's going to be riddled by bullets. Zeol from afar with the UMP. The UMP not going to be dealing too much damage at that range. And he got it. Praveen and Snipe with some interesting maneuvers on in the vehicle. He's going to make his escape alongside Manish. Meanwhile, StalwartFlex are finally taking the fight back to Seal. And Seal, a couple of knocks taking place as we take a look at the replay. Oh, we see the shot. We see the shot. Oh, that was from afar. All right, that was on his receiving end. There we go. Seal versus StalwartFlex. This fight's been going on for a while, and it's still not quite done yet.
It isn't done yet, but I like the fact that Stalwart Esports, again, have a look at that. Crypto is going to be coming in. They know that Blade is going to be the first in the line of fire, as Seal is now picking a fight with their fellow countrymen. And did Kille see that grenade coming, or was that just coincidence?
I don't know. I really don't know.
It kind of felt like he did not know there was a nade coming in for him.
And somehow Zeus have found Seal, and Seal, they got those 2 kills. I was kind of hyping them up, thinking they're going to be ending on a... I mean, they still can. They still have 2 players alive, Killer and Baron, but they are down to the 2 members. StalwartFlex, though, they still stay alive because Blade is still in the running, Capshi, and of course his teammate from the side of Future Station as well over there. A lot of these teams have lost a couple of members, multiple members for the case of StalwartFlex and Seal, but for the majority of the teams, they are pretty much intact. They have a lot of their players alive. Majority of them are all 4 players still alive, and actually they haven't really had to take a fight. They've all just been casually rotating towards the play zone. We see DRS over there, Venom Legends. They haven't had to really battle it out, neither have Skylight Gaming, but as the circle shrinks in, they are starting to definitely having to be forced to take a fight here. And as you pointed out as well, XP, 16 teams, not a single team has been eliminated yet, as Cooney will be found out by Snipe from Carnage Esports.
And Blay just said that not a single team has been eliminated, which means in the next minute or so, someone is going to go down. And, well, we all know where to point our fingers. But as you just mentioned, yes, Venom Legends, again, a team that have been playing profoundly well. Rafat. Had that grenade been inside, that would have been a different story. And Zeus are still not letting up as now they pick a fight with INES elsewhere. But again, let me just quickly point something out. The fact that Venom Legends are all clumped around this one house could be their downfall, but I like the fact that Nightwing is moving a bit to his left from his team's point of view to basically block off that flank. However, R3D could be in a position to lay down some lead in their direction.
They could indeed. R3D who had a fantastic end to their journey Super Weekend. They've been kind of quiet today. INES have finally fallen to Zeus, and Zeus, they are on a war path, it seems like, in this particular map, in this particular game. Venom Legends, they have lost Nightwing. Unfortunately, there's no Batman nearby to help him out, and DRS are going to use that opportunity to sneak on in and try and isolate these players. That is Frypan and Rapid, but Galzen might be pushing in a little too overeager. He gets a knock, and he won't get the finish. He is going to be taken down, but Frypan barely alive, and Venom Legends are getting bullied here by DRS.
They are getting bullied, and mind you, R3D here, this commotion, they're going to be moving in as well. Of course, they do need a few kills to make sure they climb up higher on that leaderboard, as Edgar and Virus could be potentially in a position to come up and mop up all the survivors.
It's multiple fights breaking out on multiple fronts amongst multiple teams, Boro. His world getting shook there with that nade. The second one could be massive. If that is a nade, it doesn't look like it was one, though. I thought it was a smoke or a flashbang. And smokes will be deployed here by Steel Shot to try and get the res onto his teammate Frypan. Carnage Esports will be eliminated. The Miramar Kings from the Super Weekend. They do have a few points to their name. And Zeus, they're not letting up XP. They are still just mowing everyone down. However, they have lost one player in the process, and we have also lost a team.
We've also lost a team. Also, you got to keep one thing in mind. Although Zeus are going to be right in the action, one of their members is actually outside. As StalwartFlex are going to fall in the 13th position. Nightwing taken down once more by Mafia Ninja. However, this time he's not getting up. He is not getting back up as he is put in the ground now. It is kind of even Stevens. I'm actually surprised R3D haven't moved in. They are kind of playing it safe, but judging by the new circle, I don't think it's a bad call, because now they still have that one compound just north of theirs where they need to push in, but DRS seems to be getting there first.
DRS, can't forget them. They were fantastic, especially in the final day of the Super Weekend. And taking a look at the circle there, we do have this bit of a battle between Zeus and R3D. Obviously, R3D do have the player advantage, and like you pointed out as well, Godless is very far away from the action which his teammates are involved with. And don't forget, P and crew from above, from that church, they're looking on down, and they're like, wonder what's going on here.
The thing is, if they take a few shots from there, they're giving away their position, and since they're outside the circle, that is not going to be the right call. What P and crew should do right now is actually start moving around and try to be in a position to gatekeep these teams as they enter the new circle. But the question is, which team will enter? Because, of course, Zeus, we know them, hard-hitting, aggressive team. However, in closed, confined spaces, that is where R3D just might have the edge since they have more members.
Agree with you. I really can't argue with that on that fact that Nate from Roy may cooked it a little too long. It's going to explode in the air. Sandesh, as you said, Deadeyes Guys, and yeah, sorry, from PN Crew, and they're getting knocked down here. 7C, meanwhile, having to take a rough fight. Godless out in the blue. You did point out maybe he should have just prioritized entering the place instead of taking the fight. Unfortunately for him, even though he's going to take a white for him to bleed on out XP, his teammates are nowhere in the vicinity to go for the res.
Also, have a look at that. Z3us Esports, 10 kills already, so they're not going to be lacking in that department as far as firepower goes. But now, Turu Love has finally made it to his teammates as they are going to be picking a fight with the winners of the last game.
On top is right now breathing in that smoke and trying his desperate best not to be spotted out. He's the last man alive for his team. So is Baron for the side of Seal. And Seal, they got us 2 points initially, those 2 kills. Apart from that, they have nothing yet. So if they get eliminated anytime early here, it's going to be a terrible day in the office for the boys, for the Mongolian boys. High Voltage in the meantime will electrocute themselves. And Virus, perfect timing on a shot there. Magnet will be found out in 1952, down to 2 members. They have 1 point, and he knows, Virus knows exactly where one more member is. On top will be finished off, and with that, Deadeyes Guys, they don't come dead last, but they come in 11th position.
Not a bad outing for them as well. However, the thing is, with R3D, they are kind of pinching themselves in, as now they are going to be caught out from all directions. However, it is PN Crew. Again, like I said, they should not have taken that shot. Now they've paid the heavy price. Zeus down to 1 man standing. IC, of course, on his knees. The revive is coming in, but I don't want to be so close to a vehicle which is spewing out smoke. One stray bullet.
He's got to get the res, and he's got to make a run for it. He's going to deploy a couple of smokes to provide those little bit of extra cover. And like you said, I agree with you. The fact that it's so near, but he's finally going to move on inside, and he's bought his teammate a little bit of time to heal himself. It's going to be down to Zeol and Icy. Zeol, we know, was the top frag in the league stage. The blue is right behind the butt as well. But when you have Icy with you, the guy, his blood is cold when it comes to taking these fights.
Zeus's sound sense is on point. The way he cooked the grenade for so long and realized they're not coming in, and now it's thrown. It's going to be a big grenade, but he does get shot in his face.
How do you time that so well, Zeol? You madman. They've set up a wall of smokes, and R3D, they know who they're going up against, and despite the fact that they have the man advantage, I think this is a fight they want to run away from. Seal, in the meantime, getting eliminated.
However, Venom Legends are coming in as well, so basically R3D are basically in between a rock and a hard place right now.
And both of them are shooting at them. 7C, Fear will be taken down as well. And Seal 9, they are at, well, you know what? Seal Esports might be struggling, but Seal 9, they're holding the Seal name up high, right? 4 different players. 7C is going to be eliminated as well. We're down now, ladies and gentlemen, to the final 6 teams, 16 alive in the server.
Do we have a little bit of a switcheroo going on? Because it kind of feels that way.
Venom Legends in the meantime getting defended. Yeah, I agree with you. The Seal line are playing like Seal. R3D, they were in a rock and a hard place, like you said, and 3 of their members have been crushed. 1 survives, as we have lost a multitude of teams. Skylight Gaming, though, they have all 4 alive here, and they're going to be duking it out with Seal 9.
The one who survived from R3D, Edgar, is one lucky man, and this is a story he's going to tell his kids and his grandkids, because Zeus was on one side, Venom Legends was on the other. They wiped each other out, and he just walked off.
Sometimes you just let them go at each other, right? Here we go. Here we go. Mafia Ninja from DRS, last man to survive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, he's dead. There we go. That was perfection from Joker. And he's going to sing that 3-pointer. And with that, he gets his kill as well. Now, 4 teams. Seal 9 looking fantastic. So are Skylight Gaming. 1952 still alive with 2 players. And R3D, I believe, has just 1 man left standing. That is Edgar. And right now, you said he survived a fight he shouldn't have.
He just walked out.
But right now, he is in the play zone. If he plays his cards right, he can just wait for these teams to kind of kill each other, and he can just, try and steal a chicken dinner away from them.
We don't really speculate because the circle has changed. It is still in his advantage just a little bit because he needs to just crawl his way in.
Does he have cover?
Plus, he has cover. That's the beauty of Miramar. It might seem plain, but these minor ridges can basically be a godsend from time to time. I will expect Skylight Gaming to go up against Seal 9 at this point. And mind you, we have another team. There are 4 teams still alive. 1952 haven't really made too much of a peak, but Joker definitely spots out Monkey.
Yeah, Joker's got to get the knock onto him. Monkey getting a little too ambitious there. And while that knock has taken place, the 2 remaining members in 1952 got Tofik, who has spotted out the players, and he's going to let loose a number of bullets going ADS, no scope, almost gets the knock onto Spooky, and now Seal 9 are getting pincered by 2 teams and getting caught in the crossfire. And look at this push coming in from Joker. He's gonna go over the top, and 1952 team up with Skylight Gaming to take down Seal 9, who had all 4 players alive, and now they have none.
And have a look at Edgar. He's going to bide his time. He does have that ghillie suit. Stay in the bush, my friend, or at least get to the next one. He does get some cover. It is going to be pivotal right now that he stays pretty much hidden away because, well, Skylight Gaming, they should be going up against 1952. Now, Tofik and Entry are moving in closer as well. Now, this is where it could get a little dicey for Skylight Gaming if they decide to shoot at them at the same time.
This could be, yeah. The thing is, I agree with you.
That's wishful thinking, to be honest with you. Shouldn't really happen like that, but it is kind of wishful thinking.
Listen, we've seen stranger things happen. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Edgar is going to be able to pull off what would be a monumental clutch.
Have a look at that. Demon was on the left flank for Skylight Gaming. He's not even looking in Edgar's direction. So right now, Edgar could be in a wonderful spot. Despite the fact that he's 14 meters out, he does need to come up from behind cover as Demon is going to be taken down.
That's a huge knock. That's a huge knock from Entry. Because that means, Entry, a sliver of HP. Barely alive. Edgar out in the blue. He's going to heal himself up. He's going to heal. He can still go for a run here. But Char's going to finish out Tofik. Now he's going to go for it. He's going to leg it. Now it's all on Edgar. He's going to finish up the job. But he gets shot at the worst time possible while he was rotating into the play zone. And that is going to be it. It is going to be chicken dinner. I gotta say, valiant effort coming in from Edgar. They're almost pulling it off, but he gets a second position, considering he should have been dead about 10 minutes ago.
Almost, and the fact that he knew that he was pretty much going to go up against a hailstorm of bullets, he took that 1 kill away from Skylight Gaming, but nonetheless, Skylight Gaming are going to be the winner in the final Miramar for day 1 of League Week 2.
Yeah, not exactly the... I was expecting maybe some team getting 2 chicken dinners. No one got it, though.
I was telling you, Seal 9 were looking good, but they just literally got double teamed on, and well, that is all she wrote. That is how the cookie crumbles, and we do have Skylight Gaming walking away the winners. Now, again, Play, you know, we have a lot of smart people watching this show. They've already probably done a tally of all the points in their heads, but for those of you who are a bit like us, we're going to take a quick little break. I promise it's going to be a quick one. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. And you got a good thing going. You got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are on day 1 of Week 2 where indeed league plays have already begun. We've already done 5 games and it's all a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it happen. Hashtag whoop up your fun. Wow, what a day it has been. Everybody was talking about teams who were wanting to make it a comeback and they have done so perfectly. Let's move on to the analysts and find out what do they think when it comes to the entirety of today. And dudes, I mean, this is just perfect on who wins.
Yeah, and it's a perfect end to the day as well. I mean, surprising results because, I mean, yeah, I was just going to take the name Zeus out of my mouth, but as we were talking about it, I mean, R3D just surviving the onslaught from Zeus and then moving forward, getting the second position. But yes, kudos to the MVP of the match, Zio.
5 kills, 938 damage, 3 assists as well. So getting kills for yourself plus extra assists and talk
Make a
about
wish. Healing 111.
111. 111, which one?
Yeah. I don't know, you make a wish.
Well, again, I mean, Zeol, you know for a fact he's a team player, no question about it.
Yeah.
But on the other side, of course, I mean, you talk about Godless as well, as he was able to just run away from R3D's clutches. Just that perfect zigzag approach from that drive-in was kudos to his team as well. Now, again, I mean, we've seen throughout the day, this team has been bringing in a lot of damage and a lot of kills.
I want to talk about that nade.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Talk about Zeus's utility usage, right? Just cooking that grenade, working only. I still remember Play and XP just talking about this one. They were saying, look at Team Zeus just moving on their sound sense, and as soon as they just see one good grenade, ends the game.
Exactly, but the contribution towards the team from this lad has been incredible, not just today, but throughout the tournament so far.
Exactly, I mean, this team walked away with 12 kills, 14 points to this team. Once again, I mean, Z3us Esports, the Mongolian team who is known for the domination, is not taken a backseat whatsoever at all. But talking about backseat teams,
We are going to say the same thing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Esports?
Yes, absolutely. It is Seal Esports that nobody had anticipated. Again, I mean, Ocean had already predicted in certain sense of the way as history has been that whenever it comes down to the week 1, well, teams do really good, and that exact team moving on to week 2 somehow along the line ends up faltering down.
Yurugank, and now it's Seal. It has been a thing. It just, you know, goes down in the memory lane in a way, and that is, it's not like the audience has lots of expectations. Audience still wants to see their favorite team perform.
Absolutely.
It comes down to how your opponents are reading you, how your opponents are understanding you with each and every game. And I can guarantee you this as well. Today versus tomorrow, Seal's performance will be different.
Yes.
They might make it, they might not make it. It might just come down to one game or something, but they'll try everything that they have in their hands.
See, the thing is, if they do not make it to this super weekend, their entire safety cushion is going to be used up, and then I think they're going to be out of the top 8 over there.
If they don't make it, by the end of second week, they'll be at 9th position in the Super Weekend, 9th or 10th position for sure.
That's going to be tough luck though. That's going to be tough luck.
Exactly.
Then again, it is a speculation as of now coming from the desk. There's no two ways about it, because after all, we're going to be waiting for tomorrow to take place, after which, of course, we'll have a confirmed answer to that question. But right now, when you talk about today's games and plays, we are looking at the top players coming in right here, and it says 2 players right off the bat coming in from Z3us Esports, and 2 players, I mean, just perfect synergistic play, these guys.
I think after this game, Z3us Esports have pretty much, like, they have cemented their way into the Super Weekend, because they have an amazing performances throughout the day. They are getting those, well, it's the usual Z3us Esports, what am I even saying? I mean, they are getting those kills just like they always do, and well, they've crossed the sort of the threshold that I have set. Like, it's my personal thing. Like, so 50 point plus, 50 point plus, you make it.
So Zeus as well, and let's talk about another team that was going to have 2 back-to-back good games. Seal 9. They this game was also like really good.
Yes, they were looking really confident and really determined to be able to get that chicken dinner. But eventually, again, I mean, the way it worked out was not in their favor. And every single time, you know that there's only going to be one team that will take that chicken dinner. Now, let's summarize all of that together through the math summary stats itself. And in that, we, of course, do have all of these wonderful lads coming in, mate.
Yeah, I mean, true love from the side of 7C, on tops with most utility used from Deadeyes, and Joker from Skylight Gaming right there, and that is the man who I would give the credit to for the destruction of Seal 9, because the team had all 4 players. We had the winner chicken dinner forecast on the screen as well. We were watching that constantly. Seal 9 sitting there with the highest probability to do that.
at that
and
moment.
then this man comes out of nowhere, peeks the ridge, sees the players, takes them out, and the entire team, 4 players, vanish in an instant.
Wow, what a play. What an incredible play this has been. With that, let's move on to the match rankings coming in from this final game on day 1 of week 2. And in that, I mean, just perfect annihilating play coming in from so many of these teams.
When the day starts, we always talk about one thing, right? 1 kill, 1 point. Talk about Z3us Esports, 2 placement points, 12 kill points in the top 3 is where they are right now. And obviously, it was not a high kill affair for the other teams that kind of just, you know, gave them an advantage, or you can just call it like they had all the kills.
See, now, that is why I want to give kudos to R3D Esports, because that is the team that they were charging on. Z3us Esports taking on R3D Esports, and they managed to get away, bring themselves in the top 2. See, escaping us in form, in momentum, Zeus is really hard.
Yeah, and Edgar surviving till the end for his team, and obviously that Ghillie suit could have been just, you know, used to perfection. He did actually just, you know, dodge a lot of potential threats at the moment. But talk about this one, Seal Esports right now, 3 points in this game, 1 point in like I guess second game, 1 point on the previous game, 3 points in this game. Like so, it's not getting where they wanted them to be.
For now, that is the case. True. On the other side, of course, when it comes down to Zeus, I mean, last game on Miramar, they were able to get themselves the chicken dinner along with the 12 points that they did. So. Every single stat combined together, Zeus is looking very comfortable and strong from the Mongolian region, but move that conversation towards the zone itself, because the zone always has a curveball set up for one team or the other.
So this one was quite, I mean, it started out quite similar to the last one that we had, and it was quite an interesting scenario because now the teams, I mean, they had figured out how the southern side is going to be gate kept. And because of that, we did see a lot of teams move towards the eastern side to try and get that empty area entrance. But then, as Lakshya mentioned, the curveball that is going to be there was this time the northern shift.
I mean, last time we saw that Hacienda water treatment circle, right? But this time, as we are just looking forward, you can see where the circle was slowly and slowly just going on, moving up. And this is where you can see so many empty areas inside the center of the circle, but that's not the thing, right? Because that's where teams have to just reach out, and this is where R3D's fight against Team Zeus was happening. And after that, obviously Edgar just moving up forward, just getting up all those points for themselves. So R3D did really good. Seal 9. They did not have any fight behind them. Till this moment, Seal 9 had the highest probability, but Joker just gatekeeping the circle, just coming out of the circle, just doing everything. I mean, Skylight was good.
That was perfect.
Absolutely, and with that, I mean, we've known for a fact that when it comes to this game, there were just incredible moments. From the start till the end, I mean, there was just all across the board. You talk about Zeus, you talk about, of course, Seal, you talk about Seal 9 itself, INES, that late rotation, all of that combined together will bring us towards the open moments, and right off the bat, this is the aggression.
Yeah, talking about the fights, right? The fights that start it all. I mean, Team Zeus did go for an aggressive stance. I mean, they got the kill points for themselves, if anything. But on the other moments, on the contrary, as you can see, so many fights were happening here and there. And this is the beauty of the open Miramar areas. And hey, just as we were talking about, right, the Carnage things. I mean, you spot someone, the other one's also spotting you.
Yeah, exactly. So in the Greek mythology, the god of gods, Zeus, was known for his lightning bolt, and that is something that these guys have in themselves. They have the lightning in them. They have the energy that's going to destroy everyone. Like, look at this. So this is like, we have 9 teams remaining. These guys already have 12 kills racked up, and after that, I mean, I don't know what happened. It was the rotation that was out there, because as Ocean mentioned, like, there's the open area in the circle. But that open area, well, it looks like it's unpopulated, but that is actually a trap, because teams like to get themselves on that high ground and keep an eye on those ridges, because that is where people are going to be peeking from. And that is why you need to be careful. Exactly what happened with Zeus. Movement, rotations were where things got ugly.
Sadly, that is the case. But this time around, when you talk about that damage, I mean, that is where Zeus just annihilating the entire competition with almost 2,500 points of damage dealt, along with, of course, those 12 kills.
That's just a really a high peak, if you want to talk about this one, because your team again. So the only thing, as we saw, there was a game as well in which Zeus was at what, 11th position, 8 kills. So the overcommitment that happens once they are going over aggressive, it's not a bad thing. It's like, they know that they are already getting qualification for the Super Weekend, so they just want to just practice their games or something. It's happening like that.
And this is their playstyle. This is how the team likes to play. This is what they like to do. This is their performance. I mean, their natural element. Go in, take those fights, get those kills, and get out.
But keep it simple. Talk about Seal 9, right? They got 5 kills in this one. They were in top 5 in this one. Previous game, obviously, an incredible chicken dinner. So this team is playing on a different stance somehow, and which is obviously helping them.
It certainly is, and with that, when you talk about Seal 9 itself, we've got their performance graph coming on our screens, and in doing so, they have showcased, well, from week 1 on towards week 2, they are here to improve their play. They are here to be that much more dynamic and be able to convert those circles in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so we do see, so 8 matches once again, ladies and gentlemen, the 8 matches that you see, that is previous week. Now we have 9, 10, 11. Seal 9 playing 3 games today.
Yep.
So the first game, not off to a good start. I mean, that is where we felt like, alright, this team, I mean, they are going to struggle a bit. But then we have match number 2 where the chicken dinner comes in, and then match number 2 with another good performance. So Seal 9 really already, I mean, they have outshined themselves from the previous week.
Yep.
Now it's time to control the momentum that they have established and keep things going. I would say don't overcomplicate stuff. I mean, yeah, sure, you can get the chicken dinner, try and get the chicken dinner every single
Absolutely.
match, but keep things simple, be like Zeus, just try and get those points as fast as as soon as the game starts.
Now, when you talk about Zeus, of course, that is the kind of play that so many of these teams are expecting. But alongside that, when it comes to the overall standings, that's where so many of these teams do end up taking a back seat. Of course, ZTRUS Esports taking that first perfect point with 57 points, dude.
They have more kill points than, well, total number of points for Team Train to kill. They have 37 kills already, but also would like to mention that now they only have 3 matches left.
Yeah, even if they have 3 matches left, no one's really close to their kill point marker.
Yeah.
Even if they have to work on the placement points, I would say they would do that in the Super Weekend.
Are
for
they
sure.
going to do that though?
They love kill points. They love to play with the kill points for their favor, and that's what ZTRUS Esports is doing up right now. 57 points for them. But talk about 7C, talk about DRS right now. You can see 23 kill points for them and 18 placement points, right? So this is one thing. But ZTRUS Esports and F4 and PN Crew and DE.
Yeah. I mean,
Where are you? Where is that domination and aggression that we've seen from these teams time and time again?
The only thing that I'm worried about is that you can see the 5 matches played marker for ZTRUS Esports.
not just that. See, ZTRUS Esports 5 matches played. Yeah, they have 3 matches remaining tomorrow. The first 3 games, they won't be playing the last 2. But there's another team in their same group that we were talking about. Like, they need to be inside of the top 5, the top 6 by the end of the day. And, well, they are still in the top 8. I'm talking about INES.
Exactly.
The INES, the drop is there.
So ZTRUS Esports won't be playing the last 2 games, I get it.
Yeah.
But that means they have to do everything in the first 3 games, and if they end up at 11th or 12th position as well, they cannot just sit idle by thinking that it's all sorted, because you know there will be teams under them that will be playing the last game. Once they rack up their points, a team might come down.
Exactly, because right now the scenario looks like they're going to have to get, what, 13 points, 12 points in every single match in order to barely even make it.
But you know what, guys? I mean, one thing I do want to point out through this conversation is, of course, going to be the fact that when it comes to this team, right, ZTRUS Esports, this team we know is capable. There's no 2 ways about it. So even if it comes down to just those 3 games, they need 2. They just need 2 to be able to rack up those points.
Yeah.
And with that, of course, this graph showcases a bit of a tipsy-curvy turn of wins from them for now.
Today, it's quite unfortunate, because look at this. Like, the lower dots that you see towards the right of your screen, that is today's performance. I mean, compare that to previous week. Like, what happened to this team?
Ouch. Ouch is what has happened as of now.
Mistakes were made. That's one thing you can talk about right now, because you know every team wants to go for a really good game. I mean, just think about it. Today's day started. ZTRUS Esports would be having this thing in their mind, right? We'll go out, we'll win 1 or 2 games, something like that. But mistakes, sometimes it happens, and the momentum breaks up. It slowly and still just takes you down.
It certainly does, mate. But along with that, let's move on to the kill leaders coming on from the day. And when it comes to the kill leaders, this is the start we've got, where indeed Zeol with 48 kills throughout all the games that have been played till now.
Well, Assassin has finally been taken over, and well, apart from the kills, look at the damage right there. Wow.
10,546 damage by this individual. 48 kills. Tomorrow he's going for his own half century for sure. Talk about Snipe ID, 45 kills as well. Assassin 45 and Joker 42 kills from that individual as of now. But if we talk about this one, you can see AJ with the maximum average survival time for his own self, but everyone else you can see 39, 38, 36 and 35 kills for them. Seal Baron. So Baron was also in top 4 at a moment.
Yeah, he was inside the top 4. But one more thing I would like to point about AJ is the conversion ratio looks quite good. Because compare the damage that he has to the number of kills that he has secured, and then in turn compare that to what other players have sort of converted into. I would say AJ looks a little bit more on point, a little bit more precise. But I mean, ZTRUS Esports have to find a way to shut them down.
Well, somebody has to. There's no question about it. Somebody has to. With that, let's summarize this day and have a look at the stats. That will, of course, describe not only the damage, but along with that, the knockouts as well as the damage received. But throughout, what we're looking at is ZTRUS Esports domination.
As I said, keep things simple. Match starts, go in, get as many kills as you can, and then get out, prepare for the next one.
Wow. Yep. This is like their marker. You can see, like, you know, how this team has been playing. Heals is good with 7C. We just want to talk about this one, right? But you talk about 37 kills and 35 knockouts. Think about the conversion ratio. Think about the conversions that they are doing. Think about how efficient this team is. Think about how much they love to take fights. I mean, there's no end to the way this, because this team has played against the likes of Nova XQF, against the likes of BTR at the moment, and that too, in the top 3 is where they were.
True, but another team to actually point out would certainly have to be StalwartFlex. Now, talk about consistency. That team, every single game in their opportunity, they are trying to convert that opportunity into their favor.
And Stalwart is also keeping things simple. I mean, if you have noticed, Stalwart is also being really aggressive, and they sort of got into that zone during the Super Weekend itself, where, I mean, I was pleasantly surprised with this team, because previously, if you remember, this is the lineup that we do know, like the rotations are their main point, and kills, yeah, they do have regular kills coming in, but now the level of competition was a lot tougher. But still, StalwartFlex, they have adapted quite wonderfully.
Well, my dudes, it has been a wonderful start to week 2, I would say. I mean, League play, this is just day number 1 in week 2 of PMPL South Asia. And in that, we have gotten some incredible turnover wins from all of these teams. Of course, there are 5 more games remaining that will take place tomorrow. But for today, we do reach the end now, alongside which it is, of course, once again, a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Book up your fun. We're going to be joining you guys tomorrow. Until then, take care. Sayonara.